Game of Thrones. Reign of the Dragonking Chapter 31. The high walls of Highgarden. The city was waking up, the sunlight was warm, and my mind was a whirlwind of ideas. Renly Baratheon was not a danger, and I'd never seen him as one. Even if he didn't die somehow in this timeline, I was fairly confident in taking him out myself. The problem was what had come after him. Stannis the Manus, the humorless stag. Stannis' army only almost took over King's Landing, but Tywin Lannister appeared at the right time with the Tyrell army beside him. Now, I was planning to take the Tyrells for myself. Instead of Tywin, I could be the one to bring them to King's Landing and then take the throne. Or, I could wait it out. After all, just taking the throne wasn't the plan. The plan was to hold it. If I only had the Tyrells and Dorne by my side, I couldn't defend the throne if Robb Stark challenged me with others. So, I could kill Joffrey mid-battle, and then I could kill Stannis just when he'd think he was winning. Then I could let Tommen the Fool play king for a while I bring the others under my wing too. By then, I might even have visited my lovely sister and met her army. Those two plans came to mind, and multiple more formed as I pondered. But all of that concerned me having the Tyrells by my side. The Reach could provide me with somewhere from 80,000 to 100,000 men. And as surprising as it may sound, that wasn't their greatest value. Their greatest value was the crops, the food they could provide me. Winter was coming, and with the threat of the White Walkers looming overhead, food was a very important matter. The choice was simple, no matter which plan I followed. I'd need House Tyrell by my side more than any other house. The problem was Dorne. I was an ally of theirs, and they were generational enemies of Tyrell's. They wouldn't mind if I allied both of them, they'd compromise, but the manner of alliance could cause problems. I was sure that old lady, the Queen of Thorns, wouldn't let me leave without marrying her granddaughter. I didn't mind marriage, but I'd rather keep that option open if possible. After all, if things went right, I had some plans with Sansa too. While the North was a poor region, they were the snow barbarians who would fight the hardest against the White Walkers. Then again, they'd do that even if I didn't command them. Regardless, I'd need a Stark loyal to me to control them, warn them about the impending threat, and listen rather than find my words a meager story. But you've already made your choice, Kinvara said, yawning as she nudged closer to me. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains as our skin brushed against one another. Her touch was warm, welcoming, like the feel of family. She kissed my lips, moaned a little, and nodded. I think your plan's solid. I know, I said. I only told her after I'd made my choice not to ask her for advice or anything. She scoffed out a giggle. Yeah, go to them with the intention of becoming allies, and try not to get married. But if you have no other choice, then you've got yourself a beautiful wife, she said. That Marjorie girl, her fate is interesting. Hey, if you can see the future, can't you just tell me? I raised an eyebrow. It's not really the future. It's just a lead, barely even. Plus, if I tell you, it'd be distorted. What's the point in sharing a future that is ruined? She said, making me shrug. So, who are you taking with you? I'm unsure if the Tyrells will be fond of you visiting them with the sand snakes. Nah, if they won't ally themselves with me just because of the sand snakes, they might as well not become allies at all. I need them to work with Dorne. I can't have my backers fight each other, I said. But yes, for this, I don't plan to take them with me since there's a chance that things go wrong and we must escape. But I will take you with me. What'll you do? I want to take you with me too, but Queen Cersei might get curious about where you vanished. I'll go with you, she yawned, sitting up slowly as she stretched her arms. I can't not be there when you're making such an important deal. This is potentially easily bigger than our alliance with Dorne. Dorne is supposed to have 50,000 able-bodied soldiers, but they barely provided 10,000 when your older brother Rhaegar asked them for support. Even though at that time, the princess of Dorne was married to your brother. Even had children. Well, he was cheating on her. She was still the queen. They didn't bother to send more help, Kinvara said, looking into my eyes. We'll just need to cover our tracks and make sure nobody realizes we're going to Highgarden. Plus, you'll need me to talk with that wrinkle bag. I laughed, slowly getting off the bed. Let's leave right now, then, I said. Unless you have work that needs to be taken care of. I personally didn't. I had Rose and her whores to gather information and do anything I need them to do in my absence. Sure thing, Kinvera agreed. We need to catch a ship through the Mander River. Should take us about 2 weeks to reach the place, she said. I stared at the woman who'd been helping me with everything since I awakened myself. She was doing a lot, all in the name of her lord, all in the assumption that I was the hero she'd dreamed about. Sometimes, it was easy to trust fanatics because they didn't hide their allegiances. I'd have to be careful of her when we'd have no more use of each other. Until then, she was my best friend. I walked over to open the windows properly, pushing the veils to the side. I looked at the city of King's Landing outside as my hair blew in the wind. 2 weeks later, I might be half an ass on the throne already, or not. I was going there assuming they wanted a Targaryen back to the throne, which made sense given what I knew of them, but could I be sure? This might backfire if they choose to expose and kill me instead. Hopefully, regardless of how the visit goes, I'd be back before the riot of King's Landing, where the mob would attack the royal family. I had a plan to fulfill during that incident. After all, the Mander River stretched endlessly before us, its waters glittering under the sun's gaze. The journey had been long and grueling, but I hadn't minded. It was pleasant. The farther we got from King's Landing, the cleaner the air became. Fields of golden wheat and verdant pastures flanked us. It was a stark contrast to the chaos and filth that I'd left. It was laughable how the Reach seemed untouched by the turmoil gripping the rest of Westeros, although some signs of it still showed. Even so, this place wasn't peace itself. Not when soldiers patrolled every major road and wary commoner eyes followed us wherever we went. The war had reached here, even if indirectly. The Reach might have been beautiful, but even it wasn't safe. A beautiful place for vacation every year if they become your in-laws, Kinvera rode beside me and said, and I ignored her. Her magic no longer wrapped her hair, as black strands were tucked neatly under a hood, with some swaying in the wind. She'd disguised herself well, trading her usual crimson robes for simpler, muted fabrics. She was stubborn about it, but I convinced her in the bedroom. But people still stared, drawn to her as if she were carrying a secret flame within her. It was odd. We're close, she murmured, with her gaze fixed ahead, where the spires of Highgarden rose on the horizon. I followed her line of sight, my grip on the reins tightening. There it was, the seat of House Tyrell, a fortress that looked more like a palace. Its golden walls gleamed in the sunlight, surrounded by sprawling gardens that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was beautiful, yes. But more importantly, it looked mythically powerful. It was a reminder that the Tyrells didn't just rule, they thrived in the Reach. They'd taken this land from its original rulers 300 years ago, and they'd been ruling ever since. Beautiful place, isn't it? Quite, Kinvera agreed. Before we could exchange more words, we were interrupted by the distant sound of hoofbeats. Careful, I glanced to my right just as a group of riders appeared, their green cloaks unmistakable. Tyrell soldiers. Their formation was tight, and their approach swift. It was as if they'd been expecting to be attacked or something. A knight led the soldiers, and he was a broad-shouldered man with a thick mustache. He reined in his horse with his head tilted high. He closed the distance and slowed, his eyes scanning us with practiced suspicion. Halt, he barked, his voice carrying the weight of authority. State your names and purpose. I slowed Danny White to a stop, letting the horse sidestep once before settling. Take us to your lord's castle, I said, keeping my tone firm. The man frowned, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Not until you tell us who you are, stranger. What kind of demand is that? Kinvera remained silent, her posture relaxed, and her smile calm. I allowed a smirk to tug at my lips. You're cautious that we're spies. That's good, the times are tough. But you're wasting time. My business here is urgent. The soldier's frown deepened. Urgent, is it? You'll have to do better than that. I sighed, feigning impatience. I wasn't truly. I was just making a show. I wanted my entry to be a bit grand, after all. I hadn't come here as this. A wrapped cloth hid my hair in the Dornish style, so I could get away with showing off a little. I visited Dorne before this, and I guess they were right about what they said about the Reach. Pretentious and slow. Useless, too. They never wasted time questioning me like this. But I suppose not everyone can be as competent as the Dornish, I said. The change in his expression was immediate. His jaw tightened, and his grip on his sword hilt became white-knuckled. Watch your tongue, outsider, he growled. We've no love for those sand snakes here. Good to know, I said, my smirk widening. But if you hate Dorne so much, perhaps you'll appreciate this, they have no patience for Reachmen either. And it seems to me it's better to agree with them. That did it. He motioned to two of his men, who spurred their horses forward without hesitation. They rode straight at me, swords drawn, their intentions clear. Fools. Innocent people, perhaps, or perhaps heinous criminals. I didn't care at that moment. I had to show a strong front, and fighting was the best way to do that. I didn't move until the last possible moment, letting them think they had the upper hand. Then, with a single, fluid motion, I drew my spear from the inventory and swept it through the air. The first rider's throat opened in a crimson spray, his body crumpling as he fell from his horse. The second barely had time to react before he met the same fate. The remaining soldiers froze, and their confidence trembled. Where had I gotten this spear from? How did I deal with them so fast? They hesitated. I didn't give them time to recover and charged. I swung the blunt end of my spear, and I struck the next soldier across the chest, sending him tumbling backward. Another fell with a sharp crack as I struck his helmet, knocking him unconscious. By the time I was done, only their leader remained. He stared at me, his hand frozen on his sword. I met his gaze, my voice cold. Still want to test me? You're going to pay for this, he said. Our army. Before he could respond, the sound of approaching hooves filled the air. A larger group of riders emerged from the tree line, their green armor gleaming in the sunlight. At the front was a man I recognized instantly, Loras Tyrell. His horse came to a sharp halt, his gaze sweeping over the fallen soldiers before locking onto me. His expression was a mix of anger and disbelief. What in the seven hells is happening here? He demanded. How dare you kill Tyrell's soldiers right under my nose? They disrespected the crown, I said simply. By pointing their swords at their king. Loras scowled, his jaw tightening. King Joffrey sits on the throne. What are you blabbering about? His eyes landed on Kinvara. Your hair, you're that red priestess we met in Storm's End. What are you doing here? I smiled, reached up, and unwrapped the cloth around my head. My silver hair spilled out, swaying in the air as I let my smile drop. Gasps rippled through the soldiers behind him, their whispers filling the air like the buzz of insects. Kinvara chose that moment to dismount, her movements graceful despite the tension in the air. I hope you trust the men around you, Sir Loras, she said, her voice sharp and commanding. For betrayal often hides in plain sight, and the betrayal of what you're seeing right now, if it goes out of reach, will carry a heavy price. It definitely would spread out of reach, even if as a rumor. However, I wasn't against that. That was why Kinvara and I had returned to our original appearance, for I wanted them to be a Targaryen rumor in Westeros. Like the lurking ghost of a dragon waiting to strike. Loras, gaze flicked to her, then back to me. What is this? Who are you two? He asked, though his tone was less certain now. My name is Kinvara. I am the Heart of Fire, the first priestess, Kinvara said and then gestured to me, her voice unwavering. This is Viserys Targaryen, she declared. The rightful heir to the Iron Throne. The blood of old Valyria. The father of dragons. The murmurs grew louder, spreading like wildfire among the soldiers. Loras didn't look convinced but didn't dismiss it outright, either. Smart man. Now, I said, leaning forward slightly. Shall we continue this conversation in your lord's castle? I'd rather talk with your grandmother. Or do you plan to let your men embarrass themselves further? Chapter 32. House Tyrell doesn't want a beggar king. The sunlight slipped through carved shutters, bathing the dressing room's polished floor in soft morning gold. Within that glow stood Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, perched on a cushioned stool before a mirror that captured every fine line and frown. A handmaiden hovered over her shoulder, brush in one hand, a delicate container of pigments in the other. The girl's fingers trembled slightly, no doubt from the old woman's impatient sighs. Do hurry, Olenna said, her tone dry and precise. I've no intention of spending the entire forenoon having my face dabbed like a canvas. Bald Tarly hates waiting, or so they say, and the gods know I won't keep a man with such a brilliant head of non-existent hair lingering in my halls. The handmaiden swallowed and worked faster, dabbing color along Olenna's cheekbones, smoothing out the subtle shadows under her sharp eyes. Olenna watched the girl's reflection, taking a mild satisfaction in the renewed urgency of her efforts. It was amusing how the mere mention of a perpetually irritable lord could spur a servant's hands. With a final dust of powder, the handmaiden stepped back. Olenna reached up and adjusted a strand of silver hair beneath her headdress. Not bad, she decided. The face staring back at her was dignified, cunning, and gave nothing away. Exactly what she required for her meeting with Tarly, though now that the morning's routine had ended, perhaps she could finally escape this little chamber. She stood, ready to leave, when the door swung wide without warning. Olenna's lips pressed into a thin line. The handmaiden squeaked and backed away. In strode Loras Tyrell. No knocking, no heralding voice, just the scrape of hinges and his urgent footsteps. Olenna clicked her tongue and turned, her spine straight, her chin lifted. "Where are your manners, boy?" she said sharply, casting a cool glance at her grandson. "Has Highgarden stopped teaching courtesy to its own knights? I could have been quite indecent, you know." Loras halted mid-step, cheeks coloring slightly. "Grandmother," he murmured, bowing his head. "I'm sorry, it's urgent." Olenna folded her hands over her embroidered gown, letting the silence weigh on him. Loras hesitated. Odd for him, this golden rose of the family, usually so swift with confidence. It made Olenna's eyebrows lift with mild curiosity. At last, he found his voice. I brought home a Targaryen." A beat of stillness met his words. Olenna's first instinct was to bark a laugh, but instead, her lips simply tightened. "What?" she said, short and crisp. Loras's Adam's apple bobbed. "Viserys Targaryen, the so-called beggar king. He arrived at our gates not an hour past. He killed 2 of our knights, just like that, and demands an audience with you." The Red Priestess, Kinvara, the High Priestess of the Faith of Light, is with him, lending her support. Olenna's eyes narrowed. The handmaiden, still present, looked ready to faint. Olenna waved her off with a curt gesture. The girl slipped out, relieved to escape this charged atmosphere. "How lovely," Olenna said, voice dripping with sarcasm. "We have a beggar king at our doorstep, painting the stones red with our own men's blood. My first thought would be to tie him up and gift him to King Joffrey. At least that boy would see us in a kindly light for a day." But, her voice trailed off. Kinvara. The name drifted through her mind like an unsettling rumor. Everyone worth a dime heard of that woman's influence overseas. A meddler, a mystic, someone not easily dismissed. A Red Priestess was seen hanging around Stannis, too. Marjorie had seen that woman with her own eyes before, and despite that, Olenna didn't feel the urge to throw this Kinvara into the dungeons. Kinvara was far more influential than some random Red Priestess. Olenna inhaled, then exhaled slowly. "But perhaps not," she concluded. "A Targaryen prince is one thing. Add a priestess of note, and it complicates matters. We must be careful." She waved a hand. "Loras, deploy knights all across the estate. Double our guard. If these 2 intend treachery, I want them caged before they can blink. As for Lord Tarly, cancel my meeting. The bald buzzard can sit in his hall and crow for a while longer. I've more pressing feathers to pluck." Her grandson nodded, relief and tension warring on his face. He turned to go, and Olenna eyed him sternly. "And next time, dear boy, try knocking first. My heart's too old for surprises." "Yes, grandmother," Loras said, subdued. He left, the door closing behind him. The Queen of Thorns stood alone in the quiet dressing room. Her reflection awaited her in the mirror, unchanged, except now, Olenna's eyes glinted sharper. She would meet this fallen dragon, see what fire he tried to breathe in her gardens, and if he dared show arrogance, she'd remind him that roses had thorns for good reason. She stepped to the door and opened it. Time to greet these visitors. I settled onto a rose-patterned sofa, my back straight and my expression composed, though my pulse thrummed with anticipation. I had to admit I was a little nervous. Across from me, Olenna Tyrell lowered herself into her seat with a poised elegance that betrayed the sharpness in her gaze. Behind her, Loras Tyrell stood watchful, his posture taut, while off to one side stood Garland Tyrell, arms crossed and sizing me up with quiet intensity. Garland was a book character who was said to be even stronger than Loras. I didn't know much about him, but he was certainly dangerous. At my side, Kinvara remained as calm and still as a statue. The crimson hue of her robes vividly contrasted with the muted greens and golds of Highgarden's decor. I cleared my throat, ready to speak, but Olenna spoke first, her tone clipped. "You have my attention, boy. I do hope you're not going to waste my time." Rude and snarky, just as I remember. I inclined my head and said, "Lady Olenna, I've come seeking the support of your house." My voice sounded steadier than I felt. The Tyrells command respect and power, and she cut me off with a short laugh, tapping a cane that rested beside her. "Support from Highgarden." She lifted a brow. "If that's what you're after, you should be talking to my son, Mace Tyrell. He's the lord of this house if you didn't know. Except he's off hunting, and it might be weeks before he returns. You've unfortunately missed the man who could give you what you want. If that's it, we can end this meeting. Trust me, I have far more important things to do than to entertain a beggar king." I let a small smile show on my lips. "Perhaps," I said, "but I know where the true strength of House Tyrell resides, and I don't believe I've missed my mark at all." "I've received Dorne's support already," I said, slipping a hand into empty air. "You can confirm it through this letter." I pulled out a letter and reached out. Olenna's eyelids twitched at the display. Loras's stance behind her grew more protective, and I noticed Garland shift his weight as if measuring the distance between us. Kinvara said nothing, allowing me to lead this dance of words. She waved a dismissive hand, taking the letter and opening it. She only gave it a look and scoffed. "Oh, that's Prince Doran's writing for sure." She looked at Kinvara. She stayed silent for a bit and then hummed. "Dorne supports you, and so does the first priestess. The letter says you also have a few sellswords, second sons, was it? You're preparing well." Her tone dripped with sarcasm and skepticism. "But I don't think even your brother, Rager, could have taken the throne back with this little support. It'd be suicide to support someone with your reputation," and here I thought Prince Doran was a smart man. I shrugged. "I'm sure you've also heard whispers that my sister is stirring trouble in Karth with her dragons, busy gathering an army for me." Sounds like a traveling bard's fancy tale. The woman didn't trust a word from my mouth. I felt a stir of pride and a flicker of annoyance. Kinvara came to my support, smiling as she spoke. "Not a fancy tale, my lady. As you read, Dorne's backing is real, and my faith of light endorses his claim, as do I myself. Yes, his sister Daenerys has made herself known in Karth. She's no rumor. She's walked through fire, raised dragons from stone eggs, and is forging a loyal force. These are not empty boasts." Olenna shrugged, looking utterly unimpressed. "Sounds to me his sister is more suitable for the throne with these dragons of hers." She chuckled, and behind her, her grandsons also laughed. They didn't believe in dragons, and my brags came off as incompetence. I was starting to see why the Dornish hated the Reachmen. They could get under one's skin, and even though their words were valid, the way they spoke to them was annoying. She continued, looking at me. "All right, fine. Suppose I handed you the Iron Throne on a platter, somehow cutting through Lannisters, Baratheons, and all the Vipers. You're still a beggar king. A claimant who lost his crown before he ever wore it. Tell me, how do you plan to hold the Seven Kingdoms against the tide of challengers who'd rush in once they smell weakness?" That was a good point. Holding the throne would be more troublesome than taking it, I think. But I kept my face neutral. "Your caution is understandable, and I have something to convince you," I said. "But I wonder, Lady Olenna, how many sets of ears overhears this conversation? Are we sure this room is safe? I'd hate to have delicate truths carried beyond these walls by less than loyal tongues." Her eyes narrowed, and I sensed a shift in the air. "Are you questioning the loyalty of my people?" she asked, voice soft but threatening. I held her gaze and let a moment stretch. "I question whether you can be absolutely certain that no rumor could slip through. I'm not here to insult your household, only to emphasize that some matters deserve a more secure setting." Olenna's knuckles whitened slightly on her cane. The silence grew heavy. Finally, she gave the barest nod. "Very well," she said curtly. "We'll find a place where no ears lurk behind curtains. Really curious what you plan to show me. By the way, My grandsons can kill you before you can blink. Keep that in mind, arrogant hag, I chuckled as Garland helped her to her feet, and Loras gestured sharply for us to follow. We left that chamber behind and ventured deeper into Highgarden's castle. Corridors morphed into more private branches, and we passed through a heavy door that closed with a firm thud behind us. The chamber we entered had a vaulted ceiling and a hush that felt ancient. Dust motes swirled in the filtered light, and the tension was nearly tangible. Olenna stood before me again, cane in hand, Loras and Garland close at her flanks, while Kinvara remained at my side. We're alone, she said. No prying eyes, no loose tongues. You wanted privacy. Now you have it. Go on, tell me. There's nothing to tell, I said. If you're wasting my time, Targaryen boy, I promise you I won't be amused. I didn't bother with more words. Instead, I snapped my fingers, feeling a quiet surge of power. The air beside me wavered as if reality itself had grown thin. It split with a soft crack, and in that instant, my dragon lunged forth. I felt like I'd done this a few times by now, but no matter, it still felt as impactful as the first time. Heat and the scent of char mingled with shock. Loras tried to yank out his sword, but a roar deafened the area. The two knights froze as the sight of a living, breathing dragon halted them mid-motion. Garland's eyes were wide in disbelief, and even Olenna flinched. Her pupils narrowed, and her lips parted as she took in the creature's gleaming scales, its wings half-furled in the confined space. Viserion growled, staring at the three of them as flames crackled out of her nostrils. She bared her teeth, and the whole chamber trembled. They're my friends, I said, raising a hand, stay calm. For a long heartbeat, no one spoke. The dragon let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the stone floor. Good girl, I reached out a hand and patted Viserion's head. She grumbled but did not bite me. Then, I looked at the hag, Lady Olenna, as you can see. I have a dragon of my own. And this one's bigger, stronger, and smarter than the ones my sister has. Is this enough to convince you? Olenna's chest rose and fell in silence. Her knuckles no longer pressed into her cane. They relaxed, and slowly, a grin spread across her face, acknowledging power, audacity, and opportunity. I watched that grin form and understood that I had, at last, peeled back her skepticism. Chapter 33. A Dragon and a Rose. Marjorie Tyrell sat by the window, knees drawn tight against her chest, the scent of blooming roses drifting faintly through the open shutters. Beyond the carved frame of latticework, the Mander River slid along its course, sunlight flickering on the gentle currents. A scattering of willow trees bowed their slender branches toward the water's surface, their leaves swaying in a hush of green and gold. Beyond them, the patchwork fields of the reach spread wide and peaceful as if the troubles of the realm could not quite breach this pocket of beauty. Yet Marjorie felt every ounce of turmoil pressing down on her shoulders. She should have been queen by now. The thought burned behind her eyes as she rested her chin on her folded arms. It was not the best marriage. Her husband liked men, and not just any men, but her brothers. But it was a marriage through which she would have been queen. Now here she was, sitting as the ornament of a decaying alliance, left behind after Renly's death. Her prospects had seemed so bright once. Renly's court, the promises, the pageantry. All gone now, vanished like morning mist when the sun rose too quickly. Marjorie tightened her grip, her nails lightly digging into the rich fabric of her gown. She didn't believe that Brienne of Tarth had killed Renly. Brienne had adored him and would have willingly died for him, not snuffed out his life. No, the culprit must have been Stannis Baratheon, that humorless stag who, if Brienne's fleeing words were true, deployed sorceries far beyond mortal ken. Likely through that foreign priestess Melisandre, so unsettling with her red robes and secretive smiles. Red priestesses. They seemed to be crawling out of the cracks these days. Marjorie's brows furrowed as she remembered another who she'd encountered in Storm's End. Was her name Nyra? She recalled. Nyra was more beautiful than Melisandre. Marjorie recalled her traveling with that SOC bodyguard and those Dornish sand snakes. Were they connected somehow? Well, of course, they served the same religion, but were they working together? Were these priestesses part of some larger picture she couldn't see? Would Renly have not died if they had captured Nyra that day? It was maddening how few answers she had. She was well educated and clever, she prided herself on it. Yet here she was, a mere piece on a game board that shifted too quickly for her to follow. Dragons supposedly long dead were now rumored to live again, and dark magic walked the world. Mages, real mages, stirred in the shadows, and noble houses toppled under the weight of betrayals and broken oaths. Renly's death had unraveled so much. His supporters, those who once cheered and flourished under his banners, had scattered like startled birds. Many had bent the knee to Stannis now that Renly's cause crumbled. But House Tyrell stood in a precarious position. Margaery hated it. Her engagement to Renly had been a strategic link, but Stannis already had a wife and no appetite for romantic entanglements. He was as rigid as the steel in the swords he commanded. No easy path lay open for Margaery to seduce the stag and secure her family's station. Her station. She was once supposed to be a queen, but now her family was busy trying to ensure that the vassal lords weren't mad. She sighed again, a weary exhalation that fogged the air before her. Winter was coming. Outside, a breeze stirred the willow branches, scattering the sunlight into restless patterns on the wooden floor. Margaery's mind drifted with them, trying to piece together a future from the shards of what remained. A soft knock rapped at the door, pulling her from spiraling thoughts. Margaery blinked. What's this now? She'd asked that nobody disturb her, so this was important. She took a final look at the tranquil scene beyond the window, such a contrast to the turmoil roiling inside her, and then turned her head. Yes, young lady, came her handmaiden's voice, muffled yet polite through the thick oak. Lady Olenna is waiting for you, with very important guests. Margaery's heart gave a subtle twist. Important guests. Her grandmother didn't drop words like that lightly. Guests who warranted calling Margaery out of her brooding. She released her legs and stood, smoothing the creases from her gown. Already, her mind shifted into a more controlled persona, the gracious hostess, the poised noblewoman. If nothing else, Margaery Tyrell knew how to smile and charm, listen keenly, and navigate the twisting currents of politics. She inhaled, steadying herself. Yes, I'll be there soon, she called, her voice clear but calm. She ran her fingers through her hair, brushing away the lingering days of solitude. The new meeting room had none of the stiff formality of our earlier encounter. Gone were the cramped corners and suspicious glares. Instead, we'd settled into a spacious salon bedecked in the Tyrell style, warm greens and golds, floral tapestries on the walls, and plush sofas arranged in a gracious circle. The scent of fresh blossoms drifted in from the open windows framed by pale curtains. A low table between us offered trays of fruits and delicate pastries. How nice. It was as though the Tyrells had decided to host this discussion as a pleasant gathering rather than a political duel. How easy people are. Olenna Tyrell sat opposite me, her cane resting against a cushioned arm. Her posture was no less regal than before. Still, she indulged in small talk now, making witty remarks about the weather and the Reach's abundant harvest, occasionally tossing gentle jibes at her own absent son. Garland and Loras stood nearby, and their tensions were no more present, or at least they didn't show it anymore. They managed polite smiles and even a laugh or two when Olenna teased them. I maintained an easy grin and accepted their hospitality. At the same time, Kinvera sat by my side and occasionally joined the conversation. They asked light questions as if we were old friends catching up. They wanted to know how I had fared these past 17 years in exile, how I survived after Robert's rebellion, and what curiosities I encountered in Essos. They listened, feigning or perhaps feeling genuine interest in my stories of Illyrio's manse in Pentos, the half-forgotten markets I visited. They showed sympathy that was obviously fake toward my hardships when people mocked me, tricked me, and used my family legacy against me. I offered answers that were neat and measured. I spoke of hardship but never begged for sympathy. I hinted at resourcefulness rather than sorrow. A king couldn't appear to be weak. I painted myself as someone shaped by adversity into a sharper blade, not a broken tool. I saw that impressing them with my resilience mattered now. These people respected strength and cunning, not sob stories. Partway through a mild jest I made about SOC customs, a servant quietly opened the door to allow someone inside. I looked up. It was Margaery Tyrell. She slipped in with that effortless grace I'd seen in the TV show, poised like a dancer and lovely as promised. She looked a little less bright than what I'd last seen her in Storm's End, with visible bags under her eyes. The recent days mustn't have been kind to her. Her gown was the soft green of young leaves, her hair arranged in artful coils. Outside, birdsong drifted through the window, and the late afternoon sunlight softened the angles of her face, making her seem almost ethereal. Olenna's eyes gleamed, seeing me observe her. She waited until Marjorie was close enough to join our circle before turning to me with a smile entirely too pleased with itself. "Look at him," she said to her granddaughter, nodding toward me. "Viserys Targaryen, the one true king, and you're to be husband." Marjorie halted, and her eyes widened briefly before narrowing as she glanced from Olenna to me. I felt a prickle of surprise myself, and I spoke up before she had to. Lady Olenna, we didn't talk about this." "Oh, of course, we didn't," Olenna replied, brushing aside my protest with a wave of her hand. "This is a gift, a surprise. I'm sure you appreciate it. Look at her, she's beautiful." She turned her sharp gaze to Marjorie, who had not even acknowledged me at first, too busy gaping at her grandmother in astonishment. After a silent heartbeat, Marjorie finally met my eyes. I offered a polite smile, and she lowered her gaze as if flustered, though I suspected that her mind was whirring like clockwork gears beneath that charming exterior. I cleared my throat. "I understand what you mean, Lady Olenna. She is beautiful," I said slowly, shifting in my seat. Kinvara raised an eyebrow, her presence going a little more attentive now. Meanwhile, Garland and Loras exchanged quick looks, measuring the implications of this sudden betrothal claim. "See," Olenna said, triumphant. "So it's agreed. I give you my army and support, and you give me great-grandchildren. A proper heir to the throne. Sounds perfectly reasonable to me." I'd seen this coming, so I kept myself easily composed. I let a small chuckle escape. Anything too stiff might ruin this fragile rapport. "I'd be lucky to have such a beautiful wife, except there is one complication," I said. "Remember when I mentioned my alliance with Dorne?" Olenna's triumphant face soured slightly. "Oh, don't tell me you're engaged to Arianne Martell," she said, letting out a theatrical sigh. "No disrespect meant, but that girl's reputation is hardly pristine. You should have mentioned this before." I shook my head. "We're not engaged, no. But I have left that option open. The Martells have been very supportive. Given their position, it's wise not to discard that possibility out of hand." That was a lie. A Baron and Doran had chosen to support me while knowing Arianne hated me. It was only after that did I bed that girl. And I'd been clear to a Baron afterward that I likely wouldn't marry his niece, so he sent his daughters with me. So they wouldn't mind if I ended up not marrying Arianne. But this hag did not need to know any of that. Olenna's brows knitted. She tapped a finger on the sofa's arm, considering my words. "So if you were to be betrothed to Marjorie, you might lose favor with Dorne. You think you need them?" Her skepticism slipped into her tone, though she kept her voice measured. "The Tyrells are far stronger than the Martells. Why bother appeasing them?" I inclined my head, acknowledging her point. But Kinvara spoke in my stead. "I've had this talk with him before. You are powerful, yes. But a true king of the Seven Kingdoms must consider all the kingdoms. Dorne's exclusion would fracture the realm. It is a must." I nodded. "I need them included, at least for a time. And as you've kindly pointed out, Arianne's reputation is questionable, making Marjorie a far more suitable queen, once the right moment comes. If you know what I mean." I watched Olenna's eyes narrow thoughtfully. She understood the subtext. Publicly, I might not be able to declare Marjorie as my future queen until the dust settled. But privately, the promise lay there. If I captured the throne, if all went as planned, why would I choose a less fitting bride over the clever Rose before me? But at the same time, this woman was a cautious old Rosé. She might not accept it. It was really a 50-50 situation. She might not agree out of caution, out of spite to make the alliance solid, but she might also agree given she trusted her granddaughter a lot to seduce me to be loyal. Olenna herself had seduced her husband into marriage, and she seemed to see herself in her granddaughter. I was sure she felt confident enough in Marjorie to seduce the beggar king. So, I couldn't be sure what she'd choose. Olenna shifted her weight, and her unease was apparent in the slight creak of the sofa. "I don't like this limbo, I'll be honest with you," she said curtly. "But I do see the sense in your strategy, Prince. Dorne's cooperation strengthens your claim. But once you're secure on the throne, you won't forget the debt you owe Highgarden, will you? The Tyrells shan't be cheated out of what we've earned. When the time is ripe, Marjorie will have the position she deserves. I need your word that Marjorie will bear your heir." A fragile silence seemed to settle over the room. I kept my face as sincere as I could manage. "Heir. Good luck with that." I held back a smile. "It's still months till Stannis attack, and by then, not only will my dragon be large, but even I can choose whoever I want to have as my heir. In truth, once I held the throne, I'd have greater freedom to choose." Marjorie was not a bad option, but I didn't plan to rule for a single generation. A dragon owed no fealty to a rose. But that was a matter for the future. For now, yes, I said, locking the moment in place with a final nod. "You have my word." From the corner of my eye, I noticed Marjorie's posture relax by a fraction. Although she still looked confused, she trusted her grandmother a lot. Kinvera's gaze flicked between us, calm as ever. Meanwhile, Garland and Loras observed quietly, their expressions more guarded than before but not openly hostile. Lady Olenna smiled. Chapter 34. Flowers of Highgarden. The sun hung lower now, its golden light filtering softly through the tall windows of the meeting room, casting long patterns across the polished floor. Olenna Tyrell remained seated in her cushioned chair, her sharp gaze unwavering as it swept over me, Kinvera, and finally, her granddaughter. Marjorie stood poised beside her, the glow of the fading sun catching in her hair, though her expression seemed slightly distant, as if she'd been thrown into deep waters without warning. "Well," Olenna broke the silence with a crisp clap of her hands, "I suppose we've had enough of sitting and staring like statues. Viserys, dear, you've had quite the day, haven't you? It's time for a little tour of Highgarden. My granddaughter will show you around, and after that," she gave me a meaningful look, "you should rest, clean yourself up, and we'll meet again for dinner. My son, Mace, should return tomorrow, though I dare say his presence will change little of importance." I inclined my head, a polite smile masking the thought that came unbidden. Although the real head of the Tyrells is still Olenna, it's good to have Mace Tyrell present. There were benefits to formalities, even when everyone knew who held the reins. Marjorie's smile appeared. It was polished and warm but perhaps a little too tight around the edges. She'd need to train that better. "Of course, grandmother," she said, her voice honeyed as always. Then, after a brief hesitation, she turned her gaze toward Olenna. "But may I speak with you privately first? I need a moment." Olenna's thin lips curled upward ever so slightly, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of amusement. "Oh dear," she murmured, glancing toward me with a knowing arch of her brow. "I imagine she's still adjusting to my little surprise earlier. I do hope you understand, Prince. Such proposals can be a bit much when they're dropped like a stone into a pond. Especially since her previous marriage ended so poorly." "I understand," I replied smoothly, though I wondered just what Marjorie wished to discuss. Olenna didn't wait for further comment, already turning her attention to her grandsons. "Well then," she said, her gaze shifting briefly to Loras before flitting past him like a breeze and landing firmly on Garland. "Garland, dear, would you be so kind as to escort your brother-in-law for the time being? Show them the finer sights of our palace. Our roses are always worth the admiration, after all." Loras stiffened faintly but said nothing. Garland, who was far more composed and far less dramatic than his younger brother, offered a polite nod. "It would be my pleasure, grandmother." Olenna waved a hand, already dismissing the matter. "Wonderful. Go on, then. I won't keep the prince waiting longer than I must." Kinvera rose gracefully from her seat, crimson robes flowing like molten silk behind her, still wearing her calm smile. "Then I'll see you later, Lady Olenna," she said. I also stood, offering Marjorie a small nod before following Garland toward the door. The last I saw of Olenna was how she leaned toward Marjorie, her eyes glinting with quiet mischief as she whispered something low. Whatever the words were, they made Marjorie's expression shift, surprise flickering briefly across her face. The heavy wooden door closed behind us with a quiet thud, leaving Olenna and Marjorie in their private world. "And without food, even the greatest army becomes little more than a starving mob," Garland said, his voice steady and thoughtful. "Swords win battles, but grain wins wars, Prince Viserys. At least, That's what my father always says, even when others scoff at him for worrying too much about harvests. Smart man, I nodded, considering his words as we walked through the sprawling halls of Highgarden. Garland Tyrell wasn't just a knight with a steady hand, he was pragmatic, a rare quality in a world where most knights equated power with swords alone. He spoke like someone who understood the true weight of leadership, a strength that contrasted sharply with Loras's brash pride. I'm glad you see the vision, he replied. Well, of course, because you're not wrong, I replied, glancing at him. Armies march on their stomachs. Many men with crowns forget that until it's too late. Kinvera, walking beside me, chimed in with her calm voice. A starving army becomes a desperate one. And desperation, that can kill even kings. She looked at Garland with faint approval. It seems the Reach has wise men among its sons. Garland smiled faintly at that, a humble tilt of his head. I try to see what others miss, my lady. Before the conversation could deepen, soft footfalls echoed through the corridor, and we turned to see Marjorie approaching. Her earlier uncertainty seemed to have melted away, replaced with a poise that A-class actresses showed back on Earth. She wore a bright, practiced smile that could disarm kings and charm courtiers, though I wondered how much of it was genuine. Prince Viserys, she greeted, dipping her head in a graceful nod. Her gaze shifted to Kinvera, warm but pointed. And Lady Kinvera, always a pleasure. Apologies for my delay, but I'll show you around now, Prince. Her tone was cheerful, then she looked at Kinvera and added, My lady, I've prepared a warm bath for you already. I thought you might want to take some time to refresh yourself after such a long journey. Kinvera's lips curled ever so slightly, clearly reading the intent, but she bowed her head with a placid smile. You're very thoughtful, Lady Marjorie. I'll take your advice, then. Prince Viserys, enjoy the tour. She gave me a quick glance, her knowing look saying play the game well. Of course, I replied, watching as Kinvera glided off with a servant who had appeared just in time. The Tyrell's efficiency in these small details was amusing. Marjorie turned back to me, her expression bright as ever. Shall we, Your Grace? Lead the way, I said smoothly. She turned, and I followed her as she led me deeper into Highgarden. The halls were wide and filled with sunlight. They were lined with tapestries of emerald and gold depicting scenes of blooming roses, flowing rivers, and great battles fought under verdant banners. Each step echoed faintly on the polished stone as Marjorie explained the palace's history with effortless charm. The gardens here, she gestured lightly as we passed an arched window that revealed a sea of colors below, were designed by my great-grandmother. Every flower was carefully chosen to reflect the Reach's abundance and beauty. I let her words wash over me, taking in the sights she pointed out, a marble statue of Garth Greenhand, carved so finely it seemed to breathe, murals depicting the Tyrell's rise after the fall of House Gardener, and frescoes of fertile fields stretching into endless horizons. These stories serve as reminders, she continued, her voice melodic, that the Reach is not just land, it's life itself. Our crops feed Westeros, our flowers bloom long after winter comes for the rest. Her words, though elegantly spoken, carried an undercurrent of pride. Not arrogance, just facts. I wasn't lying when I agreed with Garland's point about food. I admired that this girl knew her strength. She understood her family's power, one who wouldn't hesitate to wield it in the name of ambition. We stopped near a grand window with an arched frame taller than us. The view stretched out far beyond the walls of Highgarden. It was a mosaic of green fields dotted with villages, their neat lines of crops stretching to the banks of the Mander River. The water gleamed beneath the sinking sun, its reflection rippling like liquid gold. Marjorie's tone shifted, softening. I must say, Prince Viserys, I am surprised by you. I glanced at her, an eyebrow arching faintly. Oh, what part? I've just been listening. Didn't even say anything profound, I joked, making her laugh. She hesitated, her hands delicately resting on the stone ledge. Well, you seem so determined, so certain of your path. It's refreshing to see. Her voice dropped slightly, more candid now. And since we're speaking honestly, I must assure you, Renly and I, her gaze remained fixed on the fields below, and then she looked at my eyes. Our marriage was never consummated. I blinked, feigning surprise as if that couldn't be. No way, I said, adding disbelief in my voice. How could a man hold back from a beauty like you? A small laugh slipped past her lips. Sweet words, but the explanation is quite simple. Because, Your Grace, you've been in Essos too long. You wouldn't know that Renly preferred the company of men. You can ask around. People know. That, I had known, of course. Hearing it from her lips made it more amusing. She was degrading her ex-husband before me in an attempt to appear more likable. How cute. Rather than replying, I stepped closer, closing the distance between us. Gently, I reached out and took her by the waist, pulling her just enough that our bodies nearly touched. Well, I said, my voice low, for your knowledge, and I think you'll prefer knowing this, I am perfectly interested in women. Marjorie tilted her head, her hands pressing lightly against my chest in the gentlest protest. Her smile remained, though there was a glimmer of calculation in her eyes. That, I'm sure of, she replied softly. I suppose I'll be happy in that regard, but only why, after marriage tilde. With that, she pushed herself back ever so slightly, slipping free of my hold like a dancer stepping out of rhythm. I smirked faintly, holding back the instinct to raise a curious eyebrow. Her attempts are adorable, would have worked on a different Viserys. Since she'd talked with Olenna earlier, I'd expected her to try to ensnare me, to weave her charms like a net. Instead, she was doing withdrawal play, playing coy, dangling the bait just out of reach. It was a clever tactic that would have worked on the rumored Viserys. A pity, but we're all religious people here, I understand, I said, making her smile. Her expression softened again, and for the first time, there was something resembling genuine curiosity in her voice. Prince Viserys, I heard about your dragon earlier from grandmother. Is it true? She told me not to approach this topic as you might be offended by my doubts, but I think you're an easygoing man, so I'm asking. Do you really have one? I revealed a slow smile. She wanted to see my power, to glimpse the living myth that set me apart. Instead, I leaned closer and whispered, after marriage. Her smile faltered momentarily, her lips parting in surprise, and then she quickly composed herself, giggling. Well played. Chapter 35. Let's feast after we take the throne. I stepped into the meeting room bathed in the early light of a new day, where the scent of fresh polish and floral arrangements lingered. The Tyrells had prepared well, as always. Mace Tyrell stood by the tall windows, broad-bellied and broad-smiled, glancing over his shoulder at my approach. His mother, Olenna, occupied the same cushioned chair as yesterday, her cane resting within easy reach. Garland Tyrell stood to one side, calm and attentive, as he nodded at me. Marjorie and Loras were absent. Their presence was not required for this more private talk. Kinvara stood at my side, red robes following behind her. I nodded politely. Lord Mace, I said, measuring my words. You look healthy and happy, I'm glad. I trust you had a successful hunt. Mace turned fully, chuckling as he quickly approached me and pulled me into a hug. Oh, quite. A few boars, some pheasants. Good sport, if a bit too easy. His hearty laugh reverberated off the high ceiling. Though I must admit, I never expected to return to such good news. Although I'd missed all the excitement, my mother has told me enough to know we've much to discuss. That she must have, I don't doubt, I said. Oh, Prince Viserys, you look so much like your legendary brother. Prince Rhaegar, such a strong and fine man. Unfortunately, it seems his title of Last Dragon was a false tale as I stand before you. You'd surely surpass his glory in no time. Prince, you have no idea how angry I was when Robert took the throne. How heartbroken I was to hear how you and your sister were forced to flee. Such a pitiful story, the man said, trying a bit too hard to appear friendly and kind. I just accepted it with a smile. Olenna's eyes sparkled with amusement as she hid her annoyance at her son's sugary words. He didn't seem to realize how easily he was seen through by everyone. Mace's eyes turned to Kinvara. It's been some time, Lady Kinvara, she said softly. Do you recall meeting me in Volantis, years ago? Kinvara's eyes lit with recognition as she stepped forward. Ah, yes, my lord. The Red Temple affair, if I'm not mistaken. I never thought I'd see you again, and certainly not like this. I hope the years have been kind to you. He chuckled. They have, my lady. And now, here we are, at another crossroads. Mace rubbed his hands together, his mood jovial but gaining some focus. But as excited as I feel, I can't afford to waste any of our time. Let's discuss the important matters, shall we? I nodded and took a seat with Kinvara by my side. Mace Tyrell sat beside his mother. Some servants brought fruits and drinks, and I sipped some juice as he spoke. Firstly, I have no quarrel with my mother's decisions, Prince Viserys. Far from it. I'm glad. If she thinks supporting your cause is wise, I believe her. She's the wisest woman I know. I agree on that. I nodded at Olenna. Although I'd argue that Kinvara was smarter than her, Olenna was more dangerous. So far, Kinvara was an ally, Olenna could never be. Her granddaughter's happiness was also a large priority to her, even if our family names were allies. I'm glad. But let's not mince words. The realm stands on a knife's edge. You want to take what's yours, but 4 kings stand in your way. Joffrey Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon, namely. King's Landing will soon be attacked from what I know, and amid this all, you're planning to take the throne. How? All I see is chaos. Let's get into the intricate matters. I nodded and opened my mouth. We spoke quietly for a time. Names of Bannerman, Stannis's rumored strategy, the state of King's Landing's granaries and walls, and, more importantly, the foolishness of Joffrey Baratheon. I gave them just enough to understand my position without laying my entire play bare. Because while I needed their support, they didn't need to know all my cards. Unlike what I'd concluded before, Lord Mace wasn't useless. Olenna Tyrell surely was more valuable than him, but she couldn't plan a war with me. He could. Even if he was fat and slow, he still had experience that I didn't. It was a good talk, and we soon had a strategy to follow. In that case, he reached out a hand. Let's feast after we take the throne. I accepted his hand and smiled brightly. The alliance had solidified with Lord Tyrell's words. Everything was ready, and now, we just had to wait till the Battle of Blackwater. After the lengthy talk, I began to stroll through the gardens. I wasn't alone. Granny Tyrell was on my arm as if we were grandmother and grandson strolling through a summer afternoon. It wasn't hard to believe her sweet act given the face of Diana Rigg, and it wasn't fully an act either. She was being sweet to her to-be grandson-in-law. What was wrong with it? The midday sun had climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the manicured hedges and bright petals that bobbed in the gentle breeze. The fragrance of roses and herbs drifted around us, discreet servants keeping a tactful distance as we chatted about lighter stuff. But Olenna Tyrell had better stuff to do than talk about the smells of her garden with me, and as I'd expected, she soon moved to the thing she wanted. "My dear prince," Olenna began, her tone almost affectionate, "I'm glad the planning went well, but public perception matters. You want to announce my presence here. I was thinking of that, yes. We can't simply whisper alliances in dark rooms and expect the lords of Westeros to understand. This game doesn't work like that, and you need to show your face at least. A small gathering, a garden party, let's say. Something to show the world that House Tyrell isn't supporting a ghost but the legitimate Targaryen heir. No betrothal will be announced there. Yet, don't worry, but a favorable understanding will soothe troubled minds. What do you say?" I cast her a sidelong glance. It was a good idea for both of us. They'd be able to imply marriage through it, but at the same time, they wouldn't be able to back off their support after such a show. Well, they could, but it'd be more troublesome. At the same time, it'd mean the entire realm would know about me. That Viserys Targaryen was in Westeros, but, once again, that was not a bad thing. "I can work with that," I said, "but let's not invite Kinvara, and nobody should know that there's a Red Priestess here." "Why?" She raised an eyebrow. "You don't trust her." "I do. It's not because of trust. It's because we have to return to King's Landing after this, and it'd be suspicious too. People that when the Red Priestess in King's Landing vanished for a few weeks, another Red Priestess was seen in the Reach supporting a Targaryen." "Fair, I can agree to that." She nodded, her grip on my arm surprisingly firm. "We Tyrells excel at delicate displays, Prince. Since you're on board, there will be a feast tomorrow, and a few select lords will be invited." She pondered, "and, to captivate them, a little spectacle, perhaps a friendly duel in the training yard. What do you say?" "Interesting." "Why?" "Well, let them see your prowess. Although a king doesn't have to be a great fighter in my book, these men are different. And if they witness your skill firsthand, they'll think twice before doubting you. I allowed a small smile. A duel? With whom? Olenna's eyes danced. Oh, how about Loras? Handsome and beloved, a famous knight. It'll entertain them, and a well-managed outcome won't harm anyone's pride. I raised an eyebrow. You want your grandson to lose hard in front of so many lords. I tutted softly. He might not thank you for that. Her laugh was low and wry. Oh, he won't lose to you in a real battle. That's why we'll arrange a draw. He'll hold back, and you won't be embarrassed too harshly. I tilted my head, meeting her cunning gaze. I think you underestimate my strength, my lady. Maybe it'll help change your mindset, too, if I do well in the duel. Perhaps choose someone else. I wouldn't want to cast a shadow on your family's golden knight with a genuine contest. Olenna scoffed lightly, a sound mingling affection and challenge. How confident. But I heard you're a part of the Second Sons now, skillful sellswords. So I suppose you might have some skills. Very well, I'll choose another worthy opponent. I look forward to your performance, Prince. I offered a slight nod, my smile not faltering. Together we continued walking through the lush greenery, scents of jasmine and rose lingering in the warm air. Chapter 36. Garden Party of Highgarden. The hall brimmed with color and murmured tension. Lords and ladies of the Reach mingled under the evening sky, surrounded by a flower garden, where late afternoon light slanted across polished floors. Long tables bore polished silver goblets and platters of ripe fruits, fine cheeses, and honeyed pastries. Small folk servants, dressed in discreet shades of green and gold, moved quietly through the crowd, refilling cups and offering plates. Every corner was alive with low laughter and the muted clink of cups meeting in cautious toasts. The people gathered here were no small names, they were big shots of the Reach. Lord Paxter Redwyn stood with his sons near a table piled high with grapes, and Lord Mathis Rowan leaned in close to Lord Owen Oakhart, their brows knitting as they spoke in hushed tones. Lord Baylor Hightower and Lord Randall Tarley, both known for stern discipline and unwavering loyalty, hovered at one end of the room, discussing recent levy counts and the health of the harvest. Beesbury, Mulendor, Florent, lesser names but still weighted with history in this land of fields, drifted in and out of small clusters. They were forging quiet alliances or seeking reassurances. At the center of it all, Lord Mace Tyrell smiled broadly but listened more than he spoke. His wife, Alary Tyrell, was with him. They were surrounded by soft laughter and polite nods, yet there was an undercurrent of dissatisfaction that he could almost taste from these lords, as if they weren't quite happy to gather here. Garland and Loras were also present, the former with his wife, Lady Leonette. They entrained the guests, keeping things fun. Willis Tyrell, the heir of Highgarden, sat among some of the lords. He'd been away from home till today, and was sitting due to his injury, while his pet falcon sat on his shoulders. The beginning of the garden party went without an issue, but time revealed his suspicions to be true. Lord Mace, Randall Tarley approached him, a goblet of wine in one hand and a narrowed look in his eyes. Lord Tarley. Mace looked at him curiously. I have an issue, he said. The bald man's reputation as a formidable warrior and an uncompromising lord preceded him, and he wasted no time on pleasantries. I thought Lady Olenna was going to come visit me yesterday. I waited all day, and then a raven notified me otherwise. Then, I received a sudden invitation to this banquet. I'll admit, I hesitated to accept at first, it seems insulting, but here I am. My wife pushed me, yet I don't see Lady Olenna. Is she avoiding us? A hush rippled outward from this confrontation. It was light, but enough that a few lords who had been distracted by their conversations turned discreetly to listen. The Tyrells' recent shift in allegiance, supporting the late King Renly against the crown, had left many of these men wanting answers. They hadn't questioned it before, but after Renly's death it grew into a problem. They knew where the true power in Highgarden lay, and it was not solely in Mace's broad shoulders. Olenna Tyrell's absence at such a gathering stirred annoyance after such enormous events had been going on in the realm. Mace Tyrell cleared his throat, his smile faltering at the edges. I assure you, Lord Randall, my mother is, he began, but before he could say more, the sound of slow footsteps drew all eyes toward the entrance of the garden. Lady Olenna Tyrell made her entrance with measured steps, being accompanied by Marjorie, leaning lightly on her cane, yet losing none of her commanding presence. Marjorie revealed a smile at the lords as they approached. Olenna wore a gown of deep green and gold, the Tyrell rose subtly embroidered along the hem. Her sharp eyes surveyed the room without hurry, taking note of each face that turned to her. The earlier dissatisfaction seemed to vanish in thin air in her presence. Nobody in the Reach dared to offend her. "Good lords," she said, voice warm and precise, cutting through the garden's buzz. "I realize how confused you must be recently, and I'm pleased you all accepted our invitation despite that. As for those houses that chose to ignore this invitation, I'll see to them," she smiled. It was cold. "My apologies, let's waste time on this. The truth is, I have something significant to share with you today." She took everyone's expression, as they exchanged glances before she added, "Something that will shape the future of the Reach, and perhaps all of Westeros." An expectant hush fell. Randall Tarley's frown deepened, but he waited, watching her carefully. Olenna swept her gaze across the assembly, savoring the attention. Then she made a small gesture toward the side door, and a figure stepped forward. He was clad in finely tailored garments that bore subtle hints of Targaryen heraldry, a rich black doublet worked with crimson thread, wearing a princely smile, a cape trailing behind his tall shoulders. His silver blonde hair caught the fading daylight, and he moved with quiet assurance. Lady Olenna lifted her chin proudly. "Lords of the Reach," she said, "allow me to present to you the rightful king, Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm." She smiled. "A king who returned to these shores from Essos, with allies and promises that warrant your ears, your respect, and your swords." A stunned silence settled in, while Margaery made sure to smile at Viserys. He returned it. Goblets hovered in midair, words died on tongues. Many had heard rumors, whispers on the wind, thanks to the incident where he killed 2 knights. But seeing him here, in the heart of Highgarden under the Queen of Thorns' wings, made it real in a way that sent chills through every spine. For one beat of a heart, no one moved. Then the lords began to exchange hurried glances, questions smoldering in their eyes. Olenna allowed herself the smallest of smiles, pleased by the impact. I stood before them, the lords of the Reach, gathered beneath the fading daylight that slanted through the clouds. Their eyes, some wide with astonishment, others narrowed with curiosity, rested on me. Old Olenna's announcement had stunned them into silence. Now it was my turn to take the stage. A few lords whispered anxiously near Mace Tyrell, hushed words I could not fully catch. Instead of straining to listen, I focused on Randall Tarley as he was the nearest. He stood somewhat apart, his arms at his sides, jaw set in a line. A formidable man by reputation, he had once struck fear into Robert Baratheon's ranks during the rebellion. He was the only man who Robert had experienced defeat to. I gave him a nod and a smile as if greeting an old ally. "Lord Randall," I said, my voice carrying just enough warmth. "I've heard of your valor in battle, the time you bested Robert's forces. A remarkable feat. I was young back then, no older than 5, but I felt hope when I heard that story. Many tales reach my ears, but that one I believe. I'm glad to see you still hale and strong." He hesitated, the muscles in his neck working as he weighed his response. The Tarleys had served Targaryens loyally in the past, and I sensed a spark of recognition flicker behind his stern gaze. In the show, he'd gone against his established character and defied Dany. I was curious if he'd act the same in this real world. Our gazes locked. I kept smiling. Slowly, as if drawn by old oaths and ancient loyalties, he bent his knee. "Your Grace," he said at last, voice steady if subdued. "Your Grace." A young voice followed suit, and I recognized him as Dickon Tarley, Randall's son. The small knot of uncertainty in my chest loosened. One by one, other lords began to kneel, some quickly, others slower, grudgingly perhaps. Not all bent at first, but a single pointed look from Olenna Tyrell, standing beside me with her cane, reminded them of their place in the Reach. It was her land they ruled beneath her patronage. Defiance would not be wise. With reluctance, the last dissenters knelt, and a quiet hush settled. I gestured for them to rise, spreading my hands in a conciliatory manner. "I see quite the hesitation here." Many stiffened, but I just smiled. "My lords, I know you've heard many rumors about me, some that paint me as weak, mad, or unfit. Lies spread by those who fear a Targaryen's return, and some by myself, to stay in hiding. It's shameful, really, but it was the best choice at that time. I was a kid. I also had a little sister to take care of. I didn't want to appear dangerous. Assassins are everywhere, but I've decided that I won't hide anymore. That's why I'm here. I understand your caution. You've seen 5 kings vie for thrones, and now I appear to claim it too. Perhaps you doubt my strength or worthiness. Some exchanged glances, others looked away, still uncertain. I let them hold their doubts for a moment, then continued. I am not here to beg your favor with empty words. I will show you my mettle, my skill, and let you judge whether I am the Targaryen this realm deserves. From a servant's hand, a spear arced through the air, and I caught it easily. Its shaft felt sturdy in my grip, reassuring. I turned, raising an eyebrow. Of course, a single battle isn't enough to show worthiness, but I want to at least disprove some of the rumors. Now, who among you would test my prowess? I said, and nobody moved. What? I didn't know the lords of Reach are little girls. Nobody is brave enough. There was a rustle, and then Esser Hobber and Esser Oris Redwyn stepped forward. Twins, both broad-shouldered, orange-haired, and freckled. I eyed them as they bowed briefly. Forgive us, my lord, said one of them, Hobber or Oris, hard to tell them apart, but we cannot kneel under a king who is titled a beggar, a weak coward. We mean no disrespect. We simply want certainty that you're strong. A murmured agreement rippled through the crowd. I inclined my head, smiling. I appreciate your honesty, sirs. It is far better than talking behind my back. You've challenged me, so let's make it interesting. I'll face you both at the same time. A collective gasp rippled through the lords, and even the twins exchanged startled looks. They hadn't expected that. I was fairly sure they'd been notified about a duel by Olenna from the beginning, even if they might not have known who they'd fight against. But they didn't know I'd challenge them both. Olenna's gaze flicked to me, a hint of surprise and worry in her eyes. This was more than she'd arranged, and she worried I was biting more than I could chew. I just waited. Let's give them some space. A man shouted, and I recognized him as Lord Hightower. A moment later, the crowd parted, forming a rough circle. The Redwyn twins hesitated, but Olenna nodded at them. Soon, I faced the two of them in a makeshift arena. The twins lifted their practiced swords. They were fine steel. I could see the determination in their stances. They wouldn't hold back too much when I dared challenge them both. They wanted to prove their own worth, too, and they genuinely was interested in what I could offer. Start, Lord Hightower shouted. I shifted my footing, spear in hand, letting the tension hum through my muscles. Without further ceremony, the twins advanced, trying to flank me. I danced backward, spear tip flicking like a snake's tongue. One lunged, I parried, the other swung low, and I twisted away. You guys are slow, young lords, I said, my spear flowing in my grip, and my movements fluid, as if honed by years among the sellswords and sparring arenas of Essos. In truth, I've not been training for more than 6 months. Their attacks were earnest but not cunning enough. I didn't want to drag this. After a heartbeat of careful observation, I countered, knocking one twin off balance with a swift strike with the blunt side, then spinning to catch the other's blade with my spearhead and send him stumbling. My spear moved like a spark of lightning. Their attempts to coordinate failed under the relentless pressure of my quick thrusts and feints. Within moments, I trapped them both in a flurry of blows, rattling their swords out of their grips. They backed up, breathing hard, eyes wide. I decided to finish it decisively, jumping into steps, spinning in the air, and knocking one's feet out from under him with a low sweep and catching the other across the helm with the spear shaft. He resisted, and in response, I kicked him in the chest. Arg! He was sent his heavy body flying back into the flowers, screaming in agony. Neither of them moved, unconscious. Gasps rose from the crowd, shock and full of awe. They hadn't expected such a swift and loud ending. For a moment, silence reigned. Great fight. Then Olenna began to clap, the sound sharp and clear, and Marjorie also followed. The others did the same, applause rippling through the hall. I straightened, letting the spear rest at my side, and offered a gracious nod. It was not some outstanding fight, but I had made my point. Let them doubt me no longer. I was Viserys Targaryen, and I would not let anyone insult me using the rumors of my past self. Chapter 37, 100,000 men's backing, the garden. Party continued around us as Viserys Tyrell, and I sat on a broad marble terrace overlooking Highgarden's famed rose gardens. He was a skinny man but stylish. Despite his heirship and his venerable seat, Viserys had none of the overbearing airs I'd come to expect from noble scions. Instead, he greeted me with a smile that felt genuinely warm. "Prince Viserys," he said, his voice gentle, "great fight earlier. I must say, it's a pleasure to meet you properly. I had hoped to attend yesterday's meeting but only returned home this morning." He tapped his knee, which he had injured in a joust long ago. "Travel can be a challenge." "That's perfectly fine, Viserys," I replied, offering my hand. "You do seem well, all things considered." He laughed lightly. "Yes, I manage. My old friend a baron pokes fun at my limp to this day, but it was always in good humor. I do miss him. Thanks to you, I'm glad to hear we may be coming closer to Dorne." I inclined my head. Some alliances are written in blood, others in shared interest. With the Tyrells and Martells, it might be both. I knew this man had hurt his legs in a tourney against a Baron Martell years ago. Lord Mace hated a baron because of that, but Viserys himself bore no ill intent for the man. Rather, I think he had a genuine fondness for the Dornish prince, which perhaps extended to all of Dorne. This boded well, especially for me. Dorne and Reach were generational enemies, but with Viserys here, bridging Reach and Dorne would be possible. That would solidify my claim immeasurably. He nodded, his gaze drifting across the garden's expanse. "We have much to gain from each other, I believe. With this excuse, perhaps I could visit Dorne in the near future to discuss war plans. And," he whispered, "thanks to your dragons, not just us, I suspect all the border lords with bad history may find a reason to set aside old quarrels." I smiled at that, hopefully. We conversed for a bit longer, although it was more of a chat among friends rather than a political discussion between a king and his lord. I was starting to like Reach, first Garland, and now his older brother. They were fun to talk to. Then, I excused myself to mingle further among the guests. The garden party continued without obvious friction. I noticed that Garland and Loras entertained some lesser lords while Mace ambled around, shaking hands. Over to one side, near a display of orchard fruits and spiced wine, House Hightower held court. Lord Leyden Hightower, called the Old Man of Aldtown, wasn't here. He never attended these social gatherings. His heir, Baelor Hightower, attended in his stead. I met up with the man, enjoying their compliments about the fight earlier, sharing some conversations, stories, and a drink. Some other lords joined us, and we spent half an hour there. A bit later, I distanced myself from that group to find others. Lord Merryweather, a tall, easygoing man with a beer belly, eyed me with a sort of familial curiosity. His wife, Lady Taena, stood close by. I approached them and got through the typical greeting phase. Soon, Lady Merryweather began to speak much more than her husband. He stood to the side as she flowed the conversation. "We have a daughter your age," she said, her tone soft but unmistakably suggestive as she ran a hand through my chest. "Perhaps you'll come visit us sometime. Our families were practically joined, were they not?" She let out a throaty laugh, and her husband merely smiled as though fully content with his wife's flirtations. It struck me that Taena didn't consider any boundary she couldn't casually cross. She was a beauty of olive skin, full lips, raven hair, and a curvy body. Her accent carried a sultry Myrish lilt, and her eyes gleamed with mischief. I smiled politely, keeping my kingly image. I had a libido problem, but I didn't want to ruin my image on my first appearance, so I took a step back. "Lady Merryweather, please," I said, and she just smiled. Bold woman. House Merryweather was a little special, I guess. My father had a mistress from this house, though that was decades past. So this woman was trying to act like family. "Please, consider it, Your Grace. If not today, then some other time." "It would be my pleasure," I answered diplomatically, returning her smile in kind. "Perhaps when these turbulent times settle, I'll pay your land a friendly visit." She sipped her wine, a glint of amusement lighting her dark eyes. I looked forward to it. I was curious about her daughter, although not by much. Since my father had a mistress there, could this girl have some Targaryen blood? It could be that the mistress was this girl's grandmother, although unlikely. So I'd visit their land someday. "As you should. I started, but I couldn't finish my words. A sudden hush gripped the crowd. The air shifted, and I felt a prickle at the back of my neck. Then, the air snapped like a string pulled too tight. Swish. Something blurred past a potted rosebush, and a crossbow bolt whistled toward me. Instinct, or luck perhaps, made me jerk my arm up, my eyes lighting up. The bolt struck my palm, biting half an inch in. Pain flashed bright and immediate. Gasps erupted. Mace Tyrell roared in rage, fists clenched, as he shouted for the guards. I grit my teeth, blood trickling from my hand, though it did not pierce fully. Guards rushed for the spot where the shot had originated, spears at hand, as one of them yanked out a person. I glared, only to see a limp body being pulled out of the brush, the assassin already dead by unknown means. A chaotic murmur washed over the garden. Lords stood in shock, some drawing daggers or pressing back against the tables. Everything hung in tense confusion for a heartbeat. Then I steadied myself, ignoring the sting in my palm, and raised my voice over the crowd. "I'm fine," I said sharply, letting the hush settle. "Though I suspect that arrow might have punctured more than my flesh, it's wounded our trust, has it not? Someone here wanted me dead, one of you lords, while standing in Highgarden." Marjorie rushed forward, grabbing my hand and gasping in shock. Olenna Tyrell hurried behind, leaning on her cane as she ignored my eyes and stared at my hand. "Prince Viserys, are you?" I waved away the worry, pulling out the bolt with a grimace. Blood welled on my palm, but it was a small wound compared to what might have been. Marjorie tried to call for servants, but I stopped her. I looked at the crowd and said, "This isn't the first time I've faced danger, my lords, nor will it be the last." I lifted my hand, showing the bloody bolt tip. It had barely gone through half an inch of my palm. My 32 end wasn't for show. But I'll say this, that was a feeble attempt. I am far stronger than my father and brother. If our enemies think of me so easily dispatched, they'll need sharper arrows. The tension began to subside, replaced by a collective realization that something bigger was at play. It wasn't normal to block a crossbow with a hand. Where I was merely bleeding, a lesser man would have lost their head as the arrow would have pierced through his hand. Randall Tarley's face had hardened like stone. Paxter Redwyn, Baylor Hightower, and the rest exchanged somber glances. Loyalty, or at least sympathy, slowly crept into their expressions, if only out of false outrage. "My lords," I continued, voice calmer now, "do not let this cowardly act undermine our unity. Let it serve instead as a warning of how truly threatened our foes must feel. I won't cower or flee. My Targaryen blood runs hot, and I'll stand firm." A wave of murmured agreement passed through the watchers. Among them, Marjorie, surprisingly, showed sincere concern. I could see genuine worry in her eyes as she called for maids to bring bandages and stuff. I saw true fear in her eyes. "I guess losing one husband was enough for her," I noted. "In the TV show, she'd lost 3. Garland Tyrell whispered instructions to the guards to heighten security. Face red with anger, Mace Tyrell promised to track down the assassin's master. Amid the turmoil, Olenna Tyrell's eyes shone with a private satisfaction. She offered me a subtle nod as if to say well done. I winced at the throb in my palm, but a faint grin tugged at my lips. My speech was perfect, and I made the best out of the situation. Although I was curious about who ordered this assassination, the gathering took on a different note after that. No longer just a pleasant garden party, it became a place of shared resolve. The Tyrells and their banner lords closed ranks around me, each of them vowing in their own ways to stand against any shadowy foe. Suddenly, I had 100,000 men backing me. Chapter 38. How to Feed Your Dragon. I sat on the edge of a spacious bed in one of Highgarden's more private and luxurious guest chambers, the midnight moon filtering through tall windows and warming the polished floor beneath my feet. My bandaged hand throbbed softly, still reminding me of the crossbow bolt that nearly found its mark this afternoon, but Marjorie's gentle touch on the wrapping made the pain less intrusive. "I can't believe how fast you're healing," she said in fascination. She was kneeling beside me, her deft fingers finishing the final knot of a new linen around my palm. Her hair caught the moonlight in loose, artful coils, and her eyes sparkled like emeralds under the moon. Though she appeared mild as she cared for me, a subtle steel lurked in her gaze. She hated seeing me injured. I doubted it was because of love, More likely, it was because my dying would mean the loss of her crown once again. That was who Marjorie Tyrell was, beautiful and scheming, not in an evil way. Most of all, she was one greedy lady. Does it hurt? She looked up and asked. I rotated my wrist, testing the tension of the bandages. A little, I admitted, but I'll manage. As you saw, much of it has healed. Anyway, you're quite good at nursing. Maybe I should keep getting into trouble so you can fuss over me. A playful arch curved her brow. Oh, let's not encourage any repeat of that outrageous incident, Your Grace. But honestly, she hesitated, it's still surreal to me. How you blocked that arrow with your hand, I mean. The speed at which you moved, I saw it. Then, the thickness of your skin, I laughed, feigning mystery. A good magician never reveals his secrets, my lady. Besides, I added, it takes more than a single bolt to kill a dragon. She giggled, amusement tugging her lips. A dragon who's also a showman, it seems. The next few moments passed in a calm hush, only broken by the quiet curtains flapping in the mild autumn breeze. She remained kneeling before me, our eyes locked, and she smiled as I observed her. She wore a two-piece gown and a black robe over her shoulders. Her midriff was out in the open, accentuating her navel with a slender golden chain. The gentle slope of her waist, revealed in such a bold style, stirred a certain tension in my pants. I smiled. She noticed me looking but only smirked, leaning in as if silently reminding me she held the reins of this game, too. So, she began, her tone turning casual, are you feeling better about our arrangement here in Highgarden? If so many lords have rallied around you, I suspect your confidence must be soaring. I shrugged lightly, not denying it. Confidence is necessary, but it doesn't solve all my problems. For instance, my strength lies in my dragon, and it's been a while since Viserion last ate. She's pretty hungry right now. I trust the goats are prepared. Marjorie nodded. Yes, my grandmother saw to that. We keep them in one of the older storehouses beneath the library tower. It's dim and wide enough for a dragon feast, I suppose. She rose from the bed and gestured for me to follow. I couldn't help but chuckle. You're leading me there personally. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Who else? This girl really wanted to see my dragon. She led me through winding corridors that descended into an older wing of Highgarden, where the stones felt colder, the torchlight flickered, and the ceilings arched overhead in silent proof of the castle's age. My footsteps echoed on damp flagstones. Occasionally, the distant bleating of goats reached my ears, and I felt Viserion stirring within the pocket dimension I used as her hiding place, sensing the presence of fresh prey. We arrived at a dark chamber lit by a single hanging lantern. Sure enough, a small herd of crying goats huddled in a makeshift pen. Marjorie paused at the threshold and gestured a chin at the livestock. I looked at her delicate features that felt half-sculpted by the flicker of yellow-orange flame. You're not leaving? I asked softly, smiling. I can't show you this, you know. She cleared her throat, crossing her arms under her chest. Come now, is this really necessary, Your Grace? Waiting till marriage might as well kill me. Haven't I heard about it from grandmother and my brother anyway? So let me see it already. I smiled, stepping close enough to catch the faint rosewater scent clinging to her hair. I slipped an arm around her waist, her flesh warm against my touch. Our eyes locked. Do you remember what you said, I murmured, when I held you last time? That I must wait until marriage. Her cheeks took on the barest flush as she looked away, neither confirming nor denying. I laughed. It might not be a pleasant sight now, I warned. Feeding time, after all. She heaved a sigh of relief seeing me agree. I'll manage, I nodded. Then, I snapped my fingers. The air cracked with energy, and the fabrics of space-time tore apart in a single moment. A dark dimension opened beside us. Viserion burst forth, her leathery wings rustling in the gloom, her golden scales glinting in the wavering lantern light. She spewed a small jet of flame that licked across the air, sending the goats into frenzied bleating. Without a cry of hesitation, the dragon pounced on them, fangs sinking with savage efficiency. Marjorie stepped forward, eyes widening as the blaze illuminated her face. In the reflection of her irises, I could see a curious wonder, a spark of near reverence. She stared, entranced, as Viserion devoured her meal. I stood behind Marjorie, slipping my arms around her from behind, pressing my chest to her back so she could feel the reassurance of my warmth. She gasped softly when I bent to kiss the nape of her neck. A faint whimper escaped her lips, but she didn't resist, too captivated by the reality of a living dragon feeding mere steps away. "Are you impressed?" I murmured near her ear. My hand trailed over her midriff, lingering on the soft skin revealed by her daring outfit. I heard the quickening pace of her heart. She swallowed, nodding. Yes. You know, I didn't fully believe grandmother, even though I knew she wouldn't lie. But seeing it, feeling the heat, her words trailed off, replaced by shaky laughter. Gods, it's incredible. I could see the flicker of flame dancing in her wide eyes as if she was already imagining those same flames turned against any foe of House Tyrell or House Targaryen. As if she was imagining her future children riding those scales. I tightened my hold on her. She giggled once, turning her head enough that her cheek brushed mine. "I feel like we truly are forging something beyond the realm's comprehension, Your Grace. Viserion is magnificent." I laughed quietly. "Wait until the rest of Westeros finds out. And wait until my sister's dragons join me." She parted her lips to reply, but the words died as I leaned in, pressing a slow kiss to her shoulder, then up her neck. A soft sigh escaped her. She yielded to the closeness for a moment, until she seemed to remember her own stance on chastity. She half turned and pushed me gently in the chest. "Hey," she teased, voice low, "after marriage, remember." I smirked, stepping in any way, guiding her back against a nearby stone pillar. My knee slid between her thighs, enough to make her gasp. Forehead resting against hers, I murmured, "I'm quite certain I can't wait that long." "Like how you couldn't." "Hey, they're not the same," she said. "I suppose." I hovered my lips over hers. "Sure thing, then. As long as you'd rather I find someone else to help me, relax. Well, your grandmother might not mind. Your handmaiden looks quite pretty." Her eyes flashed, a spark of jealousy or challenge. She grumbled for a moment, realizing my character if she hadn't already from the rumors, and then clicked her tongue. "I can use my mouth," she proposed softly, the boldness of her suggestion pairing with a playful glint in her eyes. "Trust me, it'll be enough." I chuckled. "Trust me, it'll not be enough. Do you think a man who can stop a crossbow with his bare hand lacks vigor? Your jaw will fall apart if you try to satisfy me with this lovely little mouth of yours." I grabbed her face, smirking at her. "Plus, if we're going that far, isn't it better to go all the way? In that case, you can at least hope to get pregnant and solidify this entire thing." I finished, and she blinked once, twice, and then a third time as if saying, "Fuck, he's right." That was a far better approach to this situation than playing hard to get. She caught my meaning, biting her lip in that half-innocent, half-sultry way she could only pull off. A flicker of conflict passed over her features. She was cunning enough to weigh the political ramifications, the potential hold she might gain, and her grandmother's reaction. At the same time, lust, ambition, and curiosity swirled in her gaze. A breath passed, and she moved suddenly, tugging at my collar. She brought me down for a searing kiss. I laughed into the mouth, and my hands roamed her waist, sliding the thin fabric that covered her. Her breath caught when I lifted her effortlessly, pressing her firmly against the pillar. Her legs rested on my shoulders, and she let out a trembling moan as my lips grazed the sensitive skin of her midriff. Warmth flared between us, fueled by the swirl of flame behind us and the primal nature of the moment. I felt her quake in my shoulders as my lips kissed her stomach. My tongue slid down, and she whimpered, burying her fingers in my hair. Wait. I changed my mind. After marriage. She managed breathlessly before bursting out, moaning, even as her thighs locked around my neck. At least. Let's head to my bedroom." "Nope," I answered as I savored the taste of Marjorie's skin, pressing her against the cold pillar in that dim chamber while Viserion's low growls echoed behind us as she munched into the goats. The pilar's cold stone under my hands contrasted with the fever in my mouth. In the torchlit gloom, often brightened with dragon flames, Marjorie's breath came quickly as she moaned. Her lips parted to release soft, stifled whimpers as I trailed kisses down her neck, my hands cupping her breasts through the thin fabric of her gown. A sudden roar from Viserion snapped us back to the moment. "You too." After a long time, she spoke again. "Go, mate, somewhere else." My dragon, apparently unimpressed with our distraction, let out a thunderous call that rattled through the hull, sending reverberations across the ancient stones. Marjorie jerked away, her cheeks flushed in the flickering orange glow, her nipples taut against the fabric of her gown. What the hell? Dragons can speak. Mine can, I said, ignoring the growling dragon and kissing this delicate flower. She moaned and cleared her throat, readjusting the half-loosened fabric draped around her midriff. Regardless, she disapproves of this, she teased, breath uneven, her eyes flicking to the creature's dark outline. Let's not give her more to complain about. I don't want to become like those goats. Can't we please continue this somewhere less livestock-scented, Your Grace? I loved how she said those last two words, how sultry and hungry she sounded. She couldn't wait to be called the same by others. My smirk widened. Fine, I wouldn't hate a more private stage for our performance. Without waiting for an answer, I scooped her into my arms, watching her eyes fly wide with surprise and delight. Her breasts heaved against my chest as I carried her like a princess. What are you? She laughed, but her words turned breathy as I hoisted her higher, my hands gripping her ass, fingers tracing the cleft between her cheeks. She moaned softly, her arms tightening around my neck. What am I doing? I am indulging in the perks of being a dragon king, I answered. If you'd rather walk, I can set you down. But I must warn you, my lady, it'll be shameful if the servants saw you walk naked, so I'd rather just carry you. It'll be faster, she gasped, her eyes darkening with lust. No, fine, don't drop me, she managed, and in a show of bravery, she nipped at my earlobe, her tongue flicking against the sensitive skin. We stepped out into the corridor, my cock throbbing in my pants with every step. A pair of maids passing by gasped at the sight, the Targaryen prince carrying the Tyrell rose, her cheeks flushed with arousal. Kya, unhand our lady this instance. Marjorie quickly raised a hand, both in greeting and mild embarrassment. This is fine, truly. She reassured them. All is well, and you saw nothing. Viserys let out one last throaty growl somewhere behind us in the now closed chamber, and the maids screamed as they fled. By the time we reached Marjorie's bedchamber, I was ready to explode. I shut the door behind us, not caring who heard the slam. The room welcomed us with softly glowing lamps, perfumed linens, and tall windows that opened onto the starlit gardens below. When I set her on her feet, she turned to me, eyes gleaming with hunger. She wasted no time sliding a hand around my neck to pull me into a deep, searching kiss, her other hand working at the laces of my pants. I hummed low in my throat, returning the pressure in kind. My earlier urgency flared hotter, my cock straining against the confines of my clothing. Her lips parted with a quiet sigh, and we stumbled backward together until her back found a carved wooden column. Fabric rustled as I tugged at the halves of her gown's top piece, revealing more smooth skin. I took in her form with an appreciative hunger, my hands cupping her breasts, thumbs circling her nipples until they were tight peaks. She arched against me, letting the cloth fall in a flutter around her waist, her breath hitching as I dipped my head to capture one rosy tip in my mouth. Hang, she moaned, her voice muffled against my collar as I sucked and nibbled at her flesh. You're hungrier than your dragon, Your Grace. I nibbled softly at her earlobe, drawing out a quiet moan. What can I say? I am a dragon myself. I slid a hand between her thighs, my fingers finding the hot, wet pussy of her. She gasped, her hips bucking against my touch. And just call me Viserys. Her giggle turned into a groan when I kissed down the line of her jaw, trailing lower, leaving warm, open-mouthed caresses that made her breathing hitch. Our touches turned bolder, the tension between us spiraling as we half wrestled, half clung to each other in the lamplit hush of her bedchamber. She pressed her palm over my bandaged hand, mindful of the injury yet pulling me closer. The pain was distant now, a dull throb overshadowed by the pounding thrill that coursed through my veins. Her slender fingers found the clasps at my waist, undoing them with a skillful twist. My cock sprang free, thick and hard, and she froze for a moment. She swallowed and then wrapped her fingers around my length, her thumb circling the sensitive tip. A dragon, for sure. A quiet, breathy laugh escaped her as she stroked me, her touch sending waves of pleasure through me. You are hungry, right? She murmured, gazing into my eyes. For something more tender than goats. I just smirked, and she guided me to the bed, pushing me down onto the soft covers. I went willingly, and she straddled my hips, her wet heat pressing against my cock. I answered with a low chuckle, capturing her lips again, letting my uninjured hand tangle in her hair. Our breaths mingled, warm and electric, and in that moment, I felt the heady power of forging alliances not just through politics but through pure, primal connection. I just wanted to make Margaery Tyrell scream in pleasure. She might have called it strategic, a seduction carefully measured, but I sensed a genuine flame behind it, desire twined with ambition, yes, yet undeniably real. She was in heat for me. She sat on top of me, looking down at my eyes. Then, she reached between us, guiding my cock to her entrance. I thrust upwards, sheathing myself in her tight, wet heat. We both moaned, our bodies stilling for a moment as we savored the sensation. Then I began to move. "Ah, hey, you just put it in ahng tilde," she moaned, and I held her hips, raising and pulling at her as she rode me, her breasts bouncing with each thrust. I gripped her hips, my fingers digging into her soft flesh as I met her thrusts with my own. The tension of the day, the near assassination, and the swirl of courting lords all vanished beneath the press of our bodies, the ragged hush of our breaths. Her hands roamed over my shoulders, nails grazing lightly, urging me on. She parted her lips, trying to speak but losing the words the moment my mouth found the tender flesh of her throat. Each ragged breath she took was an unspoken confession of need. My own pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out everything but the whisper of her name and the ragged hush of her breath. I leaned in, letting her glimpse the raw hunger in my eyes. And she met me with that same intensity in her own cunning, luminous way. "Fuck me," she moaned, "breed me, do me deeper tilde." In the hush of Margaery's bedchamber, nothing else mattered except the heat of her skin against mine, the soft cry of her voice echoing in the dim lamplight. Although I did not, in fact, breed her, she was not going to have my child, at least not yet. I pinned her under me, and I ravaged her until she begged me for rest. Chapter 39. I don't wish to argue with a child. I awoke in Margaery's bedchamber to the soft warmth of morning light creeping through tall, arched windows. A gentle breeze teased the curtains, bringing with it the scent of Highgarden's roses, less intense than last night. I yawned, sitting up a little. My gaze fell on the bandage wrapped around my hand, now tinged with faint red stains from my half-healed wound. It throbbed in a muted reminder of yesterday's nearly fatal arrow, but the pain was barely there. I slowly unwrapped it to find the wound, fully healed. I smiled. At level 23, such a wound was barely a scratch. I pulled out my status page to take a look. Page 1/3 Viserys Targaryen the Dragonking 22 years old level 23 to 27 STR 32 END 27 DEX 31 INT 29 LUC 40 auth page 1/3 The numbers made me smile, but unfortunately, I hadn't earned any levels from Viserys' goat massacre last night. My authority was 40, which stood out. It had jumped unexpectedly higher than I'd calculated. At level 14, it was auth 20, gaining 9 levels should have made it 29. I supposed that my alliances and conquests were all feeding something deeper within me. The realm itself recognized who I was becoming, so my authority increased. A soft humming drifted from the far side of the room, where Margaery stood in front of a mirror. She was slipping on a new gown for the day, an elegant piece that cinched at her waist and fanned out over her hips. I doubted she'd bother to wear it modestly after what happened last night, but outward appearances mattered. Even in privacy, she balanced her seductive aura with a composed grace worthy of a queen. Glancing over her shoulder, she noticed me stirring and offered a smile. It was gentle yet sharpened by something unspoken. "Good morning, Your Grace," she teased. "I trust you slept well despite our evening's little diversions." I stretched, biting back a small chuckle. "I'm not complaining. My hand's healed, and the rest of me feels quite satisfied." My mind flickered to the steamy events we'd shared, half lost in the gloom of goat feeding, half lost in her body. Her smirk deepened, and she turned fully, letting me admire how the golden sunlight played across her hair, highlighting each curl. She looked at her side where new bandages were ready and then back at me. "I see you took off your bandage, but from the looks of it, new ones won't be needed. It's almost as if you're not human." "Ha, if anything, I need medical care for my legs. You know, I can't stand up right now. Did you truly have to be so rough? It's already healed. Yes, I assured her, flexing my fingers. Another day or so, and the scar will vanish too. It'll be as if the bolt never touched me. She stepped closer, carefully examining the cloth around my palm. That's good. We can't have our rising dragon king crippled before the next stage of, well, everything. A flicker crossed her gaze, concern or cunning. It was hard to tell. One thing I knew for sure was that it wasn't love. But she'd grown a little protective over me, that too I was sure. I nodded, fair. Yesterday's demonstration, my fight, then the assassination attempt, has guaranteed me strong backing. 100,000 men. That is a major step forward, yes, Your Grace. But I suspect we've only scratched the surface of what's to come. We have the army, but Renly Baratheon had a bigger one. Then, he ended up dead. She looked into my eyes with worry. Be careful. Marjorie's eyes flickered with that near-invisible blend of ambition and warmth, and she continued when I remained silent. The realm will take notice. Word moves quickly, especially with the tale of the crossbow bolt. I suspect the rumors of some crazy beast devouring goats in the secret halls will also spread. You should have withdrawn Viserion into that weird space. She'd suggested the same last night, but I didn't listen. I shook my head. A dragon can't grow when chained. Let her have a good night's rest in that chamber. I don't mind rumors. We stand on a precarious edge, Your Grace. Some rumors might strengthen your image as an unstoppable Targaryen. Others might color you as reckless or far too dangerous to be left alive, drawing threats from all corners, she said. Looking at me with caution. I let the silence hang briefly, my thoughts drifting to how last night's deeper intimacy might alter the political game. She was already worrying about me as a husband. My alliance with Marjorie Tyrell had grown personal, and in Westeros, personal and political were rarely separate. She realized that too. I liked this girl. Are you worried? I asked softly. She paused at that, smoothing her gown and fiddling with an embroidered rose at her hip. Worried that some might see our closeness as scandalous. No, that I'll be rumored to have surrendered my virtue before marriage. No, worried about your life. Yes, I tilted my head. Her worry was lovely, but it wasn't as if I was reckless. If I was, I'd have been over level 50 by now. I was playing things very safe as it was, and she didn't know what it meant to have a system backing my growth. That is touching, I said. She shook her head, voice dropping to a whisper. I hope you remain careful. Of everyone, especially that Red Priestess. She stared at me briefly. I nodded, deciding to let the subject rest. I inhaled, pushing off the bed. I'll keep that in mind, I said, and I doubted she knew that it included her too. I finished dressing, adorning a black doublet with discreet hints of Targaryen red thread. Not long after that, knocks fell, and soon the door to the chamber cracked open. Kinvera slipped in, crimson robes flowing around her like molten silk, her eyes calm as always. They were also curious. My prince, she began, offering Marjorie a guarded nod before turning to me. It appears the morning finds you well, despite all that happened last night. Marjorie arched a brow, bristling at the intrusion but maintaining her grace. Lady Kinvera, she said, managing a polite smile. You've excellent timing as always. Kinvera's lips curved faintly, though her gaze remained on me. One time I'm not by your side, my prince, you almost get assassinated. Perhaps I should tie you to my sleeves. I rolled my eyes lightly. Almost is a strong word. The damage was minimal. See, I raised my hand and showed her, and she blinked. Her smile widened a moment later. Marjorie watched our exchange in silence and then crossed her arms, standing up and stepping slightly forward as if to shield me from any perceived slight. I hate to interrupt, but he's one of the 5 kings now, she stated, addressing Kinvera firmly. The entire realm must have heard whispers by daybreak. So it's, Your Grace, from now on. Kinvera raised an elegant brow. Quote. Indeed, a king. Yet a single crossbow bolt nearly ended him. Isn't that funny? Where one assassin fails, 2 more will come. You should remain vigilant. She looked at me, smiling, Your Grace. Marjorie smiled in satisfaction seeing Kinvera comply, but I held back a sigh. This old woman didn't care what she'd call me, while this little girl thought she was winning against her. He'll be fine, Margaery said, as he is today. Kinvera's eyes flicked to her like a subtle challenge. Is he, truly? You've proven your capacity to guard yourself, but he was injured. He's the most valuable asset that House Tyrell has, and he was unguarded yesterday. Margaery stiffened, her expression carefully impassive. He isn't unguarded at all, not while I'm here. A thin, knowing smile curved Kinvera's lips. And you were where, precisely, when the arrow came flying? She asked, voice delicate but pointed. That, I was nearby. I took care of the aftermath, Margaery shot back, a hint of tension in her voice. I bandaged him. You bandaged it. You couldn't stop it, Kinvera said, making the girl fall silent. Kinvera sighed and returned her gaze to me. Regardless, I don't wish to argue with a child. Your Grace, shall we leave for King's Landing soon? Our work here is done. A faint flush of anger was visible on Margaery's cheeks. But she didn't let her emotions control her. She faced me, adopting a gentler tone as she touched my injured hand. Must you really go so soon? As you said, Stannis will invade King's Landing within months. So that city is not safe. Highgarden is. Leading our new army from here might be the smarter choice. I regarded her quietly. We've already prepared for that scenario. But for my claim to resonate throughout the Seven Kingdoms, I must move, not hide in Highgarden. Still, I need to be where the next storms gather. My stay in King's Landing will be crucial. Let me assure you, Margaery, this is how I also guarantee your future crown. Her gaze flicked between Kinvera and me as though measuring my resolution. Finally, she inhaled slowly and nodded. Then I hope the gods favor your journey, Your Grace. And remember, Highgarden is still your strongest ally, she added with a half-smile. I allowed myself a short laugh, moving toward the door. Of course, I'd be a fool not to keep you close. See you later, my lady. Kinvera bowed her head, acknowledging Margaery with a composed half-smile. Margaery stood, looking every inch the poised lady of the court, though I could sense the swirl of emotion beneath her calm facade. She'd already grown to desire more than a mere alliance, perhaps a measure of real control over me and my path. It was adorable, but I didn't like it. As we left the room, the morning sun blazed brighter beyond Highgarden's walls, a fresh day brimming with promise and silent perils. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a few hours later, after I had some last-minute talks with the Tyrell heads, the footsteps turned into the sound of hooves against the ground, each one taking me closer to King's Landing. I hope I wasn't late. I had a plan to execute during the riot of King's Landing regarding a certain character. Hopefully, the riot hadn't happened already. Chapter 40, The Ghost of Targaryen. By the end, the Tyrells had treated me well, exceedingly well, in fact. I'd also made a sudden request for black armor with a red cape, and they delivered. It now rested within my inventory. Even House Merryweather went out of their way to secure passage for Kinvera and me, providing a vessel they claimed was fit for a king. A bit too conspicuous, if you ask me. Once I realized the opulence would draw too many eyes, I decided to switch ships at the port of Longtable. Longtable was the seat of House Merryweather, so the Lord came to meet me. He insisted we'd be safe on the original ship, but I've learned long ago to trust my instincts, not the assurances of an overly friendly lord. So, now we were on a nondescript vessel, the boards creaking beneath our feet, carrying rough cargo and a few unassuming passengers. Our ship cut through the waters, the mild morning sun reflecting off gentle waves. It'd bring us to King's Landing without stirring any fanfare if everything went smoothly. I leaned against the ship's railing on the open deck, letting the faint air brush over my face. Kinvera stood beside me, red hair splattering against her face in the mild breeze. This has been a fulfilling visit, she said, her voice quiet yet charged with interest. The Tyrells parted ways with you on excellent terms, and they seemed quite taken with your presence, especially after the demonstration, both the duel and the night's session. I chuckled. They're convinced. At least for now. The next moves are crucial. Winning support in King's Landing, mustering a real coalition before the Manus marches. Kinvera nodded, gazing at the horizon. Everything's going to be all right, she said. We just have to be careful and cautious with our moves. Before I could answer, the soft glow of the morning light reflected off metal, movement at the edge of my peripheral vision. I slowly turned toward the far side of the deck. A group of 5 men approached, their steps uneven, their eyes scanning us. They didn't carry themselves like typical sailors or harmless travelers. The other passengers looked weary. The group's tattered clothes carried a hunger that set me on edge. The 5 of them stopped before us, and one of them stepped forward. He was a stocky and shaven man with a poorly tended scar across his cheek. He feigned politeness with a smile. "Mornin', travelers," he greeted. "That guy who escorted you into this ship, Lord Merryweather, right? Friends of a lord, you two must be carrying something valuable." I held back a scowl. That was annoying. I told that Merryweather bastard that we'd be fine boarding a ship on our own, but he had to tag along. He was disguised so most didn't recognize him, but this bandit clearly had. Kinvera and I had already shifted back to our disguises, but a rumor still wouldn't help. I had to take care of these fools. I forced a polite smile. "Just words, friend. We're simple folk passing through, not wealthy merchants." He clucked his tongue, eyeing the robes on Kinvera, the subtle finery of my clothes. "As that's so." I caught the flicker of his comrades shifting, 2 of them focusing on Kinvera with a lecherous interest while the other 3 spread around me in a half circle. My chest tightened with immediate annoyance. Couldn't these fools sense the danger? "Lads," the scarred man muttered, "why not see what's under those robes, The lady might have gold, or something else worth talking." I clenched my jaw. One of them moved toward Kinvera, attempting to grip her arm. She stood perfectly still, peacefulness undisturbed, even as rough fingers dug into her sleeve. 2 of them closed in on her, lustful glints in their eyes. The other 3 advanced on me, including the leader, hoping to rob me, or kill me if I resisted. I sighed. Stupid fuckers. In one fluid motion, I lunged at the closest man, sidestepping his clumsy attempt to seize my shoulder. My fist slammed into his ribs, and bones cracked as he crumpled with a guttural cry. The second attacker swung a dull blade in a wide arc, but too slow. I ducked low and delivered a sharp elbow to his sternum. Another sickening crack resonated, and he stumbled backward, falling on his back and gasping for breath. The third man, the leader, shouted and tried to grab my arm from behind, but I whirled, kicking him in the shin. His legs buckled, and he screamed. He hit the deck with a thud, and I rewarded him with a vicious stomp to the shoulder. An irritated exhale escaped my lips. These ruffians were amateurs. They truly were mere bandits and not assassins. But I realized abruptly that Kinvera had yet to defend herself. The 2 bandits were pawing at her robes. She stood there calmly as though uninterested in fighting back. "Really?" I asked. She shrugged. "Too much energy. Just get them off me already." I rushed over, grabbing the first man by the neck of his shirt and flinging him aside, letting him crash into the railing. The second man attempted a swing at my head with a short club, but I caught his wrist, twisted hard, and heard bones snap. His scream tore through the quiet air. He collapsed, howling, and Kinvera only watched with faint curiosity as if this scene were a mildly interesting performance. "Should have just stayed put," I said, dusting my hands off as I turned to the leader, the scarred man, who now cowered on the deck with twisted legs, courtesy of my earlier brutal assault. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he wheezed, fear overshadowing whatever bravado he'd possessed mere minutes ago. "And no, please," he croaked, tears forming in his eyes. My eyes narrowed as I reached for the sword at my waist. "No, I didn't mean. Look, I've a family, I swear. 5 daughters, 2 sons. I only tried this because the famine is here. We had no choice." His words hung in the morning air as I unsheathed the sword, metal gleaming in the daylight. The man paled, tears rolling down his cheeks now. I held the sword at his neck with my previously injured hand, and it didn't hurt at all. Even the scar had vanished by now. The sword was newish, a gift from Lord Mace. I didn't mind it. It was better to practice more than just the spear since I had the system. Kinvera stood behind me, silent but watchful, with no sign of pity in her expression. More than anyone, she understood the precariousness of letting threats survive in a world like this that devoured the weak. My gaze flicked to the man's ravaged legs, then back to his tear-streaked face. "Famine or not," I said quietly, "you decided to risk our lives. You wanted to harm my companion, hurt me, and you threatened a future I've built with more than just my sweat. Is that fair?" Think about it. So no, I can't let you walk away. Please, my lord, he begged, trembling. They're starvin'. Without me, the edge of my sword glinted. There are always choices. You've made yours. His sobs turned desperate, but I steeled my heart. Compassion was a rarity in this game of kings and swords. If I let one criminal live, the next would too. Who could say how many others might come for me, emboldened by mercy or believing me soft if that continued? Plus, he didn't have to touch Kinvera if he just wanted money. Kinvera said nothing. Neither did I. I simply raised the blade, let the sun's reflection dance on its surface, and brought it down in a swift strike. You've reached level 24. Blood splattered. I rode in subdued silence, reins wrapped in my grip, while Kinvera followed right beside me. The journey from the docks had gone smoothly enough. No more ambushes, no further attempts on our lives. The previous night, I had temporarily released Viserion from my dimensional hold, allowing her to stretch her wings and hunt. I glimpsed her silhouette against the moonlit sky, the faint roar echoing now and then. Her presence was reassuring, and her hunts also gave me some express everything was going smoothly. Yet my mood soured as we drew near to King's Landing. The roads were worn, scattered with travelers who moved too quickly or glanced over their shoulders as if fearing pursuit. Perhaps they sensed the city's troubles just as keenly as I did. Or more likely, they'd seen what was going on. I had a bad feeling about this. I looked at Kinvera, and she nodded. We sped up our ride, skirting past quiet hamlets and makeshift camps outside the city as people trembled in hunger. My unease turned into irritation when we finally beheld King's Landing. Its walls loomed, dingy in the midday sun, but I noticed something immediately amiss. No guards patrolled the main gate, no watchful eyes peered from the parapets. Only a handful of ragged figures lingered, huddled against the stone, paying us no mind. This was not the usual clamor of the capital. As I'd expected, something was happening. Cursing under my breath, I urged my horse forward and peered into the gate's open maw, half expecting a sudden throng to appear. Instead, I saw empty streets, or at least emptier than they should be. Seven hells, am I really late? The alarm in my gut spiked. I'd sped up my travel after hearing from the bandits that famine was a real issue already, but perhaps I was still late. If the riot had started, I'd miss a valuable opportunity. I dismounted abruptly, my heart hammering in my chest, and turned to Kinvera. She halted her horse beside mine. Stay put, I said, my words full of urgency. I have to see what's happening inside. Careful, she nodded, though her eyes shone with unspoken questions. I took a step toward the gate, then hesitated. I ran my fingers through my coal-black hair. Kinvera had worked her magic right before we switched ships. However, I needed my Targaryen hair for this plan. Put my hair back to silver, I said, turning to Kinvera once more. She tilted her head and then a faint smile of understanding formed on her lips. She raised a hand, the air shimmering with a subtle tingle of magic. Whatever illusions I'd hidden behind were about to be cast aside. The city beckoned, haunted and uncertain, as Kinvera did her spell. I turned around, ready for the next step, confronting King's Landing not as a disguised traveler but as some wicked ghost of Targaryen. The Tyrell's gift, a black armor with a red cape, covered my body. It was time to have some fun. Chapter 41. A Dragon Among Rats. The streets of King's Landing churned with a storm of fear and desperation. Citizens screamed and ran, shoving one another in a desperate scramble for anything of value, scraps of food, clothes, any meager coin. Overturned carts and scattered debris choked the cobblestones, forming makeshift barricades and hazards alike. Fires flickered in corners where riotous people had smashed lanterns, and the air reeked of sweat, ash, and terror. Adorned in fine black armor, I walked through the madness with quiet authority, my new crimson cloak trailing behind like a streak of blood across the dirt-streaked stone. Golden swirls etched into my dark armor caught the dim light, hinting at a regal silhouette. My silver blonde hair freely fell over my shoulder, and more than one bewildered onlooker gasped, jumping away or fleeing faster. Prince Rhaegar, an old man stammered, collapsing on his knees onto the road. I paused, offering him a brief glance. Rhaegar Targaryen, indeed, that's who they saw in the pale hair and the calm, almost haunting aura. That was my plan, to wear my late brother's name and haunt the crown. I patted the man on the shoulder, offering neither correction nor comfort. Some illusions are worth maintaining. My purple eyes scanned the crowd, cold detachment in their reflection. Lord Mace's gifted sword rested on my waist, the hilt carved to resemble a dragon's head. I walked, and the panicked mob parted instinctively, their shock and fear of me surpassing the chaos around them. Sometimes humans feared the unknown more than a blade, so it was not surprising they'd find the ghost of Targaryen far more dangerous than the city's upheaval. Yet, somehow, many of them looked at me with reverence. Rhaegar Targaryen sure was something else. A woman shrieked at me, and someone used that chance to yank a loaf of bread from her grasp. She cried, and the thief vanished into the crowd. I raised a gloved hand, and with barely a thought, a dagger flickered into my palm from within my inventory. I hurled it, and it found its mark in the thief's ankle. His scream joined the riotous sea of noise, and the woman rushed at him to retrieve her possessions. A few startled eyes landed on me, then darted away. "What? Did you all see that?" I resumed my stride, unbothered. Everyone moved aside until a child stumbled into my path, looked up at me with wide, petrified eyes, and then scrambled away as I continued past him. The riot churned around me like a swirling tide, but I might have been a dragon drifting through a rat's flock, for none of it affected me. I had a destination. Up ahead, the jagged towers of the Red Keep stood against the gray sky, a grim symbol of false power. But the castle wasn't my goal today. No, it was the path leading to it. That was where the center of this commotion was. On and on, I pushed forward, my senses sharp in search of something particular. I soon found myself at the center of the uproar, an even more crowded area where everyone had gone mad and the riot boiled into raw violence. Shouts and clangs echoed off battered walls as guards and commoners clashed against one another. My attention snagged on a group of city folk cowering, pressed back against a collapsed vegetable stall. A wedge of royal guards, their armor tarnished and stinking of arrogance, advanced on them, swords in hand. These so-called protectors were using the chaos to impose cruelty rather than order. It was almost as if they didn't realize that killing was making the situation worse. Well, what did I care? A hawk-faced guard struck a trembling woman across the face with the flat of his blade. I drew my sword from its scabbard slowly, and my eyes flashed from the woman to the guards. By then, people had noticed me even amid the commotion, and murmurs of disbelief rippled among the watchers. Hey, who is that? One guard gaped at me, and I noticed confusion etched under his helm. When his friends turned to me, he grumbled and lunged at me with a shaky war cry. I easily sidestepped him, driving my sword through the gap in his neck armor. Hot blood splattered my cloak, the scarlet blending with the fabric's crimson hue. He collapsed, choking. "You've killed a human, Royal Guard. You've received experience points." The other guards recoiled, uncertain whether they faced a demon or a savior. Their hesitation ended abruptly when one barked, "Kill him. Don't be fooled by your eyes. Keep swinging your swords. By the king's orders, we maintain peace." "Your king is worthless," I said, my voice cold. I swung to meet the next wave of steel with fluid grace. Another guard's sword swung at my legs. I jumped, spun, and my blade carved a brilliant arc. "You're swinging at your rightful heir. There's still time. Flee, and I'll forgive you," I said, but they didn't take my kind offer. The sword landed, and the guard toppled, clutching a mortal wound. Two more rushed in, but my reflexes outmatched them. I fainted, spinning in a dance of efficiency, each slash leading to a spurt of blood or a muffled scream. They were sliced and battered, and the crowd parted in fright or awe. "You've killed a human, Royal Guard. You've received experience points. You've killed a human, Royal Guard. You've received experience points. You've received experience points." Skill swordsmanship E has risen to swordsmanship D. Blood rained onto the stone, and the last guard fell. I exhaled softly, then focused on the trembling civilians. Their eyes shone with fragile hope and reverence. A hush crowded the air, broken only by ragged breathing and distant howls of unrest. I forced a smile that was more reassurance than warmth. "I trust everyone here is all right," I said quietly. The civilians exchanged glances. Nobody spoke, until one of the children who huddled near a cart spotted more movement behind me and yelled in alarm, "Look out." I spun, arm snapping up to catch an arrow that whistled toward my back. The projectile lodged into my gauntlet. I yanked it free, discarding it with a scoff. The new wave of guards weren't royal guards. They were city guards who stood brave in their numbers at the far end of the street. "You freak," one of them said. "This is your grave." My sword sang once again. I met their charge head-on, ignoring the stench of blood and sweat. Blades clashed, and though they bore the advantage of numbers, none had faced a Targaryen who had a goddamn system. But truth be told, even I was surprised at how well I took care of the group. A deadly rhythm took hold. My blade found soft spots in the armor. Their attacks, though persistent, failed to do more than graze my cloak, or bounce off the hardened plates I wore beneath it. Cries echoed over the gutted street, and soon the guards lay crumpled, some motionless, others gasping for air. I finished the barely alive ones with a soft swipe. A hush blanketed the chaos as though the world paused. All the civilians stared at me while gaping. I wiped sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand and sighed. Then, my eyes fell on the notifications flashing before me. "You've received experience points. You've reached level 25. Congratulations. Your old Valyrian blood has strengthened. Your levels have reached a breakthrough. Your class, the Dragon King, has strengthened. As a Dragon King, you are a dragon yourself. What dragon is limited by a mere mortal human body? You can now choose a draconic trait to evolve yourself." I was surprised to see such a development, but I shouldn't have. This power called itself the Dragon System for a reason, and not some Dragon Tamer system. 4 boxes soon floated before me. Claws, scales, eyes, wings, my heart thumped, and adrenaline was still coursing from the skirmish. 4 options, I see. I took them all in and considered them while the system urged me to pick my path toward an even more draconic form. "Why did he fall silent?" one of them asked, prompting me to look up. With one last glance around the battered guards, the wide-eyed civilians, and the riot-churned city, I closed my eyes. I sighed, opened my eyes, and then raised my finger to the option I wanted. Sansa staggered through the swirling chaos, her breath catching with every jolt of the crowd. Around her, strangers surged in a desperate tide, some frantic with hunger, others consumed by hatred. Overturned barrels and slashed tents choked the muddy cobblestones, creating a treacherous obstacle course. A thick stench of unwashed bodies, rot, and fear pressed against her senses like a suffocating veil. A donkey brayed close by, entangled reins threatening to trip her. Sansa lurched, catching herself against a toppled cart. Her heart pounded a frantic rhythm in her chest. Stay calm. The royal entourage, Joffrey's guards, had vanished in the stampede, killing civilians and leaving her alone. She couldn't help a grim flicker of amusement. What did those fools think would happen if they threw dung at the king? Panic coiled hot in her belly. No loyal shield stood between her and these rioters, and any cry for help drowned in the uproar. Don't get me wrong, I loved seeing that dung hit him in the face, but what did they expect? Oh gods, another shove from behind nearly sent her sprawling. She gasped, searching blindly for support, only to find more jostling figures. Where are the king's guards? Where is anyone? A side alley looked promising, but a knot of flailing bodies blocked the way. Gritting her teeth, Sansa allowed the mass of people to push her along, guiding her deeper into the city's turmoil. Then things grew blurry. In a dizzying rush, the mob spat her out into a grim dead-end alley strewn with shattered crates and a broken door. The rowdy noise of the main riot felt muffled here, and an uneasy hush enveloped her. She almost breathed relief until she spotted movement in the half-light. A handful of men stepped into the alley's shadows, their clothes stained and reeking of sweat and wine. They'd followed her, and their eyes fixed on the embroidery of her gown, on the undone braids in her hair. Sansa felt her blood turn cold. One man advanced, a grin twisting across his mouth. "Well, look at that. A pretty little bird," he sneered. She took a step back, pressing against the damp stone. No, fear burned tears into her eyes, though she tried vainly to hold them at bay. His companion's hands twitched, fingers curling as though already imagining what they'd do. They spread out, hemming her in. Her knees wobbled, her body screaming for flight, but the alley offered no escape. Just my luck. Someone. Anyone. Her prayers died in her throat as the situation advanced too fast. Without warning, the first attacker lunged. Sansa shrieked, arms rising in a weak attempt at defense. No. Oh, Yes, Tilda, he crackled. He gripped a fistful of her hair and yanked. Arg, pain bursting white-hot behind her eyes. Stop, she cried, the word strangled in terror. Their laughter echoed hollow and hungry, the second man shoving her against the slick wall. She felt her gown tear, felt the burn of rough nails scraping skin. One of her breasts came free, and the man reached out a hand, trying to grab it. This can't be happening. Then, right before the man's hand could feel her breasts, a deep, feral snarl ruptured the alley's tension. The men froze mid-act, Sansa's breath catching at the sound. Dazed, she blinked tears from her eyes and risked a look over her shoulder. A towering figure materialized at the alley's mouth, a silhouette draped in armor, face shadowed, and posture lethal. Somehow, she recognized that appearance even though she'd been born after his death. He was just that popular in this realm. Prince Rhaegar. One of the men gasped, and she realized she wasn't seeing things. 17 years, and people still recognized him like it was yesterday. The prince among princes, Rhaegar Targaryen, stood at the alley. Pity that I have to kill civilians. What is going? Before the assaulter could speak again, steel flashed in the alley's meager light, and a gargled cry severed the hush. The Targaryen ghost moved swiftly. Blood splattered across wet cobbles. The figure moved mercilessly, dismantling her attackers in swift, brutal strokes. Heartbeats later, bodies sprawled motionless on the ground. One man fled, his footsteps echoing in an alley as Rhaegar turned to him. A dagger appeared in his hand, and it found the fleeing man's neck a second later. The alley suddenly felt deathly still. Sansa sagged against the wall, her breath ragged and her mind spinning. She watched in numb disbelief as the stranger, this Rhaegar Targaryen who couldn't possibly be real, turned toward us, her sword still dripping red. She flinched as he walked forward, anticipating another threat, but he sheathed his blade and reached into thin air as though tugging on an invisible curtain. A thick blanket appeared in his arms out of thin air. This cannot be. Am I truly seeing things? She wasn't sure her eyes believed it, but he draped it carefully around her shoulders, steadying her trembling form with surprising gentleness. Lady Sansa, he said quietly, eyes flicking to the bruises blooming on her skin. I'm glad I wasn't too late. Stay put, you're safe now. Sansa just stared. This man's father burned her uncle, her grandfather, to death. Targaryen cruelty was seared into the pages of Stark history. Yet he, brutal and bloodstained, had saved her from something unspeakable. Gratitude and terror warred in her chest. She didn't know what to say, so she managed only a watery nod. Thank you, she whispered, swallowing hard. But, who are you, truly? He fell silent and then opened his mouth to answer. Before he could, however, another voice rang from behind them. It was rough, full of disbelief, and like a howling tiger. What in seven fucking hells? Sandor fucking Clegane, the Hound, stood at the alley's entrance, sword in hand, eyes wide with shock. Sansa watched in shock as the Targaryen ghost cursed under his breath, turning around to face the new arrival. His hand drifted to the hilt of his sword once more. My apologies, Lady Sansa, he said, not looking back, but you'll have to wait a bit longer. Chapter 42, Fangs of the Hound. Sandor Clegane, the scar-faced armored bulk, blocked the mouth of the alley with a scowl as deep as a ravine. I doubt I drank that much to start seeing things. I took a cautious step forward, my sword gripped tight. The chaos of King's Landing's riot hissed and shrieked just beyond the cramped walls, but here in the alley, a hush dominated. The Hound did not look scared before a ghost. Your eyes are fine, I said. Behind me, I caught Sansa on the edge of my vision. She was pressing herself against the damp stone, clinging to the blanket I'd given her, eyes darting back and forth between the Hound and me. Her pulse thrummed so loud I half thought I could hear it. Why you two? She swallowed, tried to speak, but couldn't finish her sentence. Hound's lips twisted in a sneer, sword in hand. I don't care who the fuck you are, he growled, ghost or fuck not, I'll send you back to the underworld. His stance radiated raw menace, each movement of his massive frame promising violence. I thought you'd be taller. I stood in the half-light, letting a breeze stir my silver blonde hair. A scornful smirk tugged at my lips as I appraised Hound's burn-scarred face. How about you reconsider this? I don't want to humiliate you in a fight. Are you truly here to defend the incest-born monster that squats on the Iron Throne? Your parents were sibling fuckers too. I snapped a finger. Point taken. I actually liked the Hound as a character. He was funny as fuck. He always cracked me up. That was why I was wasting my breath trying to recruit him instead of just cutting him down. Then again, it'd not be easy to do that. Alright, let's put the incest insults aside. Still, Clegane, I know you don't respect Joffrey, that twat. Why not wield your sword for my cause instead? He spat on the ground. And how does that change anything? From one king to another. Hey, at least Joffrey is alive, unlike you, you ghost fucker. I'd sooner gut myself. His voice held that dry, bitter humor that I'd heard so much about, making me laugh. He brandished his sword, the steel glinting for blood. We'll see if you've got the steel to match your swagger. Sansa let out a tiny breath, trying to plead for calm, but neither of us bothered to hear her words. I shot a glance her way, offering no reassurance. The Hound was beyond reason, and I had no intention of backing down. Hey, I said, how about we make a bet on this duel? Fuck off. Without further warning, Sandor lunged. Our blades met in a shrieking clash of sparks. I was startled at the strength behind his swing. His raw power thundered through each swing, but somehow, I caught them, parrying with the fluid agility I'd honed through countless fights. My stats didn't lose to the Hound, and that meant I wasn't the only startled one here. The Hound's eyes flickered in momentary confusion. He hadn't expected me to be this strong. Or this fast. I spun away from his next punishing blow, feet dancing over broken crates and debris that littered the alley floor. Each time Sandor attempted to corner me against a wall, I slipped aside with a sudden nimbleness. Our swords scraped and chimed, echoing off the bricks. He snarled. What the fuck are you? Your strength doesn't make sense for your size. He poured raw fury into an overhead strike that could have split a lesser man in two. I angled my blade to deflect, the impact jolting up my arm, but I held firm. I responded with a crushing side slash that nearly tore the sword from his grip. He twisted his wrist with surprising grace for such a brute, recovering before I could deliver a finishing blow. Freak, he spat through gritted teeth, eyes blazing with defiance. I smiled. You have no idea, Clegane. Sweat dampened both our brows, the stench of blood and smoke wafting in from the city's riot. My lungs filled with harsh, dusty air. Adrenaline surged as I felt the quiet draconic power inside me guide my movements. I was not in the realms of human anymore. Sandor charged again, blade scraping brick, sending sparks dancing, but I sidestepped and struck a shallow cut across his armor. He gasped, staggering back, a trickle of blood seeping through a tear in the metal. I pressed forward, unrelenting. His eyes flared wide, as if confronted by a demon. I felt like I could have ended this even faster if I'd used my spear. But regardless, it was ending. With a powerful kick, I drove my boot into his chest, sending him crashing into a half-toppled pile of crates. Wood splintered around him, and he dropped to a knee, sword arm trembling. I closed in, blade raised, breath ragged. I could sense the childlike terror in Sansa's wide eyes, fear for me, for him, for herself. For a moment, I entertained finishing Sandor Clegane right there, letting the final blow descend. But some part of me recognized his potential, or at least the possibility that I might need his grudging respect more than his death. He was a really useful character, and far more likable than his brother. My sword hovered near his throat. I've no quarrel with you, Clegane, I said in a voice colder than it was before. You're a fine fighter, but you made a poor choice standing in my way. He glared up at me, blood trickling over his burn-scarred cheek. I met his gaze, unblinking. Consider my offer, because this is not the last time we'd cross paths. Anger and pain warred in his dark eyes. Before he could reply, I slammed my boot into his face. He slumped, his eyes going white, sword clattering from limp fingers as he fell unconscious. For a moment, all I heard was my own pulse. I sheathed my sword as I stared down at the large man, defeated. The infamous Hound. A shuddering exhale escaped me as the realization sank in. I had bested one of Joffrey's deadliest men in one-on-one combat, one of the top 10 within Westeros. You've made an achievement for yourself, defeat the Hound. You've received tremendous experience points. You've leveled up, you've leveled up, you've leveled up, you've reached level 28. Even the system admitted my feat, making me chuckle softly. Hearing my laugh, Sansa made a strangled sound, half sob, half relief, pressing her back to the alley wall. I turned to find her trembling gaze locked at me. The blanket around her shoulders slipped, revealing bruised arms and terror-laced eyes. My stance softened a degree. I patted my sheathed sword for show. "It's all right, Lady Sansa," I said, and stepped over the debris to offer her my hand. "You've seen enough ruin for one day. If you come with me, I'll see you safe. I can take you to your brother if you wish, or find another path for you. You just have to trust me on this." Trust. Her breath hitched in her throat, eyes full of self-mockery. Yet, raw gratitude swirled with stark pride and the memory of Targaryen cruelty in her pupils. She glanced at Sandor's still form, then placed her trembling hand in mine. "Oh, okay," she whispered. "I really hope you won't betray it." She was still a naive girl, so she trusted people easily. I smiled. Gently, I helped her to her feet, guiding her down the alley's length. The riot still loomed ahead, a wild sea of misery. We emerged from the gloom, the muddy street opening to a chaotic horizon. Before us, King's Landing was in smoldering anarchy, fires and looters, soldiers and screams. My mind was already spinning on how to maneuver these crowded streets unseen. But as we stepped clear of the shadows, a sudden idea formed in my head. I didn't have to walk through this crowd, I had a better alternative. "Hey, cover yourself better," I said even as I moved. The blanket around her head, hiding her features. She went to reply, but I'd already moved on. I frowned, and odd rustling stirred at my back as I focused. A strange, wrenching sensation seized me, and a tear of fabric parted behind my shoulders as I grumbled in discomfort. "It didn't hurt," Sansa gasped, her eyes widening in the flickering firelight. I also looked back. From my back, through my armor, two dark membranous wings emerged, stretching outward with a faint rasp. Veins glowed faintly red beneath the leathery surface. My draconic evolution. The wings I'd chosen, the dragon wings. I didn't know the details of the options. For example, what could the eyes do? And would the scales cover me all the time? That would be troublesome. So I decided to skip it now. I was sure I'd earn all the options over time. The claws didn't quite interest me. So, in the end, I chose wings. It turned out I could bring them in and out of existence on will. "What's going on?" Sansa asked, stunned. My own breath fastened as the surge of new power tingled through my limbs. I placed my hands on her waist, meeting her gaze with calmness. "It's my first time flying," I said quietly, forcing a half-smile despite the tension thrumming in me. "So hold on tight." With one powerful flap, the wings beat against the evening air and Sansa let out a startled cry as we lifted off, her arms clinging to me. I took in a harrowing breath as wind slapped against my face, and I lifted off the streets and into the air. It was an odd feeling as I was dozens of meters above the city already. Crowds in the street craned their necks, slack-jawed and terrified. I soared upward, the wings straining but carrying us higher, away from the swirling uproar and into the smoke-blackened sky. Below, I glimpsed the city's battered sprawl. The rioters, watchers, and victims all froze in disbelief as this ghostly figure with silver hair and great, draconic wings ascended. Over their stunned gasps and distant screams, we vanished into the gloom. Chapter 43. A Promise of Safety. The courtyard of the Red Keep was a hall full of anxious voices and scurrying figures. Guards with dented armor and sweat-streaked brows barked frantic orders while ragged courtiers huddled beneath the flicker of torchlight as dusk settled in. Broken crates, overturned benches, and muddy footprints reflected the riot that still churned through the city streets beyond the gates. Tyrion Lannister stood in the thick of it, a wall of royal guards forming a tense ring around him and the shaken royal entourage. "You lots, have any of you found her yet?" he demanded, his words sharp as his eyes flicked left and right, searching each soldier's face for a hint of news. A tall guard, helmet askew, shook his head. "No sign of Lady Sansa, my lord. The crowd is still mad. As per your order, a group of guards have been sent to find her. She might still be somewhere in the city, or..." He stopped short at Tyrion's glare. "She might be dead, is that what you're implying?" Tyrion snapped, voice louder than he intended. A part of him was worried for Sansa as a person, but the hand of the king part within him worried about the loss of the biggest card they had against the north. Sansa Stark was an essential piece on the board, her death would strengthen King Robb. Well, how can all of you be so incompetent? Tyrion cut him off again. Spread out again. She's wearing a cloak of blue velvet. Someone must have. A harsh laugh sliced through Tyrion's words. Joffrey, still flushed with indignation from his incident with the filth-throwing peasants, lounged on a shattered bench, fist clenching and unclenching. I can't understand why you're so concerned about that daughter of a traitor, uncle. Her father lost his head for treason. She's as worthless as the rest of them. Tyrion sent the boy king a bitter glance. Your Grace, he forced out, need I remind you that Lady Sansa is your ward? The entire realm still stands because you have her, believe it or not. Her house has committed crime, true, but she's your key to the north. Alienating her further to the point of death will. Joffrey shot to his feet, face twisted in anger. House Stark is finished. Let them watch what they want, or let them gnash their teeth. It changes nothing. You think I'm scared of Robb Stark? Before Tyrion could respond, a commotion drew his attention. A clutch of guards, filthy, battered, pushed their way through the crowd. They had the strained look of men who'd scoured a city gone mad and found only horrors. Joffrey also turned to them, craning his neck as if to search Sansa amid them. Tyrion turned to them, his heart pounding. At last, some proper news. Your Grace, the guards bowed to Joffrey. We were the team sent to find Lady Sansa. Well, Joffrey pressed, stepping forward. Did you find her? Of course, they haven't. Why else will they return alone? Tyrion held back an insult at his nephew's stupidity. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, each man looking to the next. The tallest one cleared his throat, stepping forward. No sign of Lady Sansa, Your Grace. We searched every major street. Tyrion exhaled shakily, alarm gnawing at his insides. Had the worst happened? Then you come back with nothing. His voice echoed off the scarred walls. One guard swallowed hard, turning to him. He loved his title as imp at times like these, it intimidated these buffoons. Beg pardon, my lord, but we did hear something else. From the crowds. They're talking about a ghost. What? Was this time for ghost stories? The ghost of Rhaegar Targaryen. A stunned quiet descended on the courtyard. His sister, Cersei, was perched on a low step at the far edge of the group and jerked her head up, her eyes flaring at the mention of that name. Joffrey shifted uneasily, mouth half open, unsure whether to sneer or demand details. And Tyrion felt the air vanish from his lungs. What? Cersei started, her voice dangerously quiet, did you say? Her green eyes burned with a sudden intensity as though daring reality to confirm this impossible tale. The guards hesitated, uncertain whether to repeat such heresy. Tyrion's breath caught. Ghost of Rhaegar. This madness was beyond any rumor he'd expected. Explain, Tyrion said, voice tight. What are people saying? The guard's eyes darted around as though fearful uttering the words might call forth the demon. A man in black armor with a red cloak, he said. Silver hair, killing city guards and royal guards alike. I even saw the bodies. He broke off, voice faltering at the very absurdity of it. Torchlight played across the courtyard, painting flickers of confusion and dread on every face. The swirling tension felt thick as a coiled snake preparing to strike. Nobody could believe such words. Rhaegar Targaryen. Joffrey's knuckles widened on the handle of his sheathed sword. What idiocy, he barked, though his tone quivered just slightly. Some peasant's rumor. Let me see. He walked toward the large high window, his steps fast. Tyrion didn't know what he expected to see from this high up, but he followed. Both of them paused when they neared the window. Both stared as a figure jumped into the sky, wings flapping on his back. Thick smoke blocked the rest of the view. What? Cersei was beside Tyrion by then, staring at the sky alongside her son. Her expression teetered on the edge of panic. Her green eyes were as wide as Joffrey's own as House Lannister stared at the soaring dragon amid the smoke. I kicked the door to the old mansion, sending it crashing inward with a heavy thud. The wooden slab banged against the wall, the echo rattling down the hall. It felt odd barging into what was supposed to be my safe haven in this enemy territory like a raiding party, but time and subtlety weren't luxuries I had right now. I couldn't risk someone seeing me. Sansa was still draped in my arms, trembling under the blanket. I stepped inside, closing the door back with a kick. Before heading further inside, I paused to see the sudden noise had unleashed a flurry of movement. 3 figures leapt from behind upturned furniture, sword, spear, and whip at hands. They had that tense, poised for battle look, eyes narrowed and fierce. Meanwhile, in the far corner, I caught sight of Kinvara sitting on a chair, sipping tea with all the calm in the world. She didn't even blink at the commotion, only swallowed, set her cup aside, and observed. "Intruder," one of the girls said, glaring at me, and I sighed. "Just because I am wearing armor doesn't mean you can't recognize me," I said, and my voice made the 3 armed girls freeze. Wasn't this embarrassing? They were supposed to be trained on assassination. Well, I guess the pair of broad wings still half unfurled from the flight didn't help my identity. They locked gazes with Kinvara, who took an unhurried sip of her tea. "Rest assured, it's him," she said simply, as though that explained everything. The girls lowered their weapons a fraction later, confusion transforming into relief, though their eyes still lingered on my wings. "I was worried when I heard you headed into the city on a killing spree," Nymeria Sand said, and I waved it off. "I didn't know you were back," I looked at Kinvara and said while focusing a little on folding the draconic membranes against my back. "I thought you'd be waiting there as I asked. It's pleasant to hear you worry about me, but I'm not a child, Your Grace." Kinvara smiled, and her gaze drifted to my half-conscious passenger. "Unlike the guest you've brought. Take us upstairs," I said, glancing at the girls. "Find an empty bedroom." They nodded. One of them led the way with hurried steps. I followed as Sansa's weight grew heavier against my arms. She looked confused but also relieved. Perhaps seeing so many girls around made her feel safer. She didn't speak, but her eyes darted across the cramped corridors and then back at the wings that poked from my back. My wings might have unnerved her more than the chaos outside. We reached a small bedroom with a simple bed shoved against one corner. Dust surrounded the beam of torchlight that rested beside the window. I laid Sansa on the mattress, gently levering her fingers off the blanket. She sat up, breathing heavily, her gaze flicking from my face to the wings that were barely on my back now. "Are you hurt?" I asked, scanning for bruises or cuts. "You can tell me, we have medicine here." She swallowed, voice quivering. I'm fine. I looked at the Sand girls. "Bring a set of clothes for her." Some rapist bastards tore hers. Tyene blinked and nodded, quickly turning around. I turned back to Sansa, who looked at me with further confusion. "Thank you. But, I don't understand what you..." Her eyes once again slid to where the wings were. "What is that? What are you?" "He is the one true king." Before I could answer, Kinvara entered, her crimson robes contrasting against the drab walls. She offered Sansa an oddly maternal smile as she stepped close to me. Then she looked at me. "Shall I speak your name openly?" I went quiet, and Sansa's frightened gaze hovered on us both. I nodded. Might as well. If my next plans were to be fulfilled, my identity had to be clear. "Yes," I said, my voice low. "No more charades." Kinvara inclined her head. "Then hear me, my lady." She turned to Sansa, gesturing with a measured sweep of her hand. "This is Viserys Targaryen, third of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. King Aerys II crowned him as the next in line after Prince Rhaegar's death. No matter how short that moment may have lasted, he's the rightful heir of the realm. My lady, he saved you because no false king, no child monster like Joffrey, should hold the daughter of Honorable Ned Stark as a hostage." Sansa's expression flickered, uncertainty and distrust flashing across her features. But when she heard her father's name, she looked a little more trusting. Still, her next words revealed her skepticism. "So, you rescued me just to capture me yourself?" She glanced at me, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. I shook my head. "That's not my aim." Let me explain it better. Kinvara." I took a quick look at Kinvara, and when I nodded at her, she cast the illusion over my hair with a subtle motion of her hand. My silver locks turned black again in a soft shimmer, and with a simple mental command, I equipped my battered cloak and armor with more casual clothes. The swirling shimmer of the inventory completed the transformation so swiftly that I saw Sansa's eyes widen in shock. It was magic, after all. Even Kinvara raised an eyebrow, but I ignored her and everyone else. My focus was on Sansa. I met her gaze. "We've met before, my lady," I said gently, though under less dramatic circumstances. "Winter is coming, I told you that day." A faint, wry smile tugged at my lips as I watched her nod slowly. "I thought you were a northerner," she said. "I am sorry to give you false hope about that. Then again, no northerner would have been able to save you." "I can, and I have," I said. "In truth, winter is already here, and it may be the longest winter in a few generations. Fighting the North right now is senseless. Your people are the people of winter. And the realm can't survive more infighting, not with everything else that's coming." I see," she said and stared at me, her suspicion at war with dawning recognition. I offered a small, reassuring gesture. "I really don't have any ulterior motives, my lady. I am not my father, I am not maddened. I simply intend to see you safely return to your brother, as that's for the better. That's all. Whether you wish it or not, it's my duty, as the protector of the realm. Or at least," I exhaled, "that's the kind of king the first aspire to be." Still trembling, Sansa stared at me as if testing the veracity of my words. And yet, in that moment, it wasn't fear alone that shone in her eyes but a fragile glimmer of hope. Would I truly deliver her to her brother from all this madness? If so, she wouldn't mind if I was a trashy Targaryen. Chapter 44. Drifting high, a chase and run. She sat on a carved wooden seat, just a step below her son's iron throne's looming height. Flickers of torchlight caught the metal blades fused into the throne behind her, casting uneasy shadows that flashed across her face like ghosts. She smelled the sweat and sensed fear lingered in the great hall as so many city guards knelt before her son. Joffrey's barking voice carried from across the chamber, but she paid it no mind. The commotion in the hall was merely an afterthought in her mind. Rhaegar Targaryen. The name rattled her more than any riot. Her mind screamed that name for her, and she'd have trembled if she was alone. She remembered her younger self, head filled with dreams with a silver-haired prince at their center. She once believed she'd marry him and come very close to that. He almost became her fiancé, if only King Aerys II wasn't a senile old fucker who'd grown increasingly paranoid of Tywin, believing that his hand was becoming too powerful. He refused the marriage proposal as a way to humiliate Tywin and keep him in check. Then again, was he truly senile when all his actions were mostly right? She sighed and pushed that thought aside. She didn't care about an old dead geezer. She cared about his handsome dead son. She's always wished to be with Rhaegar, and yet cold reality offered only Robert Baratheon's drunken fists and stinking breath. Jaime's closeness had dulled that ache but never erased it. She'd never tell her brother that she used him as a replacement for Rhaegar. He was a second choice. Despite all that, why were there rumors of Rhaegar returning suddenly? As a ghost, no less. Just a doppelganger. Or magic. A small part of her flinched at the idea, but she knew the world was full of dark wonders. She herself had lived by a prophecy's shadow for too long to dismiss it. She frowned. What was the point of wondering about things she couldn't confirm? From the corner of her eye, she caught Joffrey waving off the city guards, hurling curses at them to find that bastard Targaryen, but failing to give proper instructions. He ranted on, voice shrill with wounded pride. Cersei exhaled slowly, forcing her nerves back into calm. If the rumors were true and Rhaegar, or something like him, walked the city, she had to see it with her own eyes. Her chest fluttered at the thought, half fear, half longing. It was idiocracy, she knew, but she was infatuated to this day. What in the seven hells do you mean you didn't find anything, you heathens? You waste of food. Finally, Joffrey grew louder, making the entire hall fall silent. He was only making a muddle of the guard's orders. Her lips parted in a faint, disdainful smile. How had her son skipped the Lannister intelligence? He was just like Jaime. He couldn't expect to quell the city's chaos like this. It wouldn't work. Thankfully, he had him by her side. Restraint snapped in her chest, and her voice cut clean. Enough. The single word rippled through the hall. Joffrey fell silent, shocked at the interruption. He scowled and opened his mouth to shout, but Cersei shot him a sharp look. I'll do the talking. She couldn't understand where the bravery came from, even though he'd threatened her before, but she moved anyway. She rose an inch from her seat, gazing over the uneasy guards. He's clearly not a normal person. He can fly, but nobody saw him leave the walls of the city. So he's still here. Keep searching for him. I'm certain it should be difficult, but not impossible. You will scour every corner of King's Landing, she declared. Find this dragon-winged pretender calling himself Rhaegar. She watched their expressions and clenched her jaw. I don't care if the rumor sounds absurd or if you fear it. Drag him here, dead or alive. Preferably alive, but she couldn't say that here. Alive. Joffrey suddenly slammed his fist on the throne's armrest. I want to kill him myself. Cersei looked at her son and then smiled. Oh, her lovely baby was helping her so much, even without intending to. Must be the spiritual connection of a mother and son. Despite the smile on her lips, she hadn't realized her hands had clenched into fists until she forced them open. If this ghost is the true him, she told herself, I'll discover what he wants, and if it's a lookalike, her heart squeezed at the possibility. I'd get myself a Rhaegar pet Targaryen. All of you, she snapped to the guards, go. Now. They scrambled away into the gloom, leaving only her and Joffrey. She hardly glanced at her son's affronted face. One way or another, I will meet you, ghost of Targaryen. My knife carved through an apple's crisp flesh with a soft crunch, and the slices fell into my palm. The night was quiet except for the rustle of the wind. Against the shutters, I sat at a small table in the dimly lit living room, the only illumination source a single lantern swaying gently from the low ceiling. A light knock fell on the door, making me look up. It's me, a feminine voice said. Come in, I permitted, and the door creaked open. Rose stepped inside, her posture easing as she closed the door. Thick auburn curls framed her face, and a thin layer of wariness shone in her eyes as she walked toward me. Your Grace, she greeted, dipping her head. The others in the room looked at her from the corner of their eyes. We were all here except for Sansa, who must be resting. I slid a piece of apple past my lips and munched, offering her a small smile. You're finally here, Rose. I've been waiting. You must have come with news. She inclined her head, stepping closer to my table. As she closed up, I noticed how her face showed less emotion than when we first met. Yes, and some of it isn't pleasant. The city watch is already combing the streets for this so-called ghost of Targaryen. I know it's you, right? Unless we have got a real ghost to worry about. We don't. They've locked down half the districts near Flea Bottom and the Gate of the Gods. There's talk of forming nightly patrols, heavier than before. There's a lot of guards patrolling already. I hummed. I expected as much. Whatever. Let them chase shadows, I said, and my eyes flicked toward Kinvara, who stood near the window, half hidden by the moon's glow. She sipped from a cup. It was probably some strong tea or mild wine. I never quite knew. She always loved drinking weird stuff. A moment later, Kinvara cast me a knowing look over the rim. It's nearly midnight, I said to her. Is it a good time to leave? Kinvara shrugged her slender shoulders, a faint smile ghosting her lips. Since when did you start asking for my opinion, my king? You're the one who moves mountains with a thought. All I offer is a flicker of voice. A soft laugh bubbled from my chest. True enough. But I am not a prophet. If I'm to roam this city again, there's a chance I might get exposed. So I need your magic visions to stay 3 steps ahead of every fool with a sword. Will I get caught if I leave now? She turned her gaze to the window, the corners of her eyes crinkling with subdued amusement. Very wise of you, Your Grace. I thought your recent growth would cloud your mind, as it happens with many rulers. So yes, you can leave now. It'll be unwise to delay any longer. But, let me be clear. My words aren't absolute, only glimpses. You still have to be careful. Fair enough, I said. Nymeria Sand and her sisters hovered near the doorway, exchanging pointed glances. One of them cleared her throat. Is it really wise to head north? Robb Stark's father ended your father's reign. Seems more than a little risky. The other sister, Obara Sand, nodded. Also, will the people not find it suspicious, Your Grace? You've been gone for a month, and when you return, the ghost of Rhaegar suddenly appears in King's Landing. Right when the ghost vanishes, you also seem nowhere to be found. That is bound to raise questions. Not really. How many people come and go every day? Plus, I looked to the side at Rose. She blinked and nodded with the faintest flicker of a smile. I can handle the rumor mill, my ladies. My information network can guide suspicion away from us. Petyr Baelish and Lord Varys may be formidable but not infallible. It only takes a few sparks of gossip in the right corners. The Sand sisters didn't look wholly convinced, eyebrows raised, but they didn't press further. But Rose hesitated as she looked at me. A flicker of the old Rose who fell in love showed on her face. You're leaving for the north. With Sansa Stark, I'm assuming. But that sounds dangerous, she said, and a second later, she quickly bowed. Forgive me, I'm overstepping my boundaries. Oh, come on, Rose. Don't be like that with me. Are we that distant? I sighed, shaking my head. And yes, you've hit the mark. Don't worry, I'll be back as I always have. She just kept her head low, falling silent. Before I could talk to her again, footsteps echoed from the stairs above. Sansa was coming down, wrapped in a black blanket. She paused upon seeing Rose, recognition flashing in her eyes, likely recalling that Rose worked in Littlefinger's brothel, once brought to Joffrey's bedchamber alongside another girl. Sansa's posture stiffened, uncertainty twisting her features. I moved to stand, setting the apple knife aside. It's all right, I said, drawing Sansa's wary gaze to me. Rose is trustworthy. She's on our side, on my side. She exhaled shakily and nodded, seemingly not fully convinced but too exhausted to argue. I popped one last bite of apple into my mouth, then rose fully from the table. Approaching her, I offered my hand as she navigated the bottom step. Are you ready? I asked softly. She hesitated. How will we escape the city? I heard earlier that every guard and watchman is looking for us. Plus, if we fly out from here, they will realize this is where you live, I smiled. Leave that to me. An hour later, the city's emptiest streets came alive with furious shouting. A half-dozen guards, brandishing torches and swords, tore after two fleeing figures. One was a tall, armor-clad man with silver blonde hair peeking from beneath his helm, and the other was a girl wrapped in dark cloth. The guards cursed, their footfalls pounding against slick cobblestones as they rushed through back alleys and crooked lanes. Stop! One roared, voice echoing between narrow walls. But the pair only sprinted faster, twisting around an abandoned corner strewn with toppled crates. The guards gave chase until they cornered them near a dead-end alley blocked by a collapsed pile of debris. The men slowed, panting, their torches bobbing in the gloom. We've got you now, the lead guard sneered, lifting his blade. No way out. The armored man slowly faced them, his breath stirring the chill air. The guards thought the situation was dealt with. But then, his lips curved in a thin smile. A flicker rippled along his back. Two membranous wings unfurled, catching the torchlight with an eerie sheen. Seven hells, someone choked, stepping back. I thought it was a stupid rumor since he was running. The girl clung to the man's arm, her face hidden under her hood. In a smooth motion, the man wrapped both arms around her waist, making her gasp, and gave a powerful flap, soaring upward. The guards gasped, one stumbling and nearly dropping his torch as he craned his neck to watch the impossible sight. They vanished into King's Landing night sky, leaving the guards seething uselessly. Curses echoed up the alley, but only the fading silhouette of Rhaegar, Targaryen and Sansa Stark remained, drifting higher until they melted into the clouds. Chapter 45. Dragon Ride to the Riverlands. We soared beneath a sky of countless stars, the chaos of King's Landing fading to a glittering blur far below until it totally vanished as minutes turned to hours. Sansa's arms wrapped tight around my waist, her cloak snapping in the wind, her breath ragged but steady over time. She held me tightly. Honestly, it was fun to be held like that. I was sure she wasn't even aware of it. My wings pounded against the cool night air, and each flap made me more familiar with flying, though the muscles in my back ached with every push. I couldn't go on like this forever. I had to train on these new muscles. By dawn's first glow, I knew we had to land. Daylight would make us more visible to people. More than that, my back hurt like crazy. My gaze fell on a quiet meadow near a winding stream, its tall grass swaying in the early light. With one final beat, we touched down, the dew spraying in silver arcs. As I let Sansa go, she stumbled, eyes unfocused. My head spinning, she muttered, stepping away from me and swaying on her feet. Need help? I offered, reaching for her waist again. It was a firm thing. She half swatted my hand away with a flustered look. I'm fine. She steadied herself while I shrugged and folded my wings with a low ripple of magic. The membranes sank into my back, leaving nothing but smooth skin beneath my cloak. This was an evolution I was still getting used to. It felt right, magical. I was becoming a dragon, but I could choose to hide the features. No trace of them remained except the dull ache in my shoulders. A moment passed as we looked around, and Sansa seemed unsure how to break the tension. I cleared my throat, rummaging through my inventory to retrieve a small hatchet and some provisions. She blinked as I did that, although she'd seen it once in action before. Soon a small fire crackled between us in the meadow's hush, and I used the meager supplies I'd stashed, some dried meat, a few wrinkled vegetables, to craft a modest meal. My inventory wasn't endless, so I couldn't hold too many things in there. Sansa watched in stunned silence until I extended a handful of food her way. "Oh, thank you," she said quietly, lowering her gaze as she took a bite. We ate silently for a while, and then, her eyes flicked back to me as she whispered, Is it all right if I ask questions?" I arched my brow. "Ask away. I'm not a boor like Stannis Baratheon, don't be so hesitant." A smirk tugged at my lips, and she let out a soft, uneasy laugh. She gestured vaguely at my back. "You disappeared for so long, and now you have wings. You carried me across half the sky, but I still can't believe it. Are you still human?" I turned the spit over the fire, letting the savory aroma swirl around us. I spent years in Essos after fleeing Westeros with my baby sister, surviving mostly by wits and luck. People mocked me as a beggar king, and they took advantage of me along the way. They thought I never noticed, but I was just too helpless to say anything back. Those same people are crawling to me now as I've become more than a mortal man. I paused, dropping my gaze. To be fair, I can't blame them for looking down at me before. Her expression softened, sympathy brightening her eyes. "It's not all right to look down on anybody, don't say you can't blame them. You should. I used to think you were just the Targaryen prince who sold his sister for an army, for those are the stories that reached my ears. My impression of you was horrible, like you were a piece of trash. But after you saved me, and as I realize what you went through, I shrugged. It's not entirely untrue. I did hand Daenerys to Khal Drogo, but it wasn't that simple. My father's crimes condemned our entire house, and we had no allies. You can blame me for it, but I doubt you can propose a better idea. And I doubt you realize how hurt I was. I know you people see incest as a bad thing, but to us Targaryens, my sister wasn't just that. From childhood, I dreamt of ruling the realm with her by my side. Imagine selling off someone like that to a barbarian. I forced a faint smile. This wasn't a lie. Before I'd awakened these memories, Viserys didn't enjoy making that decision. He just had no other choice. No, speaking of choices, the marriage idea was proposed to me by Illyrio Mopatis. I'd wondered this before, but did young Griff exist in this world? If he did, it'd make a lot of sense. Perhaps it had been all a part of Illyrio's plans. He manipulated the pre-Viserys into selling off his sister and future bride. Somehow, that realization made my forehead cool, and my blood boil. "I'm really sorry," Sansa said, pulling me out of my thoughts. I shook off the rage and smiled. "Anyway, that's all in the past. As for the wings, they are just one part of what I've become. My draconic side, so to speak. I'm unsure if I am still fully human or not, but rest assured, I am human enough." Her gaze flicked down. "Draconic side," she repeated as if tasting the words. A man who had become a dragon. Even this young Sansa understood the implications of that. Then she exhaled softly, clasping her hands over the blanket. "I'm sorry you had to endure so much, because of what your father did. You and your sister didn't deserve such things." I smiled, looking up at the sky, and sighed. Then I nodded, stirring the small pot with my makeshift ladle. "We have time, Sansa. I promised to bring you to your brother, but the journey won't be quick. So if your curiosity itches, keep asking. Better to talk than brood in silence." She smiled. "Sure thing, Prince Viserys," she said, and I ignored how she didn't call me Your Grace. She'd seen others refer to me as that, but she chose not to. We spent a while swapping questions and answers, Sansa's voice growing more natural once she realized I wasn't about to lash out and that this wasn't a trap. I teased her about her formalities, and she teased me about my supposed arrogance. I didn't think I was arrogant, but she didn't agree. The talk was surprisingly pleasant. But like all good things, it came to an end. Eventually, a new tension slid across the camp. I looked up at a rustling in the tall grass. 4 ragged figures emerged from the thicket, eyes sunken with hunger. Their clothes hung off them, bones pressing against 2 thin frames. My fingers brushed the hilt of my sword, uncertain if this would lead to violence. They shuffled forward, desperation in their eyes. Please, Sir Knight," one croaked, eyes on the simmering stew over our small fire. "We mean no harm. Just hungry. Hungry, they say." I didn't doubt them. They looked on the verge of dying from starvation. I'd say even Sansa could defeat them in this state. They meant no harm. Before I could decide, however, Sansa spoke up, her voice shy but firm. "Let them have some," she said, glancing at me. "We'll be leaving soon anyway. Plus, we'd have a lot more food once we reach Riverla." She froze, realizing she nearly revealed our destination aloud. My warning look made her flush. I'm sorry," I sighed, turning to the men. It didn't matter, even if they heard it, they were just hungry men. "Fine, take a bowl." I ladled out a portion of the stew, handing it to their trembling hands. In the next few minutes, they devoured all their portion with greedy urgency, uttering choked words of thanks before shuffling back into the shadows of the trees. Once they'd gone, Sansa released a breath she'd been holding. Once again, "I'm sorry for slipping, and thank you for feeding them," she whispered. "It was a good deed. I think you're a far better king than Joffrey already." I only nodded, stifling the pang of worry that we might have just raised suspicions. But part of me admired how she refused to let fear bury her kindness, even if it risked everything. A king should be ruthless, but a queen could be kind. We'll just have to be careful. But I'll admit, I like her. I noted as the sun climbed higher, warming the meadow. I doused the fire and packed our meager supplies. Yet, it seemed fate didn't judge Sansa as kindly as me. Half an hour later, my suspicions showed up in the flesh. How annoying, I sighed as Sansa followed my gaze. I saw those same ragged men skulking back through the tall grass, only now they weren't alone. A handful of guards in mismatched armor trailed behind, clutching weapons with tense but ready grips. A calloused finger pointed straight at me. "That's him," the leader of the hungry men rasped, his voice thick with guilt and triumph. "They're the ones traveling to Riverlands." "Oh, the 7, why?" Beside me, Sansa looked betrayed as she looked at the men. I shook my head while she looked at me, biting her lip. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, her head lowering beneath my look. "Whatever. Use this as a learning experience," I exhaled, trying not to let the knot in my chest tighten further. So much for kindness. Stepping around our dying campfire, I let out a tired grunt. "I suppose there's no helping it, then." I didn't bother to unsheath my sword. No, I had a better idea. Without hesitation, I raised my hand sharply, calling upon the House of Dragon skill from within me. It had been a few days since my baby last fed. This was a fine meal. A flash of crackling air later, Viserion emerged in a swirl of hot breath and gleaming gold scales. Her roar shook the meadow, scattering embers from our half-dead fire. Terrified gasps split the group of newly arrived guards. Sansa jerked back, eyes going wide. What?" she shouted, and I caught her elbow, anchoring her in place. "It's all right," I said, and turned to Viserion. "Dracarys," I let out a cold sneer. Flames consumed the clearing in an instant. Shouts turned to shrieks, then died abruptly in the blaze. Viserion lurched forward, fangs closing on charred forms with sickening finality. "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "Your dragon, Viserion, has killed a human. You've received experience points." "You've leveled up. You've reached level 29. The stench of scorched flesh rolled across us, and Sansa gagged, turning her face away. My stomach rolled in discomfort, but I pressed a reassuring hand against Viserys's flank anyway. She was simply being a dragon, after all. A moment later, the discomfort vanished. And I felt my mouth water. I quickly blinked, shaking off the feeling. Shit, that's not good. I didn't want to eat humans. Well, that's that, I muttered under my breath, ignoring the hunger and sparing only a resigned glance at the blackened remains of men who'd sold us out despite me giving them food. What is this? You have a real dragon. Sansa was shouting beside me while Viserys ate, but I ignored her. I tilted my head, pondering for a moment. The dull ache was still in my back, meaning I couldn't fly on my own wings yet. I might have been fine if I wasn't carrying Sansa. Real dragons are built for this, my scrawny limbs are not. I made a decision as I watched Viserys eat. Sansa eventually went silent, her mouth agape, as she hid behind me and watched the dragon. I waited till she was done feasting, which didn't take long. Then, I approached her. Down, girl, I commanded, voice clipped. Viserys raised her head from the last bits of bones on the ground. Our eyes met, and she hissed, eyes blazing with resentment. What did you say? She asked, making me laugh. Sansa was trembling now. I locked gazes with Viserys, a silent contest of wills passing through us. What? I asked. You're large enough to carry me now. You're my ride, Viserys, and I think your instincts know that already. Do not be stubborn in front of me, girl, I said, and she just stared at me. Half a minute later, she snorted and hunched down in the grass. What? Ever? A hush fell, save for Sansa's trembling breath. I turned to the northern wolf, who was stunned, frozen, and beckoned her forward. Come, I said, and her body moved on its own. Somehow, seeing a real dragon was more shocking than seeing a hybrid. Then again, there were scary legends about Viserys' species and none about mine. Sansa stumbled a little, still half horrified at the scene around us, but I hoisted her onto Viserys' back with a swift pull. Hey, is this smart? Is this safe? She stiffened and let out a small whimper as my arms encircled her waist. You'll be fine, as long as I hold you, I said, trying to keep my tone light. Her only response was a tiny nod, her hands coming around to grip my forearms tightly. I laughed and held one hand tight to the ridges along Viserys' neck. She followed the gesture. As I settled behind Sansa, the dragon rumbled discontent, but I ignored the beast's simmering attitude. Sansa was not a Targaryen, so Viserys might not like it, but she didn't actively complain. Go, girl, I tapped her side with my foot. Fly right ahead, I said, and with a low snarl, Viserys launched upward, kicking off the blood-soaked grass. Sansa cried, must be feeling her stomach lurch at the sudden ascent, but I didn't feel it. The wind lashed her red hair across my face, and I laughed. Sansa gave a choked gasp as we rose, each flap of Viserys' wings sending us higher into the sky, away from the ruin of our generosity. So much for quiet travel, I thought grimly. But at least we were moving, skybound and free of that fresh carnage on the ground. It's okay. I don't have any reason to hide anymore. The world's troubles vanished beneath us, left far below in a swirl of ash and singed grass, while Lady Stark hugged my arms tightly more than she held onto Viserys. I didn't mind. Chapter 46. Dragon Among Wolves. Catelyn Stark stood in the Torchlit tent, her heart pounding and her posture tense like cold steel despite the layers of fur at her shoulders. A hushed ring of northern lords surrounded her, faces lined with anger. In the center of them all stood Robb Stark, king in the north, jaw tight as he glared at his mother over the long table. How could you? His voice shook, full of fury. You set Jaime Lannister free, without my counsel, without any of my men around to stop you. Mother, do you realize what you've done? Catelyn's stomach churned. She'd imagined this confrontation but not the raw bitterness in her son's eyes. I did it for Sansa, she said, forcing a calm she didn't feel. And for Arya too. The Lannisters hold them hostage, and the Kingslayer was our bargaining chip for that. You had no right. Robb slammed a fist on the table, rattling the metal cups. Several lords shifted uneasily, their fury more than clear. It's not just about Sansa or Arya now, it's the war, the realm itself. You threw away our biggest advantage, our only hostage who truly mattered. I had no choice. The words felt weak even in her own ears. I am their mother, Robb. I, a tall, grim northern lord, Lord Roose Bolton, cut her off coldly. A mother's love is fine, but an oath is sacred. There are men in this camp who'd hang you for treason, Lady Catelyn, if you weren't the mother of our king. She risked our entire cause, another lord spat, knuckles white where he clutched the table edge. Murmurs of agreement rippled. Catelyn's cheeks burned. But she stood firm, gaze locked on her son. I did what I believed was right. Hate me if you must, but, a sudden thunderous flapping cut through the heated stillness. The tent walls rippled as if caught in a gust. Soldiers outside began shouting, their voices taut with alarm. The entire assembly froze. Robb's gaze flicked to the tent flap, his rage temporarily displaced by confusion. What in the name of the gods? Lord Umber growled, already turning to unbar the tent entrance. Even Catelyn was startled. What could cause such a strong wind? Robb drew himself up. Everyone, with me, he ordered, stepping forward. Catelyn followed close behind, ignoring the sidelong looks that still bristled with condemnation. They emerged into the twilight of the camp, the sky a smoky purple. Men raced between tents, some brandishing spears or crossbows, while others simply stumbled in awe. Above them, wings glinted golden in the torchlight. Everyone froze on their feet. A dragon, a golden dragon, hovered overhead, large wings flapping slowly. Its roar was a thunderous boom that rattled every shield and quickened every heart. Catelyn felt her stomach turn cold. Had she gone mad? Was she seeing things? But everyone around her also stared in awe at the sky. She'd heard stories of Targaryen dragons from her great-grandfather's time, but to see one like this, alive, wings beating the air, seemed a nightmare made real. Around her, voices tumbled into panic and she felt her own forehead go cold. Form ranks. A deep-voiced warrior shouted. Archers, to the ready. No. Robb's shout cut through the din. His eyes narrowed on the creature, and his voice thundered with command. Kat's head snapped to her son. What was he saying? Hold your fire. Look there. He pointed at the dragon's back. The silhouette of a girl's cloak flapped in the beast's slipstream. Catelyn's heart seized as recognition dawned. It was, oh, the Seven, it's Sansa. The massive dragon lowered itself, stirring wind across tents and scattering embers from campfires. Soldiers scrambled back, aiming shaky pikes and trembling bows. Then, in a great rush of air, the beast landed, claws digging into the earth. It folded its wings with a deep, rumbling snort. Two figures slid down from the dragon's flank. Everyone stared at the stupidity that they saw. But Kat's motherly eyes only focused on one figure, who took off her robes to reveal red hair. The first was indeed Sansa, hair disheveled and cloak half undone. Catelyn let out a broken gasp, tears springing to her eyes. She rushed forward without thinking, arms flung wide. Sansa, her daughter stumbled into her embrace, sobbing breathlessly as she called, "Mother." "Oh, Mother, it's you." Catelyn cradled Sansa's cheeks, relief and shock tangling in her chest. She drew back only to look Sansa over, her eyes brimming with both joy and pain. Meanwhile, the second figure, tall, armor-clad, hair silver as moonlight, stood a half-step behind Sansa, watching. Catelyn hadn't calmed down, but she shot him a glance, feeling her eyes tremble. He looked uncannily like the portraits of Rhaegar Targaryen, the fallen prince of old. Kat had met the man before, but it had been almost 2 decades since. She couldn't be sure if it was the real deal. The northern men leveled a row of blades and spears toward him, forming a circle of steel. Catelyn kissed Sansa's forehead, then turned to him again, heart still pounding. Who is that man? She asked, and instead of responding, Sansa broke from her arms, stepping between the circle of weapons and the silver-haired stranger. Wait, she cried, voice shaking as she raised her arms. Her gaze darted anxiously to Robb, who stood near with his sword half raised. Robb, tell them to lower their weapons. Please, he saved me. I'd be dead, worse than dead, if it wasn't for him. He's not our enemy. The men exchanged dark glances, uncertain. Robb's eyes flickered to Sansa, then the Targaryen look-alike, fury and caution warring on his features. Sansa, step aside, he commanded, voice taut. You don't know what you're protecting. If he is truly what our eyes tell us he is, some ghost, some twisted magical shadow, he can't be trusted. I haven't been bewitched, she countered, tears on her cheeks. Trust me, brother, he's here he wants to discuss terms. Political terms. Please, just hear him out. Let him speak. Silence clamped down on the camp. Dozens of northern soldiers watched, knuckles white on spear shafts, as Sansa stood quivering in front of the Targaryen, refusing to move. Catelyn trembled, torn between maternal instincts and dread of the name that was Targaryen. Robb finally lowered his sword, though not by much. His glare never left the stranger. No one move, and don't attack him unless he does first, he commanded, voice ringing with authority. We'll see what this ghost of Rhaegar wants. A hush fell over the camp, broken only by the restless stir of the dragon behind them, its breath a low hiss in the chill night. I sat in the tense quiet shadows, cuffs biting into my wrists, as I enjoyed the amusing situation. They dared point weapons at me when a dragon stood behind me. What fools. I'd have killed half of them just to set an example if I wasn't here for politics. The makeshift table before me stood mostly empty, save for a flickering oil lamp. Now and then, I heard the soft commotion of footfalls and hushed voices outside. This northern camp was restless around me, mistrust bleeding through every canvas seam. I waited, wondering when the northern lords would be done with their meeting when the tent flap rustled, and Sansa slipped inside, clutching a small tray of food. 2 guards stepped in on her heels, eyes darting warily between her and me. She paused and faced them, lifting her chin with surprising resolve. Please, stay outside, she said quietly. If he meant me harm, he'd have done so earlier. And if he decides to hurt me now, trust me, I doubt the 2 of you could stop him. Her voice caught as she added, don't make me look more pathetic before him, please. The guards hesitated as they exchanged silent glances, then bowed their heads in reluctant compliance. They stepped back out, letting the tent flap close. Sansa turned, eyes falling on mine. She approached, placing the tray of stew and bread on the table. We said nothing for a beat. She eyed the chains circling my wrists, then met my gaze. You have food now, she murmured. I thought you might be hungry. A small smile tugged at my lips. I appreciate it, I said, observing her as she shifted. I thought she might sit across from me for a moment, but with a sudden decision, she dragged the chair around and settled beside me instead. Her eyes lingered on my bound hands. I'm sorry, she said, voice wavering. I never imagined they'd treat you like this, not after you brought me home. On dragon back, no less. I let out a soft laugh. I've been thinking the same, actually. It's amusing, isn't it? But if you think about it, it's hardly surprising. I arrived unannounced in their camp with a golden dragon, wearing Rhaegar's armor. It'd be madness not to chain me. Well, I tilted my head, giving her a curious look. I'm more surprised they let you in here alone. I raised my bound hands, putting a finger under her chin and raising it. What if I end up devouring you instead of the food? She blushed, eyes flickering away and hands fiddling with the corner of the tray. I insisted. Robb is smart enough to know you won't harm me after bringing me here, I suppose. I laughed, pulling my hands back, while my gaze slid to the tent's entrance. By the way, what's Viserys up to? I hope they didn't try anything stupid with her. Sansa let out a quiet laugh. They tried. Viserys wouldn't budge. She's right outside, apparently snoozing, or pretending, because she hisses at anyone who comes too close. 2 men got their arms burnt already. She never misses a chance to intimidate fools, I said. Besides, she's probably anxious for me. That's cute. I'm starting to get fond of her, you see. Sansa managed the faintest smile. I don't think you're helpless, even if cuffs. Viserys can speak, she'll definitely rush in if you call her. And well, I'm here. I won't let them harm you. I gave her a sly look. Are you worried for me, my lady? You've grown fond already, and we have barely spent 2 nights together. A blush kissed her cheeks, and she turned her face aside. What? Don't get ahead of yourself, I'm still a proper lady. She mumbled, but the corner of her mouth curved just a little. Anyway, you should eat. You haven't eaten anything since we landed. She pointed at the bowl of stew and paused, uncertain, as she noticed my wrists. I lifted them, rattling the chain link. I'd love to, but my range of motion is somewhat limited. I offered an apologetic shrug. Her cheeks colored deeper. With a determined nod, she scooted closer, picking up a spoonful of stew. Carefully, she lifted it to my lips. Our eyes locked, and despite her obvious embarrassment, she didn't falter. I sipped the warm broth, feeling an odd sense of closeness in her gesture. "Thank you," I said gently after swallowing the first bite. She nodded, giving me the second spoonful. This time, our gazes clung just a moment longer, and I swore she was swallowing more than just nerves. "You're welcome," she whispered, her voice as light as the steam drifting from the bowl. We'd gotten maybe halfway through the meal when the tent flap flew open. Robb Stark strode in, Catelyn just behind him, followed by a knot of northern lords. They froze at the sight. Sansa perched beside me, spoon in hand, almost feeding me like a doting nursemaid. Catelyn let out a trembling sigh, and Robb's eyes flashed with something between fury and mortification. "Stop this," Robb growled. "This is embarrassing." A slow grin crept onto my face. "Why is it embarrassing to feed the king of the realm, Lord Stark?" I asked. The room fell silent at that, tension crackling in the dim lamplight. One of the northern lords, Roose Bolton, of all people, spoke up, voice cold. "You call yourself king while wearing the armor of a dead man. Enough with the pretending. Let's hear your true name and claim." I rose from the chair, chains rattling. Sansa flinched, but I stood calmly. "I don't like the disrespect in your tone, Lord Bolton," I said. "My name." With a flex of my wrists, the cuffs snapped and tumbled to the ground, and I was free. "Is Viserys Targaryen, third of my name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm." A chorus of scraping steel echoed as men drew weapons. Sansa scrambled to stand between them and me, her stance half shielding my figure. I gave a half smile, trying not to sound too pompous. It's awkward to recite my own titles, but my father, King Aerys II, named me heir after Rhaegar's death, however short-lived that might have been. So please, be careful at whom you point your sword. Silence seized the tent. They stared, stunned. I continued calmly, "I've come back to Westeros to reclaim the throne that's mine by right, and yes, I do have a golden dragon to help. I didn't wear this armor to mock my brother, it's simply homage. Rhaegar Targaryen was a fine ruler, even if his character was questionable. People assumed I was his ghost, but that's on them, not me." No one spoke. Robb's hand lowered an inch on his sword, though caution still shaped his posture. Catelyn's eyes flicked from Sansa's smiling form to me, worry etched in every line of her face. Around us, the northern lords stood tense, jaws clenched, as if bracing for battle. Whatever comes next, I noted, will reshape the realm. Before a dragon rider Targaryen, their so-called king in the north might just be a mere piece on the board. Chapter 47. A Pact of Thrones. I stood amid the northern host in a wide, candlelit tent, the flap stirring in a cold breeze that sent shadows flickering across the canvas walls. The slow breathing of a sleeping dragon could be heard coming from outside as I faced the lords with my chin raised high. My wrists were no longer bound, but every stern-eyed guard and glowering lord around me reminded me that I was still very much a stranger in their midst, a dragon among wolves. It was amusing, knowing they could do shit not to me. Alone, I might have been in some danger. But with Viserion outside, I truly enjoyed the benefits that just the sheer presence of my dragon brought. In the center of it all, Robb Stark glared at me from behind a rough-hewn war table. The king in the north looked as I remembered him from the TV show, a wolf's tension in his stance, the harsh lines of command etched into his face, even if he was still too young for that burden. His sword rested on the table, unsheathed but set aside, an unsaid threat that this meeting could turn violent at any moment. To his right sat Catelyn Stark, her fingers laced tight before her, eyes flicking between her son and me. Sansa sat on my left side, uneasy but resolute, as if her mere presence might shield me from the lords' hostility. "You should sit beside your brother," I leaned to her and whispered. "It's not a good look on him in front of his lords." "All right," she nodded and stood up, walking around to sit in an empty chair close to Robb. Everyone watched her do that and turned their heads back to me. Around the circle, a handful of grim-faced bannermen, Lord Bolton, Lord Umber, and others, observed in rigid silence. When everyone was sitting, and the silence began to grow uncomfortable, Robb spoke, voice tight, carrying the weight of a war behind it. You claim to be Viserys Targaryen. I can't find myself doubting you, for you've come here with a dragon. His gaze flicked to Sansa briefly, then pinned me. Why come here to the north? We hold no love for your family, not since your father burned my grandfather and uncle. Make no mistake, I am grateful that you've returned my sister home. But for what? You must want something. I scoffed at the mention of my father's sins. Firstly, I make no defense of King Aerys' atrocities, I said evenly, letting my gaze sweep the gathered lords. He wronged many, worse than mere words can repair. The thing is, he wronged even his own children. The lords exchanged glances, and the older ones knew what I meant. I continued, he felt threatened by my brother, Rhaegar, suspecting him to overthrow him and take the realm for himself, which was a stupid worry given that Rhaegar was the heir. Indeed, he was mad. But I am not him. I'm no mad king, and I'm not here to claim the north if that's your fear. He raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You land in my camp, uninvited, bearing the name Targaryen, wearing Rhaegar's visage, and you talk of peace. Why, you're a military genius, I'll grant you that, but it seems you're still a boy wet behind the ears when it comes to politics, I said, and in response, Lord Karstark shot up, sword at hand. Watch your mouth, beggar king. You cannot insult our king inside his camp. He shouted, and I just smirked, eyeing him. How loyal the northern men are. I happened to pick up some gossip from the camp that Lady Catelyn here released Jaime Lannister, which resulted in the death of your son. Despite that, you're so loyal to him, I said, and a silence fell on the tent. Robb clenched his jaw while Catelyn lowered her head. They must be wondering how I'd heard such gossip when I was cuffed inside this tent. Their eyes naturally flicked to Sansa, but even she looked confused. She hadn't heard about that yet. The truth was, I did indeed pick it up from gossip. My ears could hear more than a normal man. Not something like Marvel's Daredevil, for example, but enough. Lord Karstark sat down, and I smiled. I'm not here to insult you, Robb. While it's true that our fathers had some bad blood, our ancestors didn't. The previous king in the north was the only king to submit to Aegon without the need for war. People call him the king who knelt, but I'd call him the king who cared. He chose what was best for his people, even though he knew people might mock him for it. And guess what? His choice was right for 300 years. What are you getting at? I'm getting at the enemy in the south, I replied, one that threatens us both. The Iron Throne is held by the Lannisters, perched on a shaky claim, with no right except force and fear. I come seeking allies to make that child king kneel. From the corner, I felt Lord Bolton's cold eyes on me. And we're to believe you'd do any better, Targaryen. We've not forgotten the dragonfire of old. I met that pale glare without flinching. You've not seen the dragonfire of old, Lord Bolton. Otherwise, you'd have taken the knee the moment you saw my dragon. What you saw was wildfire, a failure of an alternative to dragon fire. Now imagine the real flames, except they burn for your cause. We'll be allies, and we'll end this war real fast. Imagine a few months from now, with the realm united under one crown, when winter comes but is salvaged by Tyrell's harvest, and the north thrives as an ally. The Tyrells, I smiled. Dorne and the Reach are already in alliance with me. What, you thought I didn't have an army? The 50,000 Dornishmen, and 100,000 Reachmen are ready. The Martells and the Tyrells are ready to come to my aid when I think the time is right. I yanked out 2 envelopes from my inventory and placed them before Robb. He took them, and a moment later, his eyes widened. He passed it through the other lords. A hush fell as the northern lords realized I wasn't here to beg but simply include them in an already grand war to come. Robb pressed his lips together, but Sansa ventured, voice trembling with conviction, he saved me, brother. He's going to be a far better king than Joffrey, trust me. All my lord here, even if you don't trust a lady's word, think about it. Is it not better to be friends with the world's sole dragon rider, than be enemies? Robb's expression softened a fraction at her plea, then hardened once more as he scowled at me. Say we overthrow the Lannisters together. What becomes of House Stark? Of the North? The North crowned me king to break from southern tyranny. Are we expected to kneel again? I suppressed a faint smile at his bluntness. Good, a direct question. I have no desire to chain the North, I said calmly. Stay king in the North if that's your people's will. Let them hail you as their sovereign, free from interference. Dorne has always been independent, even if we do say 7 kingdoms in our saying. You don't have to come under me. I'm not interested in the poor lands of the North. All I ask is your support for my rightful claim to the rest of the 7 kingdoms. Let the South be mine, and let the North remain yours. A quiet murmur rippled through the lords. Catelyn's face flicked with both relief and alarm as if the notion of separate thrones felt impossible to her. Sansa exhaled, eyes darting between Robb and me. And you expect us to trust that once you sit on the Iron Throne, you won't set your dragon upon us after all? A moment later, Robb demanded, though the anger in his voice had cooled to a suspicious wariness. All right, maybe he's not dumb in politics. Just inexperienced. I inclined my head, placing my hands flat on the table in a show of candor. I won't deny our alliance will hinge on trust. But trust me, I realize how loyal the North is to House Stark. I've just seen that with my own eyes earlier. I shot a glance at Lord Karstark. Then I let my eyes rest on Sansa briefly before looking back at Robb. Plus, there are ways to strengthen our alliance. I shall not speak of it now, but we can always consider it in the future. Sansa blinked, and color covered her cheeks as she lowered her head. I ignored her. I didn't have to approach House Stark with the marriage route, as I'd done with Tyrells. They'd help me regardless. As for what I said, part of it was a lie. The Targaryen in me wouldn't be satisfied unless I bring all the kingdoms to their knees. But yes, I wouldn't attack them with Viserion right after we win. Because when the Night King would come, the Northern Lords would beg me to save them. There'd be lots of opportunities to reclaim the North once I get the throne, and honestly, I truly wasn't interested in claiming it now when it was right in the face of a zombie apocalypse. For a moment, the tent was so silent that I could hear Viserion's distant snort again, waiting outside. Robb seemed to weigh my words. Around him, the Northern Lords shifted, unsure if they dared interrupt or speak. Finally, Robb looked over his lords. A silent conversion unfolded within their eyes as the lords nodded individually. Nobody, not even one, remained uncertain. Robb sighed and looked at his mother. She looked reluctant, her eyes full of grudges, but she nodded as she looked at Sansa. She must be having a hard time agreeing to all this, given her to-be husband had died to my father. I considered what the mother wolf must be feeling, while Robb made a decision. Robb turned to me and nodded once, curtly. As king in the North, I shall accept your alliance proposal, King Viserys. His tone conveyed finality as he stood up and reached out a hand. I allowed myself a measured smile. I'm glad to hear that. I stood, taking his hand and shaking it. Let us talk terms, Wolf King, and carve a path forward without more needless bloodshed. With that, the makeshift negotiation table stood ready for planning war strategies. Chapter 48. That ended brilliantly. The meeting lasted for hours more. There was a lot to talk about, some agreements, some disagreements, and a toast at the very end. Now, I walked leisurely beside Robb Stark, feeling the change in the camp's atmosphere compared to my first arrival. The tension of strangers and suspicious glares had eased into polite nods and cautious greetings. People rose from their makeshift seats or paused in the midst of chores to glimpse at us as we passed. It wasn't as if they all knew about the alliance. As per my request, there was no official announcement for that, as I wanted to keep this low-key, but they still acted that way when seeing me walk beside their king. I didn't want everyone to know about Viserion. Considering we were inside a military camp and hundreds had already seen the dragon, that was a pointless worry. But still, better a few than everyone. Rumors will obviously spread, and I plan to ride the ghost stories until the end. The combined smell of horses, boiled stew, and damp canvas filled the camp, reminding me of any other battlefield camp but somehow less hostile than I'd expected. Robb was a good military leader, that was for sure. Robb's voice was low as he gestured around. We've done our best to keep everyone fed. Supplies are slim these days, but morale remains high. Could be better, but we're managing. He caught my eye and added, almost apologetically, a war's no simple affair, nor is feeding thousands of stomachs who can't forage because we're on the move. I nodded, stepping around a pot where a cook stirred something that smelled. Of onions and too much salt. I've seen worse, believe me. If the Dothraki can survive in the wild with barely any preparation, there's no way the king in the north will not. You're doing fine, King Stark. The men looked at ease when I flew over earlier. He gave me a small, genuine smile. I suppose they think a dragon overhead either means sure victory or a quick death. Not much they can do but soldier on, can they? It helps that your presence has won Sansa's freedom, your grace. Catelyn Stark walked over to her from somewhere, and Sansa walked beside her. She didn't seem comfortable saying those words, but despite her pride, she wanted to thank me for saving her daughter. The mother-daughter vanished halfway through the meeting, and from the looks of it, Sansa had taken a bath. They must have exchanged stories. From the redness around Sansa's eyes and the smile on her lips, she'd brawled her eyes out and accepted that she was free. She was back home. Even if it wasn't Winterfell, her family was right here. Brother, Sansa came running, hugging Robb, while Lady Catelyn stared at me. The men see that as good faith on your part, she said. A Targaryen saving a Stark princess, perhaps old grudges can soften. I do hope you believe in that statement of yours, Lady Stark, I smiled. Sansa cancelled the hug, exchanging words with Robb, but said nothing to me. I felt her warm presence nonetheless as she looked at me now and then. In the dim evening light, she looked relieved, for she was someone who had returned to a place of safety after a long nightmare. That quiet gratitude radiated from her as surely as any smile. After a few more minutes, we finally arrived at a board, a well-tended tent roosted near the edge of the encampment. A pair of northern guards stood watch, stepping aside promptly when Robb nodded at them. Robb lifted the flap and motioned me in, but Catelyn's clear voice cut the air. Your Grace, what about your dragon? Will it remain where it is? Ah, don't worry about her, I answered by putting 2 fingers to my lips and whistling, a clear, rising note that echoed across the camp. The camp seemed to scream for a moment as a titan roared. Within moments, a familiar shadow darted through the sky. Viserion swooped low, her golden scales flashing as she landed with a soft thump beside me. She let out a deep yawn, apparently unimpressed by the onlookers, startled gasps, and settled on her belly just outside the tent's entrance. I smiled, rubbing her head. An unspoken statement passed through us. No matter how foreign this land was, with her by my side, it was my territory. I couldn't resist a faint smirk at the sight of more than a few soldiers gulping nervously. There'll be no need for additional guards, I looked at the 2 guarding the tent, making them hesitate. Robb just nodded at them, and they vanished. The king in the north grinned, patting me on the shoulder. That's certainly one way to keep unwanted visitors away, he said, nodding at me. I could see he was trying to form a friendship, and I didn't hate it. I'd admit most of my greatness came from the system, but this man was a fine leader on his own. He'd make a good friend. That's the idea, I agreed. No disrespect to the trust you have for your soldiers, but I've had a few assassination attempts in my life. If anyone here carries a grudge for old Targaryen deeds, they'll think twice. Catelyn nodded, but her expression tightened. I'd rather not scare the common folk, but do as you will, your grace. If it protects this alliance from petty idiots, so be it. She looked at Sansa and then her son. Robb, come, there's still the matter of distribution of rations we must finalize. Robb frowned a little. From what I've heard, they probably haven't sorted out her crime of releasing Jaime Lannister yet, so it's a little awkward between them. He was just about to nod, but then Sansa spoke up. Mother, would it be all right if I stayed with Viserys a bit longer? We haven't really had time to speak alone. I caught the momentary flicker in Robb's eyes. Just like his mother, Robb wasn't a fool. He could see that his sister felt more than just gratefulness toward me. But he didn't say anything opposing it. I'd seen that healer girl in the camp earlier, the one he'd marry in the coming future, so he likely understood exactly what Sansa felt. He'd grown into a softer man. But his mother didn't share his reluctance. Lady Catelyn's face hardened as she shot her daughter a look. Firstly, you should refer to him as per his title. He's a king with the backing of 3 kingdoms. And secondly, no, you. Sansa gave a short whine. Mother Tilda, please. Mother, Robb said, they won't be meeting for a long while after this. He'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Let her express her gratitude at least. Catelyn inhaled, pressing her lips together until they thinned. Fine, she conceded after a tight pause. But be quick about it, Sansa. If you aren't back soon, I'll come to get you back myself. She threw me a final warning glance, then turned and left with Robb at her side. Sansa exhaled slowly, relief washing over her face. She looked at me with a small, grateful smile. Shall we, then? She asked, gesturing for us to enter. I smiled and pulled back the tent flap, allowing her inside. The interior was dimly lit with a single lamp dangling from the center pole and the floor layered with thick rugs. A low cot stood near the corner, neatly made but unremarkable. I supposed this was my guest bed. Still, it was better than most soldier tents. Someone had gone through the trouble of setting up a table with a basin of water, a small pitcher of wine, and a loaf of dark bread. I set aside my sword belt by a simple wooden trunk, then turned to find Sansa hovering a step behind me as if uncertain of her place. I let out a soft laugh. No way, you first followed me inside and now act awkward. Couldn't leave my side, wolf princess. What? No. She wrinkled her nose in mock annoyance. Stop teasing me, you. She paused, a pink flush crossing her cheeks. You know oh, arg, you're such a flirty mess. It won't end well as a king, you know. Even if you win the throne, what if you become like Robert Baratheon? He was fat and from eating all day and sleeping with prostitutes. Her reaction made me chuckle. Sounds like you're jealous I'd do this to others. No, you're crazy. So says the silly girl who clung to my arms, pushing her body into my hold, the entire dragon ride here. I slanted her a teasing look. Didn't I hear a small squeal of delight when Viserion swooped low over the river? That was terror, she insisted, a little too quickly. She frowned in annoyance and folded her arms. I thought I'd fall off. You were taking advantage of me with your hands. I said, smirking. Sure I did. She tried to glare, but it ended in a faint, sheepish grin. Sansa was cute, innocent, unlike both Arianne Martell and Marjorie Tyrell. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and Sansa remained standing, twisting the fabric of her gown at the hips. Her tension lingered in the air, so I patted the mattress beside me. What are you waiting for? Sit, I offered softly. She moved as though to comply, but at the last moment, I seized her wrist and tugged her gently onto my lap. She let out a breathy gasp, her face going nearly scarlet. I slid my arms around her waist, settling her neatly. That's better, I murmured, pressing my cheek briefly against her shoulder. A faint trace of lavender, her soap or her perfume, lingered. There. Her body trembled slightly as she tried to collect herself. You're quite forward, she mumbled, her tone half indignant and half embarrassed. I didn't think you were like this when you were fighting the Hound. I raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you secretly like the variety of talents I have. Her stammering fluster served as an answer enough. I have a lot more talents that we can explore together if you want, she averted her gaze. My desire to be a queen died long ago in King's Landing, Esser. You have better luck with someone else. She paused, the playful tone vanishing as she just exhaled. I'm just grateful to be home, you know. With my family, and you. I suppose. She looked back into my eyes, and I stared. The words caught me by surprise, a comfortable warmth spreading through me. Such a fine girl. Pity to think she'd have been ruined into an emotionless stone if I hadn't saved her. Well, I said, leaning in just enough that our eyes nearly met, I'll be leaving tomorrow, so I guess your happiness will be halved. In that quiet moment, her breath hitched. No. Half is too much. More like 1/4 or maybe a bit more. She giggled, and our faces drew close with sweet and uncertain tension. I closed my eyes, and she did the same. Our lips parted. Right at that moment, the wind flapped. A sudden commotion tore the moment apart. The tent flaps flew open, and Catelyn Stark stormed inside, eyes blazing with maternal fury. I knew this would happen. She hissed. Sansa jolted upright from my lap, nearly tripping over her skirts, while I cleared my throat. Hello, Lady Stark. You dirty child, she snapped, ignoring my words and rounding on Sansa. What do you think you're doing in a man's arms before marriage? Have you no sense, no dignity? Mother. Sansa stammered, her face pale now instead of pink. It's not Caitlin silenced her with a glare. I've heard enough. You're coming with me, and we're going to have a talk about your behavior. Her grip on Sansa's arm was firm, and though Sansa attempted a final protest, Caitlin swept her toward the exit. The older woman paused just long enough to fix me with a disapproving glower. Then they were gone, the tent flaps falling closed behind them. I sat there, taking on the faint trace of lavender that remained in the air. I glanced ruefully at the bed, our near moment replaced by a wave of awkwardness. Well, I murmured to the silence, sighing, that ended brilliantly. A tired chuckle escaped me. My eyes drifted to the canvas roof, and I decided I'd had enough drama for one day. So I kicked off my boots, let myself sprawl across the thin mattress, and closed my eyes. Within minutes, exhaustion claimed me, and I slipped into a much-needed sleep. Chapter 49. The Dragon's Rescue. It was morning now, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed with my sword on my lap as I polished it with a clean piece of cloth. A throaty rumble of Viserion gnawing on her breakfast, some poor sheep or what remained of it, brought me out of my focus as I looked up. A morning breeze rustled the camp's tents, carrying the savory sour smell of churned mutton through the air. I locked the sword on my waist and walked out, stepping into the commotion that was a war camp. People stared at Viserion eating, their eyes full of awe, and I enjoyed it. I approached her, noticing what she was eating. It didn't look particularly appetizing, but my dragon enjoyed the raw, bloody feast nonetheless. Well, I say it's not particularly appetizing, but, somehow, I also felt hungry looking at it. This was not a good sign. Was I losing my rationality? Shaking my head, I patted her golden scales, feeling the tension in her body as she tore off another hunk of flesh. She probably wasn't hungry, she'd feasted yesterday, but she clearly didn't mind eating more. I didn't mind. A well-fed dragon was safer for everyone involved. Yawning, I glanced around, observing the camp, the people, and the burning scent of meat. My eyes fell on a small entourage that had gathered in the clearing just beyond Viserion. Robb Stark stood at the forefront, with his mother and sister not far behind. The older woman's stance was prim and guarded. A few of the important northern lords flanked them, recognizable from the night's extended meeting, some with bandaged arms, others with stern, soldierly faces. A cluster of men in thick cloaks lingered at the edge, curious but respectful. "You're up early, Your Grace," Robb said, stepping closer. His hair was tousled in the morning sun, and though he tried for a neutral expression, he looked curious. "We've prepared a feast for you." "Well, as much as we can prepare in a war camp." I shrugged lightly. "That won't be necessary. I plan to leave soon." "Well, as soon as she's done," I replied, nodding toward Viserion's current meal. "She'll be full enough to fly without complaining." Behind Robb, I spotted Sansa and Lady Caitlin. Sansa's gaze was downcast, her lips pressed in a wistful line. I guessed she was sad to see me depart. No surprises there, considering the closeness we'd developed in such a short time. But her mother's expression was as formidable as ever, doubtful, protective, and appraising. Nearby lords looked on with polite interest or mild curiosity as Robb cleared his throat, sighing. "A pity, but I'm sure the soldiers will enjoy the food." I laughed. "That they will. And just call me by name. It doesn't matter even if people are around, Robb. Fellow kings should have that much liberty. Plus, we're friends, right?" He smiled. "Of course. You saved my sister, so we certainly are. I appreciate everything you've done, Viserys. Last night's talk ended on a good note, and your promises made us look forward to the coming months. My lords are grateful, and we'll be waiting for when you call." His voice lowered. "Once you ride out, I trust you'll send word when the time is ripe." "I'll lead my army into King's Landing then." I offered him a firm nod, smiling. "Count on it. I'll send a raven when the right moment comes. By then, Viserion should also be large enough to cast a real shadow of fear over King's Landing. So don't be late to the game, otherwise I'll enjoy it all by myself." He chuckled genuinely. "I look forward to that." Then his gaze flicked to Viserion. The dragon had, by now, devoured the better part of the sheep. Gore stained the grass in her jaws. Still, the sight didn't seem to unnerve Robb as much as it might have a day earlier. I'd say this was a pretty good visit. We made decent strides in bridging old animosities. The Starks and Targaryens were historically enemies, yet here we stood, almost real allies. Mutual respect was a pleasant change from Doran Myrtell's doubt to Olenna Tyrell's desire to take advantage of me. By this time, Viserion let out a quiet huff, flapping her wings in a lazy stretch. Satisfied, apparently, I took that as my cue to mount. With one swift motion, I approached her side and laid a hand against the scaled curve of her neck. She grumbled softly but didn't protest as I hoisted myself onto her back. The Northern Lords stiffened, shifting uneasily at the prospect of me taking flight right before them. Perhaps instinctually, they feared what I could do on top of Dragon's back, away from their attacks, and a weapon of mass destruction under my command. "All right then," I said, patting Viserion. "We'll see." Before I could finish my goodbyes, Sansa stepped forward, desperation on her face that hadn't been there a moment before. "Viserys," she called, her voice almost cracking. Then she caught herself, remembering protocol. I mean, Your Grace, please, before you go, I have one last favor to ask." She stammered, making the lords exchange looks. Her tone made me pause. Even from my vantage on Viserion's back, I could see the guilt and fear shining in her eyes. Robb scowled, and Lady Catelyn let out a sigh. Whatever Sansa was about to say clearly wasn't new to the rest of her family. "Speak up," I told her. "If there's something important, I'd rather not leave with regrets." Sansa swallowed, her voice trembling. "Well, last night, after I finally felt relief being free, I found out some terrible news that my mother was hiding to spare me more sorrow. It's about my younger brothers, Bran and Rickon. Theon Greyjoy, the imbecile that House Stark raised, has taken Winterfell. My brothers are in his custody." Her lips quivered. "Please, help us. Save my brothers. Save Winterfell from that traitor." The gathered men fell silent, and even the soldiers nearby watched the scene. I detected a note of dismay on Robb's face. He quickly recovered, turning to Sansa with a placating gesture. "We've already sent men to handle it, Sansa. Lord Bolton dispatched his bastard son to reclaim Winterfell. Just give it some time. Viserys is a guest, an ally, yes, but we can't impose on him like this." "But it's the Ironborn," Lady Catelyn cut in sharply, fists clenched. This time, she was on her daughter's side. "I told you, Robb, but you didn't listen. Theon grew up with you and then betrayed you. Imagine what those who grew up in the Iron Islands are like. Who's to say they'll spare hostages? We can't risk delaying. If those filthy men hurt Bran or Rickon, then, I don't know." Robb exhaled, clearly torn. I hummed momentarily and lightly tapped my fingers on Viserion's scales. "Your mother is right, Robb. The Ironborn are infamous for cruelty. And we're allies now, friends, even. Seeing you, especially Sansa, lose her precious brothers would pain me as well." I said and watched Sansa's eyes widen in surprise. "And it's not as if I'm in a hurry to return to King's Landing. So, I can head north and teach the Ironborn men a lesson." Sansa brightened, hope lighting her face. Then I'm coming with you." "No, you're not," Catelyn barked, whirling on her daughter with a glare that would have withered lesser souls. "I won't allow such madness. You're to stay here, with me, and with your brother who'll keep you safe." Robb placed a hand on his mother's shoulder. "Mother, please. Sansa has endured so much. And honestly, perhaps she's more safe with Viserys. He's on top of a dragon, as you can see. Plus, a Stark needs to go with him to Winterfell. The people of the North would tremble in fear otherwise if they saw a dragon-riding Targaryen circle their sky. With Sansa there, they'll see the alliance as real. Besides, we can't spare the time or resources to ferry Sansa back here if..." Catelyn's expression colored with anger, but Robb pressed on. "Don't give me that look, Mother. Let's not pretend any of us here forgot what you did. You still haven't received a verdict for releasing Jaime Lannister. If not, I'd have requested Viserys to take you back to Winterfell as well. So just stay quiet, and trust that Sansa will be safe with Viserys." She opened her mouth, clearly wishing to object further, but words failed her. Her eyes flicked from Sansa's pleading expression to me, perched on Viserion, and she let out a frustrated breath. "Fine," she said at last, voice cold. "But if any harm befalls my daughter, it won't," I assured her, my tone calm and confident. I delivered her safely. How can I let her be harmed when you're trusting her with me willingly? Fear not, she'll come to no harm under my watch. Robb stepped closer, offering me a respectful nod. Thank you, friend. Keep her safe, and I trust you'll do whatever you must to free our brothers. Theon was once my friend, but that friendship is dead now. He chose his path. Understood, I murmured. We'll leave at once. Sansa wasted no time. She ran forward, hands delicately resting on Viserys's golden flank, searching for a foothold. The dragon let out a soft grunt. Whether annoyance or mere acknowledgement, I couldn't be sure, but didn't flinch as Sansa clambered up in front of me. The watchers stared, breath held, as she settled onto the dragon's back. They watched as a Stark climbed onto dragon back. I offered one last glance at the Starks. Robb raised a hand in silent thanks. Catelyn stood taut, arms folded, eyes brimming with worry. The northern lords surrounding them exchanged odd whispers. Then Viserion spread her wings, stirring gusts of dust and hay in the clearing. Sansa gave a final wave, her hair tumbling in the breeze, and then we lifted off. Viserion launched herself into the bright morning sky, hoisting us clear of the camp, the men below shrinking to ant-like shapes. A swirl of cold air rushed against my cheeks, and Sansa let out a soft gasp. I tightened my verdict around her waist, making her relax. Over the roar of the wind, I heard the distant cheers, the murmurs, and the faint clang of steel as the world fell away beneath us. We soared northward, the horizon wide open. My mind raced, plans for subduing Theon Greyjoy, and perhaps his father, for winning over the north, for everything that might follow if my rescue mission succeeded. Hang on, I whispered to Sansa's ears. The real ride begins now. Each time Viserion flapped her wings, I felt one step deeper into the Game of Thrones. Chapter 50. Reclaim Winterfell. The wind whistled against my face as Viserion's wings carved through the air, her flaps a deep, steady rhythm that carried us. The sun angled low on the horizon, tinting the sky with a soft gold that cast our shadows far across the rolling landscape. House Reed's seat, the neck, stretched out below. It was a patchwork of marshes, green wetlands, and narrow causeways threading through boggy water. I observed the land in a light of wonder. From this height, it looked peaceful, almost serene, an emerald painting speckled with streams of sparkling water. Sansa sat snugly before me, my arms lightly circling her waist. Sansa, take a look, I nudged her, and she flinched. She'd been dazed. Why yes, she said, clearing her throat and looking around. It's pretty. She wasn't in her right mind, her heart full of worry, that much was obvious from her voice. That was why I hadn't tried anything with her yet. My chin moved to rest on her shoulder, the curve of her cheek close enough that I caught a faint whiff of lavender or whatever perfume lingered in her hair. Her breath hitched as I murmured, "Why are you so worried? Your brothers will be fine." The tension in her posture melted ever so slightly, and she let out a small, muffled sound, half relief, half uncertainty. "I hope so," she whispered. The gust of wind and the rush of Viserion's flight finally soothed over her, and her body relaxed. She leaned back into me slowly, her posture soothing against my chest. I tightened my hold, giving her what reassurance I could through the warmth of our shared closeness. Far below, a broad river twisted through the neck's muddy banks, while above us, the sky opened wide as if welcoming our journey north. This journey would take longer than our earlier one, but we'd enjoy it. We soared onward, the damp wind carrying us onward to Winterfell and whatever awaited us there. Maester Luwin stood in the corridor outside the Great Hall of Winterfell. He'd been serving House Stark for decades, but after a long time, he recalled that time when he'd come to Winterfell for the first time, seeing its 1,000-year-old stones that looked dark and oppressive even during the day. Today, he felt the same. This place felt foreign to him. He paused, knuckles hovering an inch from the oak door, before breathing out a sigh and rapping softly. A muffled sound from inside, furniture scraping, footsteps, then the door swung open to reveal a guard's stern face. "Come in," the man stepped aside, allowing the maester to pass. Maester Luwin walked inside. On the second floor, he found Theon Greyjoy slumped on the lord's chair, making him pause. Theon had tried to fashion himself a makeshift ruler, but the posture looked more like a child playing king than anything. He kept glancing at the window, watching the wall gates. On the other side of that wall, although it wasn't visible from here, Two small forms were wrapped in cloth, a burnt stench clinging to the air. The sunlight highlighted the hollows under Theon's eyes as he stared at it. So he does feel guilt for what he did, I see. Maester Luwin noted and bowed his head, entering with cautious steps. My lord, he murmured, voice collected but devoid of approval. You called for me. Theon barely spared him a glance, drumming his fingers on the armrest. You don't sound pleased calling me that, he muttered. I'm no lord. Just a Greyjoy bastard in a den of wolves. Right, his tone was full of challenge. One would think he knows his place, but he just wants me to admit it for him. Ha! I never realized how pathetic this boy is. Luwin controlled his emotions and cleared his throat gently. You hold Winterfell now, doesn't matter if it's by force. You are, for now, its master. And as the maester assigned to Winterfell, I'm at your command. Theon stared at him, and then his gaze shifted to the wall gates again, imagining the churned remains of the children. His knuckles tightened around the armrest. They're saying I went too far, Maester Luwin, he said, barely containing his anger. I called to ask, do you agree with them? A flicker of anger crossed Luwin's face, despite his years of training, but he quickly hid it. Those boys this morning, the ones you burned, he lowered his voice, choosing each word with care. They're not Bran and Rickon, are they? What? No matter how poisoned your mind has been in desperation for power, I doubt you'd do that, Theon my lord. They were practically your brothers. Tell me, was it truly them? He asked, and in response, Theon went silent. Either way, the cruelty only begets resentment. It won't earn you the fear you crave, only hatred. Why are you surprised? Theon snorted, pushing himself upright in the chair. I don't expect them to love me. He snapped. I took Winterfell because it was there for the taking. If it means burning some brats to assert authority, so be it. The way he spoke of the boys implied it wasn't the Stark boys, but he glared at Luwin as if daring him to ask about that again. I know what I did, but that's my decision. I don't care. Let Robb choke on that news for a while. My sister will arrive with her army soon, and we'll hold Winterfell with everything, no matter if Robb comes to reclaim it himself. A short silence passed between them, and Luwin shook his head, sadness lining every crease in his brow. Your father's men might do worse when they come, he said softly. And the men here, your men, are unsettled, Theon. Many of them left the Iron Islands to plunder, not to keep a castle. They grow bored, and they take out their boredom on the townsfolk. The townsfolk you grew up with. Do you really want this? Luwin wondered if the boy would get mad at being called by his name rather than title, as he'd been a day before, but Theon's gaze only flickered across the wall gates. A flicker of something that might have been regret flashed before his eyes and then vanished. He raked a hand through his disheveled hair. They'll learn their place. My sister is a woman and has no claim to the Salt Throne when the male heir is alive. I'll win over my men soon enough, I just need some time. And you? He fixed the maester with a wavering glare. Just remember who's in charge, old man, you're talking a lot of shit. Just in case, if you think to help those I despise, I won't be so forgiving. Those he despises. Does that mean he truly didn't kill Bran and Rickon and fears I'm aiding them? Luwin noted, calculating, feeling relieved, and then sighed. Of course, my lord. I have always served Winterfell, he replied evenly. And while I breathe, I will do what I can to protect it. Theon just looked at him. A moment later, he opened his mouth, but before he could respond, a distant screech rang out through the stone corridors. It was an unnatural, resonant, and chilling sound that rattled the bones of every living being. Maester Luwin's eyes widened with alarm. Gods be good, what the hell was that? Theon jerked upright, his head snapping toward the high windows that lined the hall. But this time, rather than looking at the gates, he looked at the sky where the sound had come from. His heartbeat thundered as he realized how foreign and bestial the sound was. What kind of beast can make that kind of sound, Maester Luwin? Theon turned to the wise man and asked, but he already knew. He'd heard the stories. They exchanged one glance and then rushed toward the nearest window. Theon fumbled at the heavy shutters, throwing them open fully. The sunlight spilled into the hall, and they both leaned out, their breath catching in their throats. Against the bright expanse of sky, a huge, winged silhouette sliced through the air. Golden scales glimmered under the midday sun, and it let out another piercing cry. In that single moment, Theon felt his grip on Winterfell slip further. I angled Viserion in a slow, spiraling descent above Winterfell's outer walls. A gust of cold air whipped at my hair, and the familiar rush of being airborne kept my blood humming. Below, I saw broken battlements and scorched patches, clear signs that Theon's Ironborn had made a mess of this place. Sansa was pressed tight against me, her breaths short and quick as the ancient fortress unfurled in our view. "Are you all right?" I asked, speaking just loud enough for her to hear over the whoosh of wind. She nodded, though I felt her body tremble. "It's just seeing home from above," she swallowed. I never imagined Winterfell like this, from a dragon's back. It's breathtaking and terrifying, but I'm also relieved to see my home. Let's head down. I guided Viserion into another circle around the courtyard below, searching for the Ironborn. My sharp Valyrian eyes helped me see better. I see a few men in those corners, hard to tell if they're your people or not. "Where should we touch down?" Sansa straightened a bit, her gaze darting frantically across the courtyard. "There." She pointed at a stone-walled section near the broken gatehouse, where a group of armed men milled about, wearing rough leather and mismatched steel. Their attire was nothing like the Northmen's furs or stark sigils. A slow smile curled on my lips. "They're no Northerners, that's for sure." I leaned forward, tightening my arm around her waist. "All right, let's pay them a visit." Viserion responded to a slight shift in my posture. She tucked her wings and descended, dropping into the courtyard with a powerful air backwash. The men below staggered, bracing themselves against the sudden gust and screech. Spears clattered on stone. "What the fuck is that? Did I drink too much ale?" I kept a firm hold on Sansa as Viserion's back legs touched down. She shrieked fiercely and loudly, and the Ironborn scattered in alarm, half of them rolling on the ground. They were screaming at me, eyes full of terror, but I ignored them. Still mounted atop the dragon, I squeezed Sansa's waist in a reassuring gesture. "Now," I said calmly, "tell me which ones you want dead." Sansa's breath hitched. She hesitated momentarily, turning to look at my face. Then she pointed with trembling fingers at the men she recognized as foreigners. "Those few," she whispered. I don't know them. They aren't from my home." And they were wearing Ironborn armor, but Sansa didn't seem to notice that. "Good enough for me." I lifted my head and raised my voice. "Dracarys." Flames erupted from Viserion's jaws. The roar of the dragon's fire drowned out the Ironborn's horrified cries. The next sight was something to see. Their pleas for mercy caught in the inferno, and the entire area heated up. The men were consumed within seconds, embers and ash swirling in the wind. The stench of charred flesh burned my nose, but I welcomed the flush of triumph. Pity they died too quickly. That should have been most of them, but some more should be around the area. "Let me speak, Sansa," I murmured, swinging my leg over the saddle to stand upright on Viserion's back. I raised my voice for the northern folk who peered out from doors and behind ruined walls. "People of Winterfell, I am Viserys Targaryen, the rightful heir of the Iron Throne. I know you must be confused, but fear not, I come as your ally. I've come to free you from these Ironborn cunts as you just saw. Spread out now, search every corridor and cranny for any Ironborn still skulking about. Bring them here alive, preferably. I have plans for them." For Winterfell, a wave of confusion rippled through the ragged onlookers. Most had never seen a dragon in their lifetimes, and the Targaryen name meant enemy. Shock gripped them, but then Sansa steadied herself, shakily standing atop Viserion. I held her to stop her from falling, and she spoke out in a shaky but resolute voice. "Everyone, he's not lying. You know me, I am Sansa Stark," she called, forcing her chin up. "Daughter of Eddard Stark, listen to Viserys. He's here to help us, to save Winterfell. My brother, the king in the north, sent him here." That rallied them. They truly trusted a Stark with their lives. A murmur of awe passed through the crowd, turning into a ragged cheer. Men and women scrambled off, armed with whatever they could find, determined to flush out any remaining Ironborn. My gaze followed them to the gates until I heard a sound coming from the opposite direction. The castle. A lone figure strode out from the castle door, Theon Greyjoy. He wore no helmet, unprepared for battle, and I spotted fresh burns on his hands. Speaking of, I noticed 2 churned bodies hanging from the gate earlier. Sansa hadn't, and I didn't bother to notify her about it. Looks like he already killed 2 innocent boys. Theon Greyjoy, I called out loud, and Sansa's head snapped to look at him. The puny Ironborn filth looked at me in shock and stumbled on seeing the blackened remains of his men, half crouching as if the sight physically wounded him. Pale fury etched across his features. "You, bastard Targaryen," he spat, voice tinged with trembling anger or fear. He bit his lip when he saw the dragon I rode, but then he met my eyes again. I don't care who you are, but who gave you the right to?" I felt Sansa tremble in rage at the sound of his voice. She pointed a finger, her eyes alight with hatred. "He betrayed my family. Kill him too, Viserion." "Nah, that won't do." Viserion of course didn't listen. She was my dragon, not this Stark's. I leaned in. "Hey," I held her chin and turned it toward me. She looked surprised, but I brushed a light kiss on her nose. "Calm down, he's no danger to us. He's more valuable alive," I murmured. "That said, he did deserve punishment." Without further warning, I let go of Sansa and hopped down from Viserion's back, rising high, boots hitting the courtyard in a puff of dust. Theon was surprised seeing how high I'd jumped, and tried to step back, raising a sword but I didn't give him the chance. I closed the distance between us, seized him by the collar, and slammed my fist into his face. "Arg!" Theon shouted, but it was cut off halfway through as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot, unconscious. A few curious bystanders gawked, uncertain whether to cheer or flee. "Welcome to a new day, Theon Greyjoy," I said, although he couldn't hear. "You'll get what you deserve soon enough." Behind him, Maester Luwin stood at the castle entrance, eyes huge with disbelief as they fixed on my dragon. He barely spared a glance at me or Sansa. The Maester was in awe seeing a living dragon, a creature from the pages of history. Before I could say more, a rush of movement caught my eye. 2 small forms darted forward from behind a collapsed section of the yard. I almost moved toward Sansa to protect her, but I recognized them as Bran and Rickon Stark, accompanied by a lanky, wild-looking woman, Osha, if I recall, and a hulking man carrying Bran in his arms. Ah, they must have been hiding in the crypt. From what I remember, the boy's eyes were wide, scanning the courtyard. Then they saw Sansa perched on the dragon as they froze. "Sansa, I knew that was your voice," Bran called, voice cracking with relief. The younger one, Rickon, wasted no time and ran for his sister. Sansa leapt off the saddle, stumbling a bit but ignoring any sense of decorum as she raced to meet them. She enveloped both in a hug, tears shining in her eyes. I smiled. A rescue mission. That didn't take long. Most of the delay was because of the flight. And in a single, brutal encounter, we raised the Ironborn's threat to cinders, found the Stark boys safe, and seized a living prisoner in Theon Greyjoy. The courtyard quieted except for Sansa's choked sobs of joy. Above us, Viserion lifted her head and roared to the sky, sealing the fact that Winterfell, at least for now, belonged to the dragon, and the wolves. Once again, Winterfell was reclaimed. Chapter 51. Promise of a good show. I found myself standing in what had once been an old storage chamber under the Great Keep. It was a dark, cramped room lit by a single flickering torch. Shadows flickered across the stone walls, revealing cracks and chipped mortar that spoke of Winterfell's age. This place was over 8,000 years old, after all. I felt the cool underground air steady my thoughts as my lungs were filled with them. I was mostly done, except for this. I had spent most of the morning settling the unrest. After Sansa reunited with Bran and Rickon, the people of the north went hunting for the remaining Ironborn. No shortage of them tried to hide in the corners and cellars of Winterfell, but all were found. Unlike my initial plan, I had them executed. What use were they, after all, if Theon Greyjoy was already in my hands? Sansa had stood with me as I addressed Winterfell's surviving folk. With her calm, resolute presence, the crowd settled, and we promised to hold the castle until proper order could be restored. A few questioned having a Targaryen in charge, but Sansa vouched for me, so they begrudgingly bowed their heads. I loved my wolf pup already. No doubt some would remain wary, but I wouldn't expect otherwise. For now, peace was held by a thread. And that led me here, inside this dim corridor, facing Theon Greyjoy. Can't believe he's still unconscious in a situation like this, I said, taking a look at him. The fool was bound to a wooden chair, wrists tied behind him with rope thick enough to restrain a direwolf. He'd been unconscious when we dragged him down. Blood crusted near his temple where I'd struck him earlier, and his mouth hung slightly open, shallow breaths escaping. I stood near his shoulder, Sansa close by my side. She stared at him, her expression one of anger and disappointment, perhaps betrayal. Although the last one had lost its edge by now. They'd grown up together once upon a time, so she felt betrayed, but she'd already come to accept that. What are we going to do with him? Sansa asked, and I gestured my chin at her. I approached the chair. My footsteps filled the hollow halls. I placed a hand on his shoulders and jerked him slightly. Wake up, Greyjoy. Slowly, Theon's eyelids fluttered. A low groan came from his throat. He shifted, then jerked upright, blinking furiously as he realized his predicament. Panic flashed across his face. His gaze darted around the dark room until it settled on us. You, he rasped, voice scratchy. His eyes trembled when he recognized me. This must be a bad nightmare. Yes, a Targaryen in Winterfell, a dragon, all that can't be right. I let out a low, humorless laugh. Are you truly that surprised, Greyjoy? It's been an interesting turn of events, but it's not a dream. He flicked his gaze to Sansa, and some sort of desperate cunning lit in his eyes. Sansa, listen to me, he said, tone cracking into a plea. This man, he can't be trusted. He's just using you and your family. Targaryens have always. I laughed, which cut off his words. Look at this guy, I said and slipped behind Sansa, sliding my arms around her waist. She stiffened at the public display, but she didn't pull away. My chin rested on her shoulder, and she let out a shaky breath. He thinks he can turn you against me, I said, amused. Isn't that funny, my dear? Theon's face twisted. What are you doing to her? He demanded, voice brimming with alarm. Sansa managed a small squeak, turning her head slightly to look at me. Hey, someone is right in front of us, and... I gently turned her chin to face me better, ignoring Theon's sputtering. Why should humans care if a dog sees them mate? Her eyes widened, and my lips met hers in a deliberate, unhurried kiss. She melted against me with a stifled moan. It was our first true kiss, more than a quick brush of lips on cheek, and the sensation of her warmth, the press of her body, flickered through me with satisfying heat. My hands tightened around her waist, feeling the heat of her flesh. For a moment, it was as if Theon and the rest of the world ceased to exist. She wiggled, pushing herself into me, her body craving my kiss. At one point, she started liking this. She started liking showing this side of her to the dog. When the kiss broke, I kept my forehead lightly against hers, savoring her breath. Your lips are delicious, Sansa. Theon let out a low growl. You bastard. I returned my attention to him with a sly smirk. In the books, I heard that Theon dreamed of marrying Sansa. He must be losing his night right now. That's when I noticed something else about him, an uncomfortable bulge in his trousers. Oh, I said with mocking sympathy. Look at him. This ironborn pig definitely had his eyes on you, Sansa, from the day he was a ward here. Look at that little tent. What a weird bastard. And you Stark kids considered him a brother. Sansa stiffened, then scowled in Theon's direction. You're so disgusting. Even this aside, you killed 2 poor farm boys, she snapped. You loser, you piece of shit, you betrayed my family, Theon. My father believed in you, Robb believed in you, we all trusted you. Theon's face twitched, shame warring with anger. At least they weren't, he swallowed. Bran and Rickon, you should be grateful that I didn't kill your brothers. What? Sansa was stunned. I moved in a blur, my fist cracking across his cheek. Theon shouted in pain, head snapping to the side. You speak like that in front of me one more time, Greyjoy, and you will never speak again. Whether they were Stark boys or not, you still murdered innocent children. You're in no place to defend yourself, or bait rage from Sansa. He glared back, bloody lips curling up in a sneer. You'll pay for this, lizard, he spat, the corner of his mouth bleeding. My sister. She'll come for me. She's already been traveling for a while now. Asha is not like me, she's stronger, and her ironborn men are. Asha, is it? I mused aloud, stepping beside Sansa once more. My hands drifted along her waist, drawing a small whimper from her. Good. That's what I needed to know. That's why I came to you. How nice of you to tell me about the Ironborn's next plans so easily. Very good. But Theon, do you really expect your sister to defeat my dragon? He froze, realizing he'd just handed me a vital piece of intelligence. Anger flared in his eyes, but no words came. Smiling, I leaned into Sansa's ear. You should go, baby, I murmured. Let me finish with him. We don't want you to see things you'd regret. She swallowed, color high on her cheeks. Fine, she said softly, glancing at his bound form one last time before stepping away from me. The door creaked as she left, leaving only me and the prisoner, along with the quiet drip of water from somewhere in the darkness. I watched her retreating figure for a heartbeat, savoring that bright red flush across her face, and the sway of her full hips. I loved that she was already an adult in this world. It was much better to look at. I turned to Theon, who glared defiantly despite the ropes biting into his wrists. Now that we're alone, what will you do to me? Oh no, don't get me wrong. I didn't send her away to torture you. I just want to tell you something that I can't in front of her, I smiled. Quote. What is it? Let your sister come, I said lightly. I'll be waiting for this Asha. And you, Theon, I laughed, stepping closer, letting him see the glint in my eyes. Since you like to watch so much, you'll have a front row seat to the show. To what I'll do to your dear, strong, sister. Theon's lips pressed into a thin line, fear, frustration and dread visible in the set of his jaw. I ran a hand over the stubble of his scalp in a mock pitying gesture. This was fun. Just be patient, I told him. Then, with that, I spun and strode out of the room, leaving Theon alone in the darkness to seethe. Outside, the torchlit corridor smelled faintly of old stone and dust. I paused, collecting my thoughts, already forming new plans for dealing with Asha Greyjoy. Hey, you're out, Sansa was waiting, flustered by our little display earlier. A smile touched my lips. One more loose end to tie up. Admittedly, I should deal with Sansa properly before Asha's Ironborn forces came. Chapter 52. What a disappointment. Hey, you're out, she said, a trace of nerves lacing her words. The dark stones of Winterfell flickered with torchlit stones that felt deceptively peaceful after the day's turmoil. Each gust of night air carried the faint scent of ash and old dust, remnants of the Ironborn's short-lived occupation. I offered her a small, warm smile. Why the long face? Despite my success in stabilizing the castle and learning the Ironborn's next moves, there was much yet to do, and I had one more task tonight. Sansa's cheeks bore a soft redness, and I could sense some tension in the air. She caught my eye and cleared her throat, a memory of our earlier display before Theon's eyes still evident in her posture. Long face. No, I was just thinking about some things, she said. She didn't look like she minded our earlier actions. I see. I looked up at the darkening sky. Night was here. Let's go somewhere private, Sansa. We need to talk. Her gaze flickered with curiosity and perhaps a flicker of worry. She nodded, guiding me along the corridor. We passed a scattering of northern guards who quickly averted their eyes. The news of a Targaryen commandeering Winterfell was received with mixed feelings. Nobody showed disrespect to me since I did kill the Ironborn, but they weren't very welcoming either. Our footsteps were the only sound that exchanged between us. The torches lining the walls cast shadows that seemed to shrink away from us as we went, and I could feel Sansa's closeness as she walked just ahead of me. Her red hair caught occasional glimmers from the flames. Sansa came to a stop before a sturdy oak door. She cleared her throat, this is my room. Come in, she said softly and opened it, stepping inside, the room beyond dimly lit by the faint glow of embers in a hearth. Must be fun, having servants prepare the hearth even before you tell them to. I was not particularly rich in my previous life, and even as Viserys, I barely got to enjoy wealth because of the rebellion. I plan to make up for all that once I take the throne. I followed her in, the door clicking shut behind me. The chamber was small and oddly intimate, the walls draped in an artwork of the Stark sigil. The furniture was a simple table, a low bench, and a curtained bed. They spoke of comfort rather than opulence. Winterfell was created for survival, not luxury. Never mind, maybe it's not that fun to be a lord in this world. I nodded and she spoke. Ah, give me a moment. Sansa set to work at once, tending to the hearth. Within moments, newer flames danced, chasing away the corners of darkness. It heated up the chamber well. Orange light flickered across her face, and her auburn hair gleamed like polished copper. When she turned to me, her blue eyes held both warmth and hesitance. Viserys, is something the matter? No, because you wanted to talk in private. I allowed myself a brief, practiced smile. Nothing's wrong exactly. I just wanted some private time. I crossed the room and sat beside her on a low bench. Even through her uncertainty, she seemed relieved at my calm tone. Well, we're alone now. Hee. We began with a gentle conversation and discussed how the day had finally brought peace to Winterfell, and how the city's residents were learning to breathe again without the Ironborn's shadow looming over every stone. I'm still scared, though, she said, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at me. I was confused about what she was so worried for. About what? About what Theon said. Despite riding on top of a dragon, Sansa was worried that this peace will end. That Asha Greyjoy will put an end to it all. I couldn't help but chuckle. Seriously, Sansa, I asked, what are some stupid Ironborn against me and my dragon? You saw me beat the shit out of the Hound. You saw Viserion murder a dozen. She cleared her throat at that, looking away in embarrassment as she realized how stupid she sounded. I gave her the time to think it through, both of us sitting beside the fire, the crackling flames creating a lovely atmosphere. You know, a minute later, she spoke up. All this still seems like a dream. It's hard to believe I'm back home, whereas, just a few days ago, I was crying from Joffrey's torture. It's all thanks to you. You're saying it like I had nothing to gain from it. I laughed, throwing a piece of wood into the fire, and resting my shoulder against hers. I got myself an alliance out of it. Yes, but still Tilda, she scowled playfully. It's the behavior, you know. Someone else, and I can't imagine feeling this, blissful. It's all because of you. Is that so? I trained off, and she didn't reply. We stared at each other, our eyes looking deep, and I leaned closer. The space between us dwindled into something intimate. My fingers found Sansa's hand, and her breath caught. I could sense the tension that never fully left her, a tremor born from captivity and trauma. She didn't pull away though, letting my touch linger. You've been through so much, I said softly. You deserve better than this cold castle, better than these burdens on your shoulders. Her cheeks colored under the glow of the fire. What? You've done so much for me already, she whispered. I don't know what you're implying. Don't you? She averted her eyes, cleaning her throat. Hey, I don't even know how to thank you, but now you're saying this. I let my hand rise to brush the curve of her jaw, feeling the heat of her skin. You don't need to thank me, Sansa, I said. I am almost offended you're considering it. Are we that distant that we need to say those fancy words to each other? I leaned in, letting my lips graze hers in a soft, lingering kiss, testing the waters. Sansa blinked. There was a moment's hesitation, but then she responded, her hands lifting to rest against my chest, her eyes closing under my touch. Time stretched as the kiss deepened. My hand slid down her side, the texture of her gown and the slight quiver in her stance telling me more than words ever could. I roamed her body, pulling her onto my lap, devouring her mouth while my hands went around her body, her curves. Tilda, she whimpered as I bit her lips, moving to lick her long neck. It was tasty. I hit down on her shoulders, while my hands squeezed her ass under her skirt. I lifted her up, holding her ass and raising her into the air. She gasped and I led to the bed, dropping her on her back. She bounced on it as I loomed over her, my eyes appreciating her beauty. Sansa Stark was ripe and ready, her curves spilling out, begging to be savored. I leaned forward, going for a kiss, our lips meeting once again, while my hands went into her skirt again. This time, they went between her legs, on her heat core. Wait. Just as I started pressing a little further, her palms flattened against me, a gentle but firm barrier. She broke away, breath ragged, face flushed. Sansa, we can't. She managed, voice trembling. Not before. Not before marriage, please. My mother, she'd never forgive me. I drew back, letting my expression darken just enough to feign a hint of hurt. Slowly, I stood up, turning away so she couldn't see the flicker of triumph in my eyes. I see, I said, injecting a clipped tone. I would have thought we had more than just a political arrangement. Ha, forget it. Her eyes widened, and she reached for me in alarm. No, please, I didn't mean, Viserys, don't be upset. I'm just. She stumbled over her words, guilt and confusion knitting her brow. Don't worry about it, I said, looking at her from my shoulder. I shouldn't have assumed. Then I stepped away, letting the chamber's door open behind me. Wait, please. I cast one final glance at her, making sure she saw the pain in my expression. Rest well, Lady Stark. The door clicked shut, and I exhaled, the facade slipping from my face. A slow, pleased smile pulled at my lips. Sansa's reaction played exactly into my plans, fostering just enough guilt to keep her tethered. I couldn't be the king who'd rule it all if I shared a passionate night with her so easily. Things had to be more difficult, and follow my plans. Especially with Yara Greyjoy soon coming. She'd spend the night second-guessing her decision, grappling with whether her reluctance had driven a wedge between us. That doubt would allow me to manipulate her and stamp her away. Why are you mad I slept with someone else? Wasn't it you who pushed me away? That was the result I was going for. A gentle relationship with a High Lord's daughter wouldn't work. I'd decided otherwise from the very day I touched Arianne Martell. The corridor lay empty, save for the distant flicker of torches and the faint hum of night wind through the outer windows. My footsteps echoed softly on the worn stones as I moved away from Sansa's chamber. The Game of Thrones had multiple styles that one could choose to play from. I'd chosen the one where I'd dominate not only the kingdoms, but their families too. Chapter 53, Invasion of the Ironborn. The Great Hall of Winterfell felt subdued. It had been only a few days since I drove the Ironborn out, or more accurately, burned them out, but many of their scars remained, affecting the people of North. Torches flared along the high stone walls, casting flickers of light that struggled against the lingering shadows. Local farmers, tradesmen, and various other common folk filled the benches of the hall, waiting their turn to speak with the Stark children now holding court. Bran sat at the head of the gathering, dressed in a heavy fur-lined cloak. Though young, he wore the mantle of leadership here. Rickon, smaller and more fidgety, often glanced around the room, unsure of his role. Sansa sat to Bran's left, her gaze downcast, hands clasped in her lap. Now and then, she lifted her eyes, troubled blue light meeting the swirl of light from the torches overhead. Across the hall, I leaned against a chilly stone column, watching everything with a lack of interest. I barely paid attention to the soft murmurs of the people or the occasional cough echoing through the hall. Instead, my focus drifted to one of the tall, narrow windows that ran along the outer wall. The window showed my lovely dragon outside. She was hard to miss with that golden sheen of her scales. A pair of nervous stable hands were unloading the carcass of a fresh sheep, dropping it unceremoniously near Viserion. My dragon stretched her neck, yawning. A burst of orange flames left her yawn, and it singed the sheep before starting to devour it. Several onlookers watched from a distance, murmuring in both awe and fear, while Viserion's tail lazily flicked through the trodden snow. A smile touched my lips at the sight. They're still frightened of her. Good. It had been a few days, but the fear of a dragon didn't pass so easily. I turned my head just in time to catch a raised voice in the hall. Please, my lord. An older man, face lined with grief, eyes downcast, stood before Bran and Sansa. His voice cracked as he spoke of the Ironborn's cruelties. Please, my daughters, my poor girls, raped in our own home. My wife was the same, and she took her own life out of shame. And I could only watch. In all cases, I couldn't stop anything. A deep silence overtook the crowd. Rickon's lips parted, seeming unsure what to say. Maester Luwin patted him on the back, stopping him from saying anything. Sansa was horrified, while Bran's expression hardened, knuckles whitening on the arm of his chair. After a silent moment, Bran drew a breath. That is incredibly disheartening to hear, but the Ironborn have received their punishment, he stated quietly. They died by dragon fire. The old man sniffled, shoulders trembling. I know that. It's good that they burn, it's their punishment. But my wife, she's gone. My daughters, they look dazed all the time, staring into the air. His voice wavered. Who's going to fix them? The silence returned. It was a quiet so deep it weighed on everyone's chest. Bran's gaze dropped, and for a moment, he seemed very much the child he was, confronted by a grief too large for easy answers. He found no immediate response, only silence and empathy. I pushed myself off the column, footsteps echoing as I approached the dais where Bran and Sansa sat. "If I may," I said, and the crowd parted slightly, wary of the tall muscular figure with silver-white hair. Sansa shot me a glance, curiosity mingled with uncertainty, but I ignored her. Bran nodded, allowing me the permit to speak. I didn't need his permission, of course, but it didn't hurt to be polite. I turned to the old man. How many men were involved? The man swallowed. F4, my lord, my tone hardened. I see. I cannot bring your wife back to life, and I cannot undo your daughter's suffering. But I can give them a kind of justice, my kind of justice. My eyes swept the onlookers, then returned to the old man's tear-stained face. More Ironborn will come to reclaim Theon, or to raid these lands further. I have intel about that. When they come, I will take 4 of them captive for you. Bring your daughters to Winterfell. We'll let them deal with those men in whatever manner they see fit. Will that give you some solace, Goodman? A glimmer of hope lit the old man's features. It might, my lord. Yes, it might. I can't say if daughters will be satisfied with it, but I'll be happy. And I don't think they'll hate it either, thank you. Thank you. A buzz rippled through the assembled commoners, a mixture of surprise and satisfaction at this harsh offer. Sansa breathed in sharply but said nothing. I folded my arms, speaking once more. Don't thank me yet. This can only be done if Lord Stark permits it. While I claim to be the king of the realm, the north isn't a part of my rule anymore. It is the land of the king in the north, Robb Stark. In his absence, I cannot rule my own judgment. It's up to him. I shifted my gaze to Bran, voice even. What do you say, my lord? Bran's face reflected a tangle of emotion. There was sympathy for the victim, horror at the brutality that already happened and the new one that I suggested, and a flicker of doubt. But, he started, the 4 men you'll capture will not be the same ones who committed this crime. Is it justice to punish another for one's crime just because they're from the same place? I offered a cold shrug. All Ironborn are cut from the same cloth, especially the raiding sort. They'd have done the same or worse if it had been them. Do you disagree? From what we've seen, they're men of cruelty, burning children alive, raping as they please. Many heads nodded, some vigorously, especially those who'd witnessed or suffered from the Ironborn's short reign. Bran still hesitated, but then Sansa rose a little in her seat. We can't bring back his wife, but maybe this is the only justice left, she said. Her voice softened. We'll do it, just as His Grace Viserys suggested. She turned to look at me, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. I merely nodded, my expression distant, and turned aside. Sansa's smile faltered, disappointed that I didn't react warmly to her support. Everything was going fine. King Viserys. The old man cheered, throwing his hand in the air. King Viserys. King Viserys. Another followed, and people exchanged glances before they cheered for me. It felt good. It felt great, actually. To be cheered by the people of another while standing in the middle of their halls. The cheers continued until a guard burst into the hall, panting. My lord, he stammered, sparing a fearful glance at me. His chainmail rattled as he hurried to the dais. A band of Ironborn. They're near the western road. They're armed, heading toward Winterfell. Bran sat up, straighter, lips parting as if to give an order, but he didn't speak fast enough. A faint, predatory smile curved my lips. I set off for the door, cloak swishing around my boots, my voice echoing through the hall. Save your breath, Lord Stark. I'll see to them personally. Sansa's eyes followed me, concern etched across her features. The crowd pressed back as I passed, giving me a wide passage. Soon, gigantic wings took off into the air. The wind carried the salt-laden tang of the sea, a familiar taste that clung to Yara, Asha, Greyjoy's lips as she rode at the head of her small company. She guided her mount with practiced ease, her sharp eyes scanning the landscape of the north. This place was cold and unwelcoming, with gray skies that mirrored the chill in her mood. She didn't like being so deep into the mainland, just like how she didn't like riding a horse. The ship was her ride. Her fingers flexed on the reins. Theon, you bloody fool. She'd cursed out loud when she first heard the news, how her younger brother had seized Winterfell and later how he'd murdered children and burned their bodies to make his claim. It should have been cause for celebration. Ironborn should never apologize for taking what they wanted. But this was idiocy. Ironborn weren't born to hold a place. That wasn't the nature of a pirate. So when he called her for help to bring an army and hold Winterfell, she could only scoff. That was why her current company consisted of only 36 grim-faced raiders who had followed her from the Iron Islands. Not to hold Winterfell but for something much simpler. Yara wasn't here to bolster Theon's fragile grasp on this land. She was here to bring him back. She tugged at the reins, slowing her horse as they passed into a thicket of frostbitten trees. She frowned then. The faint crunch of frozen ground under hooves was the only sound aside from the occasional murmur among her men. A hawk cried above, and the air felt wrong. Yara's frown deepened. Her instincts prickled. Something was off. She glanced back at her men, their hardened faces betraying a faint unease that mirrored her own. What's wrong? One of the younger men asked, yet to sense the oddity. We should have seen the castle by now, another one of them muttered. Where's the damn spires? Quiet, Yara snapped, her voice cutting through the growing tension. She straightened in her saddle, eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon. The treetops swayed, but there was no wind. The world seemed to hold its breath. Something was definitely wrong here. Then it came. A sound, no, a roar, ripped through the air, so loud it felt like the sky itself was being torn apart. Like thunder was screaming in pain. The sheer force of it rattled the branches above, sending a cascade of frost to the ground. Yara flinched, her hands flying to her ears as several of her men cried out in alarm. What the fuck was that? Someone shouted, panic edging his voice. Yara's heart thudded against her ribs as she yanked her gaze upward. A massive shadow swept over the treetops, battering the weak northern sun. Her blood ran cold as she saw it, a creature of legend, fire, and fury. A motherfucking dragon. What the beast soared above them, its golden scales glinting like molten metal. Yara's heart began to pace faster. Its wings spanned wide enough to cast their company in shadow, and its roar echoed again, shaking the earth. Yara's heart was screaming by then. Hold, Yara bellowed, her voice cutting through the panic. Her men froze, some gripping their weapons, others glancing at her for direction. Don't move a fucking muscle. The dragon circled once, its powerful wings sending gusts of wind that flattened the grass and stirred up dust. It growled low, enough to make the earth rumble. Yara's stomach clenched as 3 of her men bolted, scrambling toward the cover of the trees. Run, run away, idiots, she hissed, but it was too late. Dracarys. The dragon descended with terrifying speed, its jaws opening to release a torrent of flame. The 3 Ironborn screamed as fire engulfed them, their silhouettes writhing before collapsing into ash. The remaining men stood paralyzed, weapons half drawn, their courage evaporating in the face of the fiery display. A voice boomed from above, calm but carrying an edge of mockery. Should have listened to your princess, Ironborn pigs. Yara's head snapped toward the sound. The dragon came to a hovering stop, its golden body a mere blur of motion as it flapped its wings. Atop its back stood a man, his silver hair whipping in the wind, his red armor gleaming in the sunlight. Rhaegar Targaryen, one of her older men whispered, his voice trembling, and Yara's heart sank, though she quickly hid her reaction. Not Rhaegar. Too young. Unless it's a ghost. No, doesn't matter. I don't know what the fuck he is, but he's a Targaryen that's riding a dragon. She noted in her head that it was stupid to think about his identity right now when he was ready to burn her and her men to a crisp at any second. The dragon landed with a thunderous thud, its claws digging into the frozen earth. Yara gritted her teeth, keeping her horse steady as the rider dismounted, moving with the fluid grace of someone who knew his power. The man smirked as he approached, his pale violet eyes locking onto hers. So, you must be Yara Greyjoy. Or is it Asha? I hear you go by both. Doesn't matter. He spread his arms in a mock bow. Welcome to Winterfell, Iron Princess. Your timing is impeccable. It allowed my earlier speech to be a lot grander. I've been waiting for you. Her jaw tightened. Why? Good question, he said, his tone almost conversational. You see, your brother was quite vocal during our discussion. Asha will save me, he kept shouting. It was very adorable and a lot more pathetic. He tilted his head, eyes full of arrogance. I don't think he understands what a dragon can do, but it seems you're smart enough to grasp it. So let us get this clear. You're not here to save Theon, not anymore. You're here to surrender. One of her men growled, stepping forward with his axe raised. Who the fuck do you think you are, Targaryen bastard? The man didn't even flinch. The man standing between you and your funeral pyre, Viserys Targaryen, and that's, your grace, for you, he said in an easy tone. Try me, and I'll let Viserion introduce herself. She loves a good meal, especially when it's still wriggling. As if on cue, the dragon growled, a low, rumbling sound that made the ground vibrate. That'd have made a lesser woman pee herself, but Yara was a proud, strong woman. She raised a hand, halting her men before they could do something stupid. What do you want, Targaryen? It is, your grace, for you too, false princess, Viserys said. Don't make me repeat it for a third time. Drop your weapons and follow me to Winterfell. I'll take you and your men into custody. Resist, and I'll burn every last one of you. Even if you manage to kill me somehow, if you're considering it, my dragon will tear you apart. He flashed a smile, all teeth. So, what'll it be? Yara hesitated, her mind racing. She didn't doubt his words. The 3 charred corpses behind her were proof enough. And yet, the thought of surrendering to a Targaryen, of leading her men into chains. Captain, one of her men muttered, his voice heavy with fear. She exchanged glances but saw no hope. Yara exhaled sharply, her resolve hardening. No point in dying here. Theon, you goddamn fool. For the first time in 100 years a dragon appeared, and her dumb fuck of a brother went and picked a fight with the rider. Yara dismounted, the snow crunching beneath her boots as she unslung her axe and dropped it to the ground. The metallic clang echoed like a death knell. Do as he says, she barked to her men. Dismount and drop your weapons. Now. There was grumbling and hesitant shuffling, but her men obeyed one by one, casting their axes, swords, and daggers into the dirt. Viserys smiled, pleased. Good choice, he said, his tone almost cheerful. He gestured toward Winterfell, his dragon shifting behind him, smoke curling from its nostrils. Let's go. We have a warm welcome waiting for you. Yara's fists clenched as she began to walk, her men falling into a dejected line behind her. The Targaryen punk's smirk burned in her mind as he jumped on top of his dragon, and she swore silently to herself. This isn't over. Chapter 54. A promise well kept. I led the Ironborn into Winterfell like trophies, their weapons confiscated, their heads bowed in defeat. Yara Greyjoy walked near the front of her people, shoulders tense, but her chin lifted defiantly. The snow fell lightly around us, gathering on the courtyard's cobblestones and on their cloaks. A silence was present in the air, marred only by the sound of our footfalls and the Ironborn's occasional grumbles. Viserion was taking short leaps, flapping her wings to carry her into the air briefly before waiting for the Ironborns to catch up. When they did, she leapt again. Like that, we approached Winterfell. Townsfolk and Stark soldiers lined the courtyard, forming a corridor of wary stares and occasional murmurs. Some whispered my name, either with awe, resentment, or plain confusion. I breathed in, savoring the mixture of tension and fascination that clung to the air. This was precisely what I wanted. A spectacle, proof of my power and influence, even on the Starks' home turf. I was starting to like the stares. A man in the crowd spat at one of Yara's men, hurling curses about burned farms and stolen livestock. Die, filthy bastards. The Ironborn responded with a snarl, but a swift blow from a Stark soldier silenced him. The soldier glanced my way, uncertain if I'd approve. I gave him a small nod. Let them see that disrespect won't be tolerated, by me or by these northerners now acting under my will. Careful, I drawled from atop Viserion, looking at Yara sideways. Your men are getting rowdy. Would be a shame if they forced my hand. She scowled, but the edges of her mouth twitched, betraying her internal turmoil. You're parading them like dogs, she hissed. Don't expect me to be grateful. I merely shrugged. Them. You too. At least all of you are still breathing, so don't complain just yet. We surrendered. You won't kill us, she said, and I might have considered it if she was begging rather than claiming. I chuckled, making her growl at me. She wanted to snap back, I could see it in her eyes, but she held her tongue. She knew her men's lives dangled by a thin thread, a thread I controlled. As we approached the castle gate, Sansa and Bran appeared near the entrance, flanked by a handful of soldiers. Rickon peeked out from behind them, wide-eyed. I met their eyes, careful to only spare a second on Sansa. The courtyard opened into a broad space, watchful northerners forming a loose semicircle. Snow crunched beneath Viserys' feet as she landed again, and I jumped down, patting her scales. Go rest somewhere, I said, gesturing for the Stark soldiers to step forward. At your command, one of them said. Bind them, I said, voice resonating in the hush. We'll house them in the dungeons for now. If they resist, you may feel free to knock sense into them. A wave of men, some wearing Stark sigils, others brandishing axes and some common everyday weapon, stepped up. Grunts and curses filled the air as the prisoners were shoved to their knees, hands bound behind their backs. A few hissed in anger, one even spitting at the ground. The soldiers repaid them in kind with hilt strikes and heavy fists. Yara glared at me. You enjoy this, don't you? I offered a slow, idle smile. Enjoy is a strong word, princess. I just find it useful. My gaze swept the courtyard, meeting the eyes of more than a few northerners. I let them see my composure, my claim to authority. Remember this day, I thought, the day a Targaryen showed mercy to you and cruelty to your enemies. Let's see how true the phrase, the North remembers, is. Bran, watching from his vantage point, wore a troubled look. He noticed me noticing him, and his lips parted as if to speak. But no words came. Instead, Sansa eased forward, nodding her thanks, trying to interact with me again. Her expression was half admiration but also a flicker of uncertainty. She recognized the power in my display, and I suspected she wasn't entirely comfortable with it. Yara, now tied, stepped closer to me, her voice low. You think this makes you the king in the north? Parading men in the snow. I held her gaze. Are you stupid? I don't need to be king of the north. I'm king of the realm. Dorne backs me, as does the Reach. The north has only recently joined me too. Don't try to insult me, woman, it will not end well. We locked eyes. An exchange more heated than any physical skirmish passed between us. At that moment, I sensed a grudging respect brewing in her as she looked away, even if she'd never admit it. Good. Let her stew in it. All right, everyone. I turned away from her and faced the crowd. They'd been waiting for me to speak. I've defeated and captured the Ironborn army. Now, as promised, we should move into the show event. When my words filled the open yard, the mood grew heavier and more claustrophobic. Tied well and under the watch of a pack of Stark soldiers and many more common northern people, Yara and her men stood stiffly. I gestured for Yara, ignoring her huff of annoyance. A hush fell as I addressed her. Yara Greyjoy, the so-called Iron Princesses attacked Winterfell, to support her brother and help him hold it. I did not, she shouted. Silence. My hand went flying, and her right cheek went red, face whipping to the side. Her eyes were wide, full of shock and rage. Some Ironborn shouted in response, and 2 northern soldiers slammed the end of their spears into their heads. I smiled. Now, tell me which 4 of your men are the worst. The real criminals. The rapers, the child killers, the vile scum. We have a request from the local folk. She bristled, glaring at me. I'm not betraying my men. If you think that I raised a brow. Do you think they'd do the same for you? They burn, they rape, they pillage as they please. You truly believe they're loyal to you? A woman. I took a step closer, letting my voice drop. Or perhaps you'd rather your entire group suffer the same fiery fate. 4 is better than all, princess. Her jaw clenched, but she said nothing. I saw her struggling, balancing her fierce Ironborn pride with the grim reality. Fuck. She went silent and then nudged her chin to a man. Darren, she said, and the man stiffened. Then she spat 3 more names like curses. Torrik, Harlan, and Voren. She turned her head back to me. There. Satisfied. Not yet. I nodded at the soldiers, and they moved to grab the 4 of them. I kept my expression serious now. I half turned toward the Stark children, where I spotted that old man from earlier, the one whose family had been ruined. "Bring your daughters here," I told him, my tone carrying a note of finality. "I've found 4 bodies for them. Let them have their vengeance, in the manner they see fit." Bran was not far away, being carried by Hodor. At first, he said nothing, but when our eyes met, he looked at the floor with a distant look. A faint cough brought Maester Luwin forward, and the old man fiddled nervously with his chain of office. "My lord," the Maester said softly, turning to Bran, "we should consider mercy and justice both. These men, perhaps a swift trial." Bran lifted his gaze, a frown creasing his brow. "Maester Luwin, we must address the people's needs. If I object, would it even matter?" He glanced toward me, then at Sansa, who quietly observed behind him. I withheld a comment. Let them speak openly. Let them wrestle with the weight of their own lands, I thought. I'm simply fulfilling my promise. The tension in the open yard was dense, as though everyone was holding their breath, waiting for Bran's call. The young Stark's eyes flicked to me briefly, a glimmer of uncertainty in them. Perhaps he wondered if giving me so much influence was wise. Yet how could he deny the results of my actions? The Ironborn had been repelled, Theon was locked away, and now this father and his daughters would get a twisted measure of justice. Bran exhaled. The decision has already been made earlier, I'm not going to go against it. Sometimes, he began, his voice subdued, harsh decisions are necessary. I don't like it. But if it spares more people from the Ironborn's cruelty, then so be it. A small flicker of satisfaction ignited within me. He's learning, I noted. This was the North's future. A boy forced to grow up too soon, weighed down by moral quandaries. The realm shaped us all in such ways. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to become some tree spirit in this world. Maester Luwin's face flickered with discomfort. His chain rattled softly as he bowed his head, acquiescing. The old man's eyes showed emotions of burden and resignation. The father had already left at my order. He hadn't waited for Bran's permission to gather his daughters and prepare them for a meeting with their tormentors. The Starks braced themselves for the spectacle of vengeance. A hush settled over Winterfell's courtyard, the first flakes of early snow drifting onto the onlookers as the 4 captured Ironborn were dragged forward. Word of the impending execution had spread swiftly. Merchants, farmers, and soldiers alike had gathered in a semicircle, torches blazing despite the afternoon light. The hiss and crackle of flames provided a low backdrop for the murmurs and harsh whispers rippling through the crowd. Bran and Sansa stood off to one side, flanked by loyal Stark guards. Bran's face was cast solemn, his brow furrowed. Sansa's eyes darted between the prisoners and the men and women assembled. Her lips formed a tense line, betraying her growing discomfort. She caught sight of Yara, standing near the front, bound at the wrists. The Ironborn princess's chin remained lifted in defiance, but tension radiated from her clenched jaw. Her people, in the meantime, were glaring at her more than at me. Ironborn would have preferred to die by dragon flames than be humiliated like this. Viserys strode into the open space, cloak dragging across the packed snow. A set of stakes and rough-hewn timbers formed an impromptu platform at the center of the courtyard. The crowd parted automatically, some stepping back warily as though the Targaryen's very presence demanded space. Yara observed it all. Clearly, they're scared of him too. So what is he doing here? How is there a dragon? Why is a Targaryen helping the Starks? All her thoughts came to a halt as her eyes moved to the 4 Ironborn forced to their knees, each one bound, bruised, and caked in dried blood from earlier skirmishes. Northern soldiers prodded them forward, ignoring the men's curses. And spitting. Someone in the crowd whispered, "The Targaryen's out for blood. I heard 3 burnt bodies were found near Winterfell, and now he's going to kill 4 more. 4. For us. I served them right, but let's see how far this goes." Yara was enraged at these fools who were cowards hiding behind a dragon. "If not for that silver-haired bastard," she grumbled. "I'm here, my lord." "No, your grace," spoke a grieving farmer, his face still drawn tight with sorrow. He stepped out from the masses, accompanied by his 2 daughters. They clung to each other, trembling in the cold. Their eyes were puffy and haunted, as though they had already witnessed too many horrors. Viserys beckoned them forward with a sweep of his arm. You have your vengeance today. These 4 Ironborn," he gestured at the prisoners, "represent the men who wronged you. Let Winterfell see that no crime against the North goes unpunished. No crime in my 7 kingdoms goes unpunished." The girls hovered uncertainly, exchanging frightened glances. One soldier placed a small weapon into the eldest daughter's shaking hand, a blunt axe with the Stark sigil carved into the handle. She hesitated, her knuckles whitening on the wooden shaft, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "This is cruel," Sansa said. "You agreed to it." "So did I," Bran sighed. "Ah, fuck," Yara noted. "Theon's men just had to go raping, huh? Things might have been easier to handle if not for that. It was all her father's fault, truth be told, to put the most rowdy Ironborn in Theon's ship." A wave of restless energy passed through the crowd. Even those hungry for retribution couldn't help but feel a shiver of unease at the spectacle. Yara, forced to observe, ground her teeth in silent rage. The Ironborn, kneeling in the snow, spat curses at the onlookers and then glared at her. Her men, they who'd traveled far with her, looked at her with hateful eyes for she'd betrayed them. One of the Ironborn prisoners snarled, "Cowards. All of you, we'd have fought you fairly if not for that damned dragon." His words cut off in a strangled cry as one of the daughters raised the axe. With a trembling gasp, she brought it down. Blood went flying. The blow was messy, lacking the practiced edge of a seasoned soldier. Blood spattered the snow, and she stumbled back, chest heaving. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Some recoiled, others shouted encouragement. Viserys stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on the second daughter's shoulder, guiding her with a gentle but firm push toward another captive. "It's okay. Do it, take all your anger out," he said. The second girl's eyes were red with tears, but she set her jaw and took the handle of a soldier's spear. The subsequent moments blurred into a brutal show of retribution and screams. Each daughter struck out, raw grief fueling their strikes, the crowd's cries crescendoing in a ragged unity of wrath and sorrow. Some watchers turned away, unable to bear the sight. Others pressed in, eager for every detail of Ironborn agony. Bran stood motionless, forced to witness the savage finality of what he'd allowed. Sansa grasped the edge of her cloak, lips parted in shock, tears pooling in her eyes. Yet neither uttered a word to halt the brutality, forced by the knowledge that their people demanded blood for blood. When the last of the 4 Ironborn prisoners collapsed in the scarlet-stained snow, the men cheered. The grieving father gathered his daughters in his arms, and they wept uncontrollably. Viserys let the cheers rise, letting every eye see the cost of defying committing crime in his realm, and the power he held on the tips of his fingers. Amid this all, Yara Greyjoy clenched her fists behind her back, her smoldering stare locked on Viserys. The last savage blow had shattered any lingering illusions that this was a mere show. The reality of their defeat, of her men's utter helplessness, settled like a bitter stone in her gut. "I'll make him pay for this, I definitely will. That is it, everyone," Viserys said and turned slowly, cloak brushing the ground. He cast a lingering glance at Bran and Sansa, reading their reactions as he addressed the soldiers. "Burn the bodies and hang them in front of the gate. Lock the rest of them, except for the princess. Send her to my room a few hours later." "As you command," a group of guards replied together. Then, with an almost regal composure, he strode away from the crimson snow, leaving the courtyard in a mix of emotions from people. Chapter 55. The Iron Price. Nah. The night pressed against the walls of Winterfell. It was dark and cold. Beyond the window, a waning moon cast pale light on the snow-laden roofs. In a private chamber on the keep's second floor, torches sputtered in their brackets, sending wavering shadows dancing across the cold stone walls. Yara Greyjoy stood just outside the thick wooden door, her wrists bound behind her. 2 northern guards exchanged glances before the taller one rapped sharply on the door, a muffled voice from within. It was calm and waiting as it called out, "Enter." The guard eased the door open, allowing Yara to stride inside, her head high despite her restrained hands. Finally, those bastards. Despite the short time with these guards, she had come to hate them already. Not that the man inside was any badder. The room was modestly furnished. A sturdy bed piled with furs, a small table set with a half-burned candle, and a narrow window overlooking the moonlit courtyard. A brazier in the corner diffused a faint warmth, though it felt far too mild for Yara's chilled limbs. none of that was more eye-catching than the man waiting near the window. It was the man who'd defeated and imprisoned her and her group, and executed 4 of her loyal men. His silver head turned at her entrance, and a slow, lazy smile curved his lips. It irritated her. He wore a loose-fitting tunic and breeches as though he were on the verge of retiring for the night. How dare he act so defenseless? Did he think she was no threat at all, just because her hands were tied? That'd be your funeral, Targaryen, Yara noted as the candlelight gleamed on his pale hair, giving him an otherworldly aura. I've been waiting for you, Iron Princess, he said in a conversational tone. Let's discuss world peace. Yara's jaw clenched, rage welling in her chest at his casual greeting. World peace, really? After he killed her men? Her shoulders twitched with the urge to lunge at him, to break his smugness. Instead, she forced her voice to remain steady. What's there to talk about, Targaryen? She demanded. You've already burned 3 of my men and publicly executed 4 more. What else could there possibly be before you achieve world peace? Ideally, the extinction of all Ironborn. Also, it's, your grace, for you. His gaze didn't waver as he shrugged, glancing past her as though the matter were trivial. You're alive, your brother's alive, and quite a few of your men still draw breath. That's more than you could have hoped for. I suggest you be grateful. Her jaw tightened further, teeth grinding together. For Theon's sake. Curse that punk. She had to remain calm. Theon was in a cell somewhere beneath this castle, damned fool, but she didn't know where. If I push too hard, we both lose. Fuming quietly, she advanced a step, keeping her chin lifted. The ideal plan was to kill this bastard, find Theon, and flee. Grateful, after everything you've done to humiliate us. Her voice was sharp. Let's stop talking about useless stuff. I've come to ask what you plan to do with me, and my brother. Viserys moved away from the window, and came closer. In the corner, the brazier crackled and sent up a faint glow that outlined his form. I'll be disappointed if you don't know, he said. Your father's decisions forced my hand. Balon Greyjoy declared war, and your brother tried to hold Winterfell. All of the 5 kings are my enemies, so I'm simply finishing what they started. Robb Stark too. I might marry his sister, so no, he's not, he said, watching her eyes narrow before continuing. See, I'm no savage. You're infuriating. Despite what you might think, no. We just had a bad first impression. I do want world peace, but not through too big of a blood sea. I don't plan to wipe out the Iron Islands for sport. You lots may be useful, if guided correctly. Yara's lips curled in scorn. Fool, we bow to no one, she snapped. The Ironborn do not bend the knee. We take what is ours, or we die in the attempt. A foolish way to live, then, Viserys said in a dry tone. The statement is funny, coming from someone who's halted her men into my dragon's jaws. Shouldn't you have died trying to defeat me? Instead, you surrendered. His voice dropped, chilly as the winter air. Yara, I can annihilate you, or I can make you an ally. Only you can decide which. Her anger flared, and before she could think better of it, she lunged for the dagger strapped to a belt near the brazier. She'd been eyeing it for a while now. With her bound hands, it was awkward, but she gripped the blade and spun to strike at him. But she was surprised when Viserys moved swiftly, sidestepping her attack with practiced ease. Idiot! The dagger clattered to the floor as he slammed her arms upward, spinning her until her face pressed into the cold stone beneath him. Her cheek stung on impact, but her pride stung far worse. I'll ignore that little stunt, he said lightly, his voice near her ear. Once, he pinned her firmly, her bound wrists grinding painfully against her spine. She struggled to no avail and could only growl in frustration. Fuck, you're lucky I enjoy your spirit, Yara Greyjoy, he continued. Now, I'll grant you another chance. Make better choices than your father or your brother. Do that, and you may yet return home alive, with a crown on your head, perhaps. The Iron Queen. Doesn't that sound appealing? A hollow laugh escaped her. I'll be queen regardless, Targaryen meddling or not. Viserys let a short laugh escape his own throat, an edge of true amusement in it. You are one dumb bitch, aren't you? I won't deny that you've achieved a lot in your life, but do you really think your people will accept a bitch as their ruler? Watch your mouth, Arg. She tried to free herself from his grip, but he was too strong. How was he so strong? Listen, you'd better choose the right side of the game if you want to play queen, he said, finally easing his grip, though not enough for her to break free. I'll kill the rest of your men if it furthers my interests, and I'll kill you if you annoy me enough. Is that so hard to understand? Her breathing came hard, but she finally relented. Fuck you. The reality that she couldn't kill him, couldn't even scratch him, settled on her like a chain. But, fine, she muttered through gritted teeth. Let me go. He rose smoothly, allowing her arms some slack, and she scrambled to her feet, the humiliation of her position scorching her pride. She realized her hands weren't tied anymore, so she dusted off her leathers, refusing to meet his mocking gaze. So we can speak like civilized people now? He asked. What do you want? She demanded. Be more specific. He walked to the bed, half dropping onto it in a languid sprawl. The single torch left in the room cast shadows across his face. I want you to persuade your father to bow to me. I know he's a stubborn bastard, so I'll fly to the Iron Islands with you and demonstrate my dragon's power, if need be. Men like Balin understand force better than words. Yara huffed. Even if I tried, my father does as he pleases. She caught herself from revealing too much about her father's insecurities. Well, then you can show him. He sees a dragon, he might re-evaluate his stance. If not, well, his fingers drummed on the fur bedspread, each tap a silent threat. I'll consider other options. He could always kill her father and put someone else on the throne. She frowned. So, what do you say? He asked. She hesitated, the flicker of 1,000 potential outcomes flashing in her mind. The Iron Islands, proud and fierce, wouldn't bow easily, but faced with a living dragon, might they yield for self-preservation's sake? Or would they fight and burn? So it's blackmail, she muttered. Diplomacy. With teeth. See this from my shoes. How many nation-level incidents has your father caused in his lifetime? It's better for him to step down. Sighing, he looked again, this time without menace. You came here to fetch your brother. Instead, you'll leave with me and my dragon. In return, you get to rule your people while you serve my claim to the Iron Throne, and all Ironborn escape their fate of being crisped alive. Anger flared behind her eyes, but she nodded. All right, she murmured grudgingly. I'll do what I can. I'm glad. He patted the bed, a brazen invitation that made her jaw clench. Now, how about we let's seal that promise, Yara? Yara's glare burned into him as his words settled in the air. What? That wasn't part of the agreement, she spat. Viserys tilted his head, his grin widening. We're just making the agreement right now, so yes, it is, he replied smoothly. Bastard. He chuckled in response. His tone carried no urgency, only the confidence of someone who knew he'd already won. He leaned back on the bed, spreading his arms in mock invitation. Be a good little Ironborn pig and crawl to me. Her eyes twitched, her fists clenching at her sides. The torchlight flickered, casting sharp shadows on the walls as the tension thickened. For a moment, she seemed poised to refuse, to spit some cutting remark and leave with her pride intact. But then her shoulders slackened, her gaze flicking down as the weight of her situation bore down on her. For the Ironborn, Yara told herself as she lowered to her knees, the motion slow and deliberate, every inch of her movement screaming defiance even as she complied. The stone floor was rough beneath her hands as she crawled toward him, her eyes never leaving his face. Each step forward was a war between fury and submission, her pride and her survival instincts clashing violently. Viserys's grin deepened as he watched her, his pale violet eyes glinting with satisfaction. Good little bitch, he murmured, his voice dripping with mock approval. All this seemed like a bad dream as Yara reached the edge of the bed, and Viserys leaned forward, taking her. Chapter 56. A very fun show. Yara's heart pounded in her chest, a mix of anger, humiliation, and reluctant compliance as he reached out. His fingers brushed her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine despite herself. Yara's hands trembled as her fingers brushed against his thigh. She could feel the heat of his skin, the roughness of his leather breeches, and she fought back a surge of revulsion. She had to do this for the Iron Islands, for her brother, and for herself. Her resolution was hard. She met his gaze, her eyes sharp. Enjoy yourself today, I guess, she hissed, her voice low and dangerous. Viserys' smile softened, almost tenderly. "Oh, I will, trust me," he replied, his voice smooth. "This is going to be a fun night." Then, he pulled her closer, placing her ass on his lap as his hand slid to the back of her neck, his touch firm but not cruel. "Let's make sure it's fun for both of us." Yara's lips parted in a silent gasp as he pulled her closer, his hands sliding up her thighs, caressing her through the rough fabric of her leathers. She shuddered at his touch, her body betraying her as it responded to his skilled fingers. She wanted to push him away, to tell him that she wasn't some toy to be played with, but she bit back her words, knowing that resistance was futile. Her breath caught in her throat as he leaned in, his lips brushing hers in a gentle, almost teasing kiss. She hesitated, her mind racing, but then she responded, her lips parting slightly. The kiss deepened, and the world around them seemed to fade away for a moment, leaving only the heat of their bodies and the intensity of the moment. Viserys' hands moved to her bound wrists, untying them with practiced ease. He pulled back slightly, his eyes searching hers. "Better," he said, his voice low. He held her waist, put her to the side, and stood up. He began to unlace his tunic, his movements were deliberate and confident. Yara tried to find it unattractive but failed. Cursing under her breath, she watched, her heart still racing, but a part of her was intrigued, drawn to the power and control he exuded. "Strip," he said. She stood silently. "Sure, I'll help you then." He reached out and tore at her clothes, ripping the leather from her body and exposing her to his hungry gaze. Yara's cheeks burned with rage rather than shame, but she didn't show it. She couldn't bring herself to look away, her eyes locked on his as he took in her naked form. "Beautiful," he whispered, his fingers trailing down her body, leaving goosebumps in their wake. "You're mine now, Yara Greyjoy. And I'll do with you as I please." He pushed her legs apart, his fingers sliding into her pants, stroking her intimately. Yara's breath caught in her throat as he touched her, her body arching involuntarily at his skilled touch. She tried to push him away, to deny the pleasure that was building within her, but he held her fast, his fingers moving faster, harder. "So much for resistance," he said, pulling his hand back and licking his fingers. Then her own hands moved to the laces of her leathers, her movements slow and deliberate. "Now stop dragging this. Take off the rest of your clothes." As she began to undress, Viserys' eyes never left her, his gaze intense and unwavering. When she was finally bare, he stepped closer, his hands sliding over her shoulders, down her arms, and around her waist. He pulled her close, his lips finding hers again in a passionate, hungry kiss. Yara's initial resistance melted away, and she found herself kissing him back, her hands moving to his chest, feeling the firm muscles beneath his skin. She pushed him back onto the bed, climbing onto him, her body pressing against his. "Oh," he said, surprised. "You're so forward suddenly. Couldn't help but be so after you took off your shirt." "It's not as if you're not attractive," she murmured, her voice a mix of defiance and desire. "So just stay quiet, and let's enjoy ourselves." Viserys chuckled, his hands roaming over her body, his touch both gentle and commanding. "As you wish," he said, his voice low and husky. Yara's heart raced as his hands moved over her, his fingers tracing the contours of her body. She felt a mix of defiance and desire, her initial coldness giving way to a growing heat. His lips found hers again, and the kiss deepened, their tongues intertwining in a passionate dance. He rolled them over, his body covering hers, and she felt the warmth of his skin against hers. His hands were firm on her hips, guiding her. And she felt a thrill of anticipation as he positioned himself at her entrance. She took a deep breath, her body tensing slightly, but then she relaxed, letting herself be swept away by the moment. She felt his manhood press against her core, gasping a little at the size. Viserys entered her slowly, his movements deliberate and controlled. She moaned softly, but then something changed. "Hong." When I slammed my cock inside Yara's dripping cunt, a blue screen flashed before me. "You have claimed your first virgin." "What? Seriously?" I was more surprised that she was a virgin compared to the fact that I, nor the pre-Viserys, had taken anyone's virginity despite sleeping with so many women. Women of this world are goddamn sluts. What's up with her then? Then I recalled her flirting with a prostitute in the TV show. She didn't swing this way. If she did, it was barely since she was wet. Still, it was quite surprising. And it didn't end there. A dragon's mate must be pure, and you've finally found one suitable with strong genes and personality. Conditions have been met for skills. Skill. Dragondick, E, has been unlocked. This is insane, I noted before chuckling to myself and slamming deeper into Yara. All of this was weird, but I didn't hate it. I'd breed her into a submissive, loyal mate if necessary. Yara gasped as his manhood suddenly felt hotter, bigger, better, her breath catching in her throat as she felt him fill her. Holy shit, she arched her back, her nails digging into his shoulders, and he paused, giving her a moment to adjust. His eyes met hers, and she saw a mix of desire and something else, something almost tender. Are you all right? He asked, his voice a low murmur. Yara was surprised to see this annoyingly arrogant man ask her so gently. She nodded, her breath still ragged. Yes, she whispered. Just move. He complied, his movements growing more rhythmic and intense. She felt each thrust deep within her, her body responding with a growing heat. She'd never felt like this before. Was this what she was missing out on by only choosing to sleep with women? Damn it, what a loss. Her moans mingled with his low, satisfied groans, and the room was filled with the sound of their passion. Faster, she whispered, her voice a mix of desire and plea. Viserys did as asked, his movements becoming more urgent, his hips slapping against her ass as the sound filled the room. His lips trailed kisses down her neck and shoulders, and she arched her back, her body meeting his thrusts with a growing intensity, her nails leaving marks on his skin. Yara's breath came in ragged gasps, her body trembling with pleasure. She clung to him, her legs wrapping around his waist, pulling him deeper. You're going crazy, he breathed, you wild girl. He chuckled as his hands roamed over her body, his touch both possessive and tender. She felt a surge of passion that she shouldn't toward an enemy, her body responding to his every touch. OOHN tilde, she moaned, her voice a low, husky whisper. Don't stop tilde. He didn't, his movements becoming more frantic, his breath hot against her skin. She felt the tension building within her, a growing heat threatening to consume her. Her body trembled, and she felt the first waves of pleasure crashing over her. Yara, he growled, his voice mixing desire and control. You like that? I'm sure you heard in the dungeon that I broke your brother's jaw, and you still love that. Despite all my threats earlier. You can't seem to control your hips, you dirty slut, he said. She met his gaze, her eyes dark with passion. Shut up, arrogant bastard, she moaned, her voice barely audible. Just do me, fuck me like you wanna on break Matilda. As the moment's intensity grew, a part of Yara's mind lost its clarity, a voice of defiance and pride slowly giving into his strong arms that embraced her. But for now, she let herself be swept away by the passion, her body responding to his every touch. She moaned softly, her hands clutching at the furs beneath them, her body trembling with pleasure. Viserys's movements became more urgent, his thrusts deeper and more powerful. Yara's moans grew louder, her body arching into his, her nails digging into his back. She felt the peak of her pleasure approaching, a wave of heat that threatened to overwhelm her. That's it, that's tilde, I am close, so close, she moaned like an instrument, her voice weak and submissive. Viserys' movements grew harsher, and she arched her back, her body meeting his thrusts with a growing intensity, her nails leaving marks on his skin. The room was filled with the sound of their passion, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Yara's body trembled, her moans so loud that the walls trembled as she felt the peak of her pleasure approaching. She felt a surge of heat, a wave of pleasure that threatened to consume her. Viserys, she cried out, her body trembling as she reached her climax. He followed her moments later, his body shaking with the force of his release. They collapsed together, their bodies entangled, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Everything went blurry for a moment as she relaxed her head, staring at the ceiling, her breathing ragged. She found herself being held in his arms, her body still trembling with the aftereffects of their passion. By the way, Viserys suddenly said, and she failed to respond. When he called her for a second time a minute later, she looked up with a smirk. I thought this was going to be hard to enjoy, but damn are you good, she bit her lips. Should we continue, baby? We have the night all for ourselves. Soon, he said, but first, then he reached out and pulled a rope that hung from the ceiling. She hadn't noticed it at first. But as he pulled that, the closet that faced the bed suddenly parted. Yara froze. Theon Greyjoy, naked and bound to a chair, was revealed inside the closet, his mouth gagged, face pale, and tears streaming down his cheeks as he watched the scene. Viserys' eyes met her younger brother's, and he smirked. "Your sister is delicious, Theon." "Enjoyed the show." Yara's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening. She turned to Viserys, her expression a mix of anger and betrayal. "You, how dare you?" she began, but Viserys silenced her with a kiss, his hands gentle but firm. She grumbled, punching him in the chest, but when he pressed his weight on top of hers, her body gave into his grasp. It was weird. She'd never felt like this before, ever. Were all Targaryens like this? In the end, she could only moan for him, her nails clutching his back. "Yes," he said, "be obedient and let's continue." She didn't want to, but at the same time, she did. In between her gasps, she managed, "Damn it, it's all your fault, brother," she whimpered in a trembling voice as she passionately kissed him back, her body still trembling with the aftereffects of her earlier orgasm. Viserys' smile was cold and triumphant as he kissed Yara and looked at Theon, who sobbed quietly in his chair. "Remember this, pathetic bastard," he said, his voice a warning. "This is the price of betrayal." The room was silent. The only sounds were the brazier's soft crackling and the three occupants, ragged breaths but for different reasons. Yara's eyes met Viserys's, and they shared a dark, unspoken understanding for a moment before he began to make her bite the sheets once more. Chapter 57. Will you drop by? I stood by the window, a cup of warm tea in my hand, watching the pale morning light creep over Winterfell's harsh landscape. Morning breeze ruffled my hair while the sun barely peeked above the horizon, casting stretched shadows across the snow-covered grounds. It was a sight to behold. The tea helped amplify it. Behind me, I heard the shuffling and rustling of furs. "Finally up?" I asked, turning to find Yara stretching, her eyes blinking away sleep as she took in her surroundings with evident confusion. "Why do you look so puzzled? Don't tell me you've forgotten last night," I asked, amused by her disorientation. She scoffed, a low chuckle escaping her lips. "No, I thought I reached heaven last night. So I am surprised to wake up amid black stones." She laughed with a yawn, her breasts heaving up at that. I matched her laugh, leaning against the windowsill. "She's trying to wiggle under my defenses, how sharp." I replied, "True, Winterfell isn't that pleasant to the eyes. Harsh, full of cold people, so why are you helping it?" She fixed me with a direct stare, cutting straight to the point. "I heard you're letting Robb Stark remain king in the north. A separate kingdom. Why are you being so nice to them?" "Careful." I took a measured sip of tea. "I enjoyed your embrace last night, doesn't mean you get to try to manipulate me." She threw her head back with a laugh, making her breasts jiggle. "Hey, worth the try, no. Speaking of, are the Iron Islands going to be independent too? You kept promising me, queen, title." "Nah, you'll be the queen of Iron Islands, yes, but officially you'll be dressed as a high lady. Like Olenna Tyrell, the queen of thorns unofficially, in people's mouth, but on paper she's a high lady. So yes, you'll be queen, but at the same time no." "Clever wordplay," she said, sitting up straighter. "And what of my people's traditions? Our way of life? Your people can raid all they want, in the east. Leave my kingdoms alone, and I'll point you toward richer targets across the narrow sea." Her eyes lit with interest. "The free cities, among others. Plenty of wealth to be had without antagonizing dragons. The world has more continents than Westeros and Essos, anyway. You're more ambitious than I thought. By the way," she shifted, "where is Theon?" She looked at the open closet where her brother had been tied last night. "And when are we leaving for the Iron Islands?" "Theon is back in the dungeons. He's untied now, don't worry. He'll get his food on time. As the brother of my queen, I can't treat him too badly." "Your queen?" Her eyebrow arched. "You proposing a marriage?" I broke out laughing, cup still in hand as I approached her and grabbed her chin with my other hand. "I am making you queen, and I made you feel like one last night." "Meaning you already are mine, you pirate whore. Why do I have to marry you?" She stared up at me, her expression unreadable for a long moment. If she felt offended by my insult, she didn't show it. Then she parted her lips and pushed her face up, meeting mine in a kiss. I stared silently as she closed her eyes, and my lips curved. At least she knows how to play this game, I thought as I tossed the cup aside without care, hearing it shatter against the ground, and leaning into the kiss. Her kiss was fierce, a clash of tongues and teeth that spoke of her strength and her defiance, even now. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her against me as we tumbled back onto the bed, a tangle of limbs and desire. My hands roamed over her body, tracing the lines of her muscles, the dips and curves of her form. I cupped her full breasts, my thumb brushing over her nipple, feeling it harden at my touch. She moaned into my mouth, her back arching, pressing herself more firmly into my hand. My other hand slid down her side, gripping her hip before giving her ass a firm spank. The sound echoed through the room, followed by a sharp intake of breath from Yara. She chuckled before a wicked grin spread across her face. "I seem to have forgotten how you made me feel like a queen last night," she said, voice sultry. "Make me feel that way again, Your Grace," she begged, her voice a low, husky whisper that sent a jolt of desire straight to my core. This woman knew what she was doing, and I was all for it. Skill. Dragondick. Activated. With another loud session to enjoy the morning, we were pretty late already. I walked through Winterfell's corridors with Yara beside me, noting how the guards' eyes followed our every movement. The standby guards' gazes held a mix of fear and judgment, some even outright disgust. A few whispered behind their hands as we passed, no doubt sharing lurid theories about what had transpired. The cold stone walls had carried sound far last night, and more so this morning. Despite the ropes that now bound Yara's wrists, her willing participation hadn't been obvious to others. The marks on her neck probably didn't help matters either. To others, it probably came off as a rape. "They think you're a monster," Yara noted with amusement, her voice low enough that only I could hear. Her lips curved into that familiar cynical smile I might grow accustomed to. I shrugged, walking casually and meeting a passing guard's disapproving stare until he looked away first. Let them. Fear commands more respect than kindness, and I'd rather be feared than loved. Those words I'd heard a lot back on Earth, but I only understood it here in this world of blood and fire. As the pirate princess of the stubborn Ironborn, she should know a thing or two about it. True enough, she rolled her shoulders, the ropes shifting against her leather jerkin. A small grimace crossed her face, though whether from discomfort or anticipation, I couldn't tell. "Where are we going now? When do we leave for the islands?" "Now, actually. The sooner we deal with your father, the better." I glanced at her profile, studying the tight set of her jaw and the slight furrow between her brows. Nervous about facing him? Hardly. Just wondering how he'll react to a dragon at his doorstep. And, well, if he'll be wise to choose life over death. She sighed softly. Whatever the case, she was his daughter. So she was naturally worried. I wanted to comment on that, but our conversation halted when we rounded a corner and came face to face with Sansa Stark. She froze mid-step, her blue eyes widening before darkening with something between hurt and anger. Her gaze flickered between us, lingering on Yara's bonds. "Viserys," she managed, her voice carefully controlled. "Lady Greyjoy." "Lady Sansa," I replied evenly, watching her flinch at the formal address. Her lips quivered, hesitating, before she spoke up. "Might I speak with you privately before you depart?" Her eyes held a plea. When I went silent, she added, "Please." I hummed. I was just leaving for the Iron Islands. I was supposed to leave early in the morning, but it's already late. "There are matters that need attention. Please," she repeated, more urgently. "Just a moment of your time." After a pause, I clapped my hands. 2 guards appeared promptly, and I gestured for them to escort Yara outside. Yara shot me a look, and then looked at Sansa. As the guards led her away, she tilted her head back deliberately, exposing the marks on her neck. Her smirk was pointed directly at Sansa. Sansa stared at her walk away, and once we were alone, Sansa turned back to me and her composure cracked. You raped her." "What? No. Did she just look like someone who was raped? She made a deal with her body, and I accepted." "That is not rape," I replied matter-of-factly, somewhat irritated by the accusation. Her lips pressed into a thin line, color rising in her pale cheeks. How could you do that? With her? Someone like her? I just told you it's not raw. I paused, my mind lighting up as realization dawned on me. I studied her flushed face and trembling hands. Ah, I see. You're complaining why I slept with another woman. Lady Sansa, you and I are not in a relationship. I thought that much was clear. Whatever expectations you might have had were your own. She clenched her jaw, her head lowering as words failed her. Her auburn hair fell forward, partially concealing her face. Well, since it seems our conversation has ended, I said after a moment of tense silence, turning to leave, my boots echoing against the stone floor. Wait, she called out, voice catching. I stopped but didn't turn, keeping my shoulders rigid. Will you drop by after you're done, or just return to King's Landing from the Iron Islands? Probably the latter, I said, and walked away, my footsteps measured and deliberate, leaving her standing alone in the dimly lit corridor. The sound of my departure seemed to echo off the ancient walls of Winterfell. But I couldn't fly off on Viserys' back just yet. I had to converse with the impromptu lord before that. Chapter 58. The Iron Islands. A frigid breeze nipped at my skin while I waited in the castle's training yard. Frost coated the earth, making soft popping sounds under my feet as I settled my mind for leaving. My beloved mount rested close by, her metallic gold hide shimmering under the weak dawn light, wisps of vapor curling from her snout as she exhaled. I noticed my magnificent dragon still inspired awe and fear, her form catching the nervous eyes of guardsmen and peasants who'd assembled to watch us take our leave. Yara stood bound beside me, her posture straight despite the ropes that secured her wrists. Despite that, she looked somewhat dazed, perhaps more worried about the incoming meeting than what she wanted to show. She's much prettier than her show counterpart. No, a whole different person. I noted, and perhaps because I was staring too hard, her daze ended and she caught me watching her. She quirked an eyebrow, that growing familiar smile appearing on her lips. Your dragon seems impatient, she observed, nodding toward Viserys who shifted restlessly, talons scoring the frozen earth. She's not. She's just annoyed that I'm going to carry another non-Targaryen above her, I said, and she hummed. The crunch of boots on ground heralded the arrival of Winterfell's impromptu lord, making me turn my head toward them. Hodor lumbered forward with Bran Stark in his arms, followed by his little brother and the elderly Maester Luwin, whose metal links tinkled with each step. Your Grace, the crippled boy said with a voice that was graver beyond his years. We wished to extend our gratitude before your journey. Our home might still be lost to the squids if not for your intervention. I gave a slight nod. Having custody of this captive is thanks enough. She'll prove useful in negotiations with her father. Robb is a fine king, and as his younger brother, you show wisdom beyond your age. This alliance and friendship pleases me. As your northern saying goes, the North remembers. I trust our friendship will endure when it matters most. We will, Bran assured me, then hesitated. But about the Bolton forces? They'll arrive within days, I confirmed. Robb sent them before me. Even if they're on foot, they should arrive soon. They'll help hold Winterfell from any future incident. I glanced at the castle walls, where workers still repaired damage from the Ironborn occupation. You'll need them. Maester Luwin stepped forward, his weathered face creased with concern. Your Grace, if I may speak freely. I was curious what a maester wanted to tell me. I was aware of the many theories surrounding them. About how they killed the last dragons, and about how they planned the death of magic like a grand scheme. At my nod, he continued, alliances in Westeros are fragile things, built on shifting sands. We all know what unfolded between you two last night, and I'm not here to confront you for it. However, the Greyjoys, his eyes flicked to Yara, have proven particularly unreliable allies in the past. No matter what you're planning to do with them, be careful before turning them. Careful, old man, Yara drawled, but I raised a hand, silencing her. Your concern is noted, Maester Luwin. But times change, and so do allegiances. I met his gaze steadily. The world is reshaping itself. Those who adapt will survive. And Yara has adapted. The Maester bowed slightly, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. As you say, Your Grace. Rickon, who had been fidgeting quietly, suddenly burst out, will you bring your dragon back? Can I touch it next time? Rickon. Bran hissed, but I laughed. Perhaps, young lord, though Viserys isn't particularly fond of strangers. We chatted for a bit more until movement caught my eye. Sansa approached quietly, her auburn hair bright against the gray morning. She stopped at a respectful distance, her face carefully composed. "Your Grace," she said softly. I found myself smiling hearing her address me by my title. Was she finally going to act cold? "I wish you safe travels." The tension from our earlier conversation hung between us. I acknowledged her with a slight nod. "Thank you, Lady Sansa. Keep Winterfell strong in your brother's absence. Now, it's time we leave." "Yara," I said, and turned toward Viserion, who lowered her head with an irritated snort. Her patience was wearing thin. I mounted smoothly, then looked down at Yara who'd followed me. She raised her bound hands. "How exactly am I supposed to climb up there?" "My bad," I shrugged, dismounting. I held her by the waist, and in one fluid motion, I lifted her, enjoying her soft hum, and placed her securely in front of me. She shot a smug look at Sansa, whose jaw tightened visibly. "Hold tight," I commanded, gripping Viserion's scales. The dragon spread her wings, casting a massive shadow across the courtyard. With a powerful thrust, we launched into the air, leaving Winterfell and its complicated politics behind. The world looked different from a dragon's back. Viserion's wings cut through clouds as we soared over the north's vast expanse. The landscape stretched endlessly below us, forests, hills, and frozen rivers woven together like some giant's threadbare tapestry. The air was thin and bitter cold at this height, but I barely noticed it anymore. Yara sat rigid in front of me, her bound hands gripping Viserion's scales. Every so often, her shoulders would tense when we hit a pocket of turbulent air. I could almost feel the conflict radiating from her, the mixture of awe at flying on a dragon and resentment at her position. "Quite the view, isn't it?" I said close to her ear, watching her suppress a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. She turned her head slightly. "Different from a ship's deck, I'll give you that." Her voice carried a hint of grudging admiration. "Though I prefer having my feet on solid wood. I understand where you're coming from. I got used to it already, though. Dragon riding is just second nature to a Targaryen," I said, observing her reaction as she shrugged. "I guess it's a good thing that I won't be riding dragons often," she said. "Won't you? As my Iron Queen, you'll need swift transport between the islands and mainland often." She fell quiet. For once, she didn't flirt back. She spoke in a serious tone. "What exactly do you plan to do once you take the throne?" "Assuming you manage it," I laughed, the sound carrying away. "On the wind. If I couldn't take over a kingdom with a dragon this fine," I continued with a smirk, "you should be ashamed of moaning for me last night." "Cheeky," she said, and I tightened my grip on her waist, making her breath catch. "So what's your answer?" "My plans are simple enough. Unite the realm under strong leadership, and make it relish the greatest empire under the sky. Not just by mere words, but rather making my subjects happier. Fixing the society we live in. Make the lifestyle better for people. No more petty lords playing at kingship, among other things." I spoke a bit more than I planned, but she didn't seem to dislike it. "And the Iron Islands. Will you let us keep our ways?" "You've asked that before, and how much of your answer did you mean?" I stayed silent for a moment and then said, "As long as you raid any other continent than mine. The free cities have plenty of wealth to plunder. And honestly, I might give you missions to attack them myself. You'll go on conquests under my command, and enjoy yourself while doing so." Silence passed between us, and her posture relaxed a little. We stayed like that for a while until she asked, "Remove my restraints already?" "It's uncomfortable." "Nah. Won't look harsh enough to your people. Aren't we hours away from the Iron Islands still?" she asked. "Nope. I think we're pretty close." My voice was cut off by thunder rumbling in the distance. We both stared at dark clouds looming ahead. Viserion growled, sensing the approaching storm. The air grew heavy with moisture, and wind began to buffet us from all sides. "We should land," Yara shouted over the growing gale. "No time," I called back. "It's too close to us, and it's coming right this way." Viserion, try to fly around it. Lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. Viserion banked hard to avoid a particularly violent gust, and suddenly Yara's grip slipped. Her eyes went wide as she tumbled sideways off the dragon's back. "Damn it, Yara," I shouted, watching her plummet through the storm-dark air. There was no time to think. I called forth my dragon wings. Leather-like wings burst from my back, tearing through my clothes as I jumped from Viserys' back and dove after her. The wind howled around me as I streamlined my body, gaining speed. Rain pelted my face like tiny needles, but I kept my eyes locked on Yara's plummeting form. Her scream cut through the storm as I reached for her, my arms stretching through the tempest until finally catching her in my arms. Her eyes were huge as she stared at my wings, her chest heaving with panicked breaths. What the hell? She managed despite the situation while the golden sheen of my wings gleamed in the darkness. Above us, Viserys circled anxiously, her massive form barely visible through the sheets of rain. I could feel the dragon magic coursing through my veins, my partial transformation granting me strength beyond mortal limits as I held Yara secure against the battering winds. My wings, though smaller than Viserys', cut through the air with surprising efficiency, the beats fighting against the storm's fury. Fu, Lish, humans. Viserys roared louder than the thunder above us as she swooped down, her massive form a golden beacon against the storm-black clouds. I angled us toward her back, calculating the trajectory through the brutal crosswinds before landing hard but secure on her rain-slicked scales. Yara clung to me, her face pressed against my chest, her whole body trembling. I could feel her racing heartbeat even through the howling chaos of the storm, her fingers digging into what remained of my shredded shirt. When she finally looked up at me, her expression had changed. The usual defiance wasn't there anymore, but there was something new. No. Conversation unfolded between us after that. The storm began to clear as we approached the edge of the mainlands. Dark tower peaks emerged from the mist, dark and forbidding against the gray sky. Yara's body tensed against mine, for sure recognized her home better than mine. Pike. Through sheets of misting rain, the pike revealed itself, a sight both magnificent and grotesque. The castle stood like a challenge to nature itself, sprawled across a series of small, rocky islands connected by swaying rope bridges and stone archways. The islands rose from the churning sea like the broken teeth of some ancient beast, each one crowned with towers of black stone. Viserys circled high above, giving me a perfect view of the castle's impossible architecture. The great keep sat on the largest island, its walls weathered by centuries of salt spray and storm. Beyond it, towers reached skyward on increasingly precarious outcrops, each one seeming more likely to topple into the angry seas below than the last. "Your home is quite something," I said to Yara, who sat tense in front of me. The castle before us made Winterfell look positively welcoming in comparison. The surrounding iron islands dotted the horizon like dark smudges against the gray sea. Great Wick, the largest, loomed to the south, while Harlaw's more hospitable shores stretched to the east. I'd read and heard tales about them as Viserys, so I recognized them. Orkmont's peaks pierced the cloud cover to the north, and Old Wick's sacred shores lay hidden in the morning mist. Waves crashed against the rocky cliffs hundreds of feet below, sending spray high into the air. The whole scene was full of wild, untamed energy that seemed to embody the Ironborn spirit itself. No wonder these people were so fierce, for they lived in a place that tried to kill them daily. The Greyjoy words make more sense now, I guess, I said, taking in the harsh landscape. What is dead may never die. In a place like this, death must feel like an old friend. Yara's only response was a slight nod as we began our descent toward the Great Keep. The banners of House Greyjoy, the golden kraken on black, whipped frantically in the wind, as if heralding our arrival to the Iron Island's ancient seat of power. Yara spoke quietly, "Brace yourself, Your Grace. Convincing my father is going to be troublesome. But trust me, I'm going to try my best. I don't want him to make an enemy out of some weird draconic human." Calling me weird is rude, I retracted my wings and pulled her closer. "Don't worry about your father, even if he acts stubborn, I'll take care of him. You just focus on your future role as the Iron Queen." Yara welt silent again as we descended toward the castle that would soon witness a clash between the old and the new. Chapter 59. The Iron King. Viserys' wings cut through the misty air of the Iron Islands as she took us down a high bridge, rising high and circling above the dark castle of Pike. To my eyes, it was a scene right out of a Souls game, much more menacing than what the show showed. My dragon's golden scales caught what little sunlight penetrated the thick clouds as we flew. Below us, Pike's inhabitants scurried like ants, their shouts of alarm carrying faintly on the wind. They're terrified, I noted with satisfaction, watching guards scramble across the precarious bridges connecting the castle's towers. The way they were fleeing, I wouldn't be surprised if they fell to their death. Not all fled, though. Some pointed crossbows skyward, while others simply gaped in disbelief. Of course they are, Yara muttered from her position in front of me. Most haven't seen a lizard bigger than their palm, let alone a dragon. I feel bad for my men. Can you promise me something? Don't kill unless necessary. I chuckled, guiding Viserion lower when we'd flown for long enough. We had to fly that long at least to make an impression. The sea breeze carried the sharp tang of salt and seaweed, mixing with the familiar scent of smoke from Viserion's nostrils. Where, land? My dragon asked out loud, her words tinged with irritation at the delay. Yara flinched in front of me, her grip tightening around my forearm, even though she'd already heard her speak before. There, I pointed to the largest of Pike's 4 towers. Its flat top offered enough space for landing, though the guards stationed there might disagree. They scattered as Viserion's shadow fell over them, her massive form blocking out what little sun remained. We landed with a ground-shaking thud, Viserion's claws scraping against ancient stone as she let out a terrifying roar. Her aggressive nature helped me paint the danger more vividly. I liked that. The tower's surface was slick with sea spray, but she maintained her footing easily. The guards who hadn't fled pressed themselves against the walls, their weapons half raised but their faces pale with fear. Then one of them recognized Yara. "Captain Yara," he called out, taking a hesitant step forward. His relief at seeing her quickly turned to anger as he noticed her bound hands. His eyes then fell on me, and he seemed to lose all his senses as he shouted, "You dare restrain our captain!" Before I could respond, the fool charged forward with his sword drawn. I looked at Yara and shrugged. Then, I turned to the man. I didn't even bother drawing my weapon, and simply backhanded him as he approached. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, over the tower's edge. His scream faded quickly, lost in the crash of waves against the rocks below. "Seven hells," Yara sighed, shaking her head at the remaining guards. "Get out of here, you idiots. We're here to speak with my father." "No need to send them away, daughter," a gravelly voice called out. It didn't belong to any one of the guards. Heavy footsteps echoed up the tower's spiral staircase, growing louder until Balin Greyjoy himself emerged onto the platform. He looked older than I remembered from the show, his face more weathered, his hair more gray than black. But his eyes were just as hard, the eyes of a sea-hardened pirate. His eyes remained cold as they fixed first on me, then on his bound daughter, and finally on Viserion. The Lord Reaper of Pike, who'd walked up with arrogance and pride, froze mid-step as his eyes slowly widened. His face drained of color as my dragon turned her massive head to regard him. Even a pirate king feels fear. A thin smile spread across my lips as I watched the self-proclaimed king confront the reality of a living, breathing dragon. "Thank you for welcoming me in person, Lord Greyjoy," I said pleasantly. "Shall we discuss the future of your islands?" The stone chamber felt colder than it looked, though that might have been the tension in the air rather than the actual temperature. I sat in a plain wooden chair, one leg crossed over the other, watching the array of hostile faces before me. Yara stood beside me, bound and silent. The rope around her neck was a calculated insult that had the desired effect. Balon's men looked ready to murder me where I sat. Good. Let them seethe. Viserion was outside, perched atop the highest tower of Pike like some great golden gargoyle. Her roars would echo through the castle every few minutes, making the Ironborn flinch. It amused me to no end. I found the Great Hall of Pike not as impressive as its exterior suggested. Salt-stained artwork depicting krakens and sea battles hung from walls of dark stone. It wasn't pretty to the eyes, but it did depict the Ironborn's lethality. The seastone chair, that ancient throne of the Ironborn, loomed behind where Balin sat glowering at me. His elite guards, 12 of his most trusted killers, formed a half-circle around him, hands never far from their weapons. "Well," I broke the tense silence not 10 seconds after taking my seat, my voice carrying an edge of boredom. "No tea for your guest, Lord Greyjoy. I expected better hospitality from the Iron Islands. From a High Lord to his king." Balon's weathered face twisted in fury. "Who in the drowned god's name are you, you silver-haired bastard? What right do you have to come here?" To my castle, with my daughter bound like a common slave. I smiled, giving the rope a gentle tug. Yara's jaw clenched. She winced, but she remained silent. I am Viserys of House Targaryen, third of my name, rightful king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and lastly, protector of the realm. I paused, enjoying the way his face darkened. I'm here to educate you and your people on the new order of things. Your daughter is merely insurance. Insurance. Balin spat. He didn't question my identity again, for riding a dragon was proof enough. He rather chose to lash out about the comment on his daughter. You dare. I dare quite a lot, I cut him off. Your rebellion failed once before. Now you've tried again, sending your son to take Winterfell. That worked out poorly for everyone involved, wouldn't you say? Theon rots in Winterfell's dungeons now. The Ironborn take what we want, he growled. We do not so. Theon failed because he's not a proper Ironborn. He's been softened by House Stark. He could have defended himself by saying he didn't send his son there, and that Theon moved alone, but he didn't. He accepted his son's failure as his own, at least publicly before me, though I was certain he'd disagree privately. It was respectable. No, you don't, but I didn't care to give him that respect. He didn't deserve it, and I made it evident in my tone. You rape and reave and pretend it makes you strong. How did that work out last time? Remind me, how many sons did you lose in your failed rebellion? One of the guards took a step forward, face red with anger. You mock our dead. Your dead mocked themselves by dying for this fool's pride, I replied calmly. But I'm willing to be merciful. Bend the knee, and your people can still raid and reave, just not in my kingdoms. That had been my discussion with Yara too, and she'd agreed. Silence fell. Balin glared at Yara, who met his gaze steadily. Then he scoffed, looking away. For a fleeting moment, it looked as if the Lord of Pike wondered if kneeling could save the Ironborn. But the thought must have burned hotter than the fire he feared, given his next words. Never, Balin snarled. We are Ironborn. We kneel to no one. The free cities have more wealth than the North, I noted. Easier targets too. Think about it. Your ships could. Enough. Balin stood, trembling with rage. His interruption made me smile. You are no dragon. You're no king. Just a pretender with stolen eggs. The real dragons died out long ago. Is he delusional? That, you're no king, bothered me far more than I'd like to admit. It reminded me of Khal Drogo and how he'd said it before trying to melt my brain with molten gold. I let out a sigh. I don't like your attitude. Remember what happened to Harrenhal. It'll happen to Pike. Right now it will, if I give the order to my dragon. His laugh was harsh and bitter. Not if I kill you first. What's a dragon rider without his dragon, you stupid bastard? It was your funeral when you chose to come to this meeting. He raised his hand. All of you, attack. The guards surged forward as one, weapons drawn. Yara closed her eyes and sighed as if disappointed but not surprised. I rose slowly, a sword materializing in my hand from thin air from inventory. The first guard faltered at this display of magic, giving me the opening I needed. My blade took him in the throat, sending a spray of hot blood across the stone floor. The second and third came at me together, trying to flank me. I spun between them, my enhanced strength letting me parry both their strikes simultaneously. My counter-strike opened one from navel to sternum while my boot caught the other in the knee, shattering it with a wet crack. 4 more rushed me. I danced through them like water, my blade finding gaps in armor, severing tendons, opening arteries. They were skilled killers, yes, but I was something else entirely. Their attacks seemed to come at half speed, their movements predictable and sluggish to my enhanced perceptions. One managed to nick my shoulder. I rewarded him by taking his sword arm at the elbow. In less than a minute, it was over. 11 corpses lay cooling on the stones, their blood running in rivulets between the flagstones. The 12th guard still lived, though he'd never walk again with that shattered knee. Messages spelling, "You've killed a human. You've received experience points." Filled my vision, but I waved it away. I didn't level up, unfortunately. Still level 29, Balin sat frozen in his chair. All color drained from his face as he stared at the carnage. His trembling hand clutched the armrest of the seastone chair as if its ancient weight could anchor him against the storm of death unfolding before him. Yet even the chair seemed to recoil from the blood pooling at its base. His eyes held the same fear I'd seen when he first saw Viserion. I turned to Yara, casually wiping my blade clean on a dead man's cloak. Talk to your father, will you? Next thing he says that I don't like, it'll be his blood on the floor. Yara's eyes flicked over the carnage as if her stomach knotted at the sight of her father's folly. For all his bluster, Balon's pride had doomed better men than these. Her lips twitched at my words, caught between a sneer and a grimace. The father-daughter pair knew who owned the room then. And yet, it was clear that her heart ached for the men who'd died, men who'd followed her for years. Yara sighed and approached her trembling father, her bound hands held before her like an offering. I watched her walk across the blood-soaked floor, her wrists still bound but her spine straight. She didn't flinch at the corpses around us nor at the sticky warmth of fresh blood seeping into her boots. Every step she took toward Balon Greyjoy was harsh and full of purpose. Father, she began calmly, voice firm despite her restraints. We need to change with the times. His grace is giving us a path. Silence. Balon spat, eyes bulging with outrage. His fear transformed into rage. My own daughter parroting the words of some dragon-wielding upstart. He glanced at me, filled with loathing, then back to her. This is shameful. He's not our enemy if we... She tried again, but Balon cut her off with a bitter snarl. Not our enemy, so you become his pet. His whore. His laughter was hollow, echoing off the cold, salt-stained walls. Is that the iron price you pay, rolling over for some Targaryen lizard? I saw Yara's shoulders tense, but she refused to back down. The dragon is real, father. We can't fight it. That was too much for him. Balon lunged upright, towering over her. A weak little slut, that's what you are. Let him fuck the fight out of you. His insults rolled off her like water. She stayed silent for a moment. But instead of cowering, she reached for the nearest table. Yara Greyjoy snatched a simple fruit knife in one sudden movement. Before he could blink, she buried the blade in his chest. Smooth, sure, final. Balon's eyes went wide, confusion. Battling fury on his face as blood spattered across Yara's bound hands. He staggered, clutching at the knife but clearly losing strength by the heartbeat. With a rasping gasp, the Lord Reaper of Pike collapsed. His body struck the stone with a dull, wet thud. The Iron King was dead. Yara turned then, meeting my gaze. Blood trickled from her fingers, but her expression was calm. I killed my father for you, she said, voice low. Think about that when you decide the fate of me and the Iron Islands, your grace. I stepped over Balon's cooling form. Crimson pooled around our boots, but I barely noticed the slickness. My arms slid around Yara, pulling her in tight enough to feel her trembling breath against my chest. Even the hard-boiled pirate queen trembled when killing her father. You made the right choice, I murmured, letting my lips brush her hair. Trust me, I'll remember this choice. You're a smart woman. Her father's corpse lay behind us, a pillar to the new order. The Iron Islands had a fresh ruler, one who knew how to take a life when it mattered. And with Balon's demise, my grip on these seas just tightened. It was almost final. Chapter 60. Who's the true ruler of the Iron Islands? The throne room at Pike felt different now. Not warmer. These salt-stained walls never truly hold warmth, but changed all the same. The blood was scrubbed from the stones, though darker stains remained where it had seeped into the ancient rock. Balon's corpse had been hauled away for that sea burial nonsense his people loved so much. I stood at a narrow window, watching the waves heave and crash far below. They spattered brine on the glass, little flecks glinting in the dim light. Behind me, Yara was silent in a corner. The Ironborn elders and captains shuffled in, wearing masks of forced composure. They were here because I'd summoned them, and they knew better than to ignore a man whose dragon still circled overhead. One of them cleared his throat in the hush, trying to muster courage he didn't have. Your Grace, he rasped. He was an older captain with a split on his face that had never healed right. We need to discuss the succession. It had been a whole day since their useless king had died, and their next attempts at revenge had been cut off in the bud. The bodies still littered the courtyard below, a grim reminder of what happened to those who thought they could challenge House Targaryen and its dragons. So there was no point in fighting anymore, was there? Even the most hardened raiders could see the futility written in ashen blood across their stronghold, But, to be honest, the Ironborn were stubborn, so it didn't matter if there was no point in fighting. In a normal situation, they would have continued fighting even with their king dead. But I had Yara, and her direct order had stopped an army from charging into Viserys' maw, even if I had killed a few dozen already. The golden dragon's presence overhead was enough to make even the most zealous warriors think twice about their choices. Some had tried anyway, and their charred remains reminded of that particular brand of stupidity. The smell of smoke and salt mingled in the air, a fitting atmosphere for this new era in the Iron Islands' history. These sea raiders would learn to bend, or they'd learn firsthand why my family's words were fire and blood. I turned away from the window slowly, letting my gaze sweep over the ragged assembly. There were 24 men, all battered by a lifetime at sea, each wanting to shape the future of their damn islands. Discuss, I drawled, tone full of boredom. Your king is dead, his rightful heir stands ready. What's there to prattle about? An older man spat, a woman can't lead the Ironborn. It goes against all tradition. Plus, Prince Theon isn't dead, is he? What did you say, you bastard? I can't lead. Yara spoke up from the corner she'd been standing in, glaring at the man. Arg. I let out a cold laugh. Yes, tradition. And how has that served you? Twice you rose in rebellion, and twice you've been beaten down. And Theon. Theon would have been dead if not for his sister's smart judgment of submitting. If you'd like another demonstration of why you should submit, my dragon's more than willing. Grumbles rippled through the crowd. I caught a few furtive glances toward the windows as though they expected Viserys' golden snout to come crashing in. Drum, one of the more vocal idiots, snarled at my words. We don't kneel to. Then, you burn, I cut in, letting my tone grow icier. Is that your choice? That shut him up. Fear is a handy leash. A younger captain found his voice, Captain Yara, she's proven herself capable many times. Drum whirled on him with a sneer. Coward. Let that dragon's whore. I sighed and moved before his insult fully formed, my blade finding his throat in a swift, precise arc. Scarlet spattered across the men on either side of him, and Drum collapsed with a wet gurgle, his so-called magic sword clattering to the floor. Anyone else want to question my Iron Queen's honor? I asked, letting my blade drip. The hush that followed was absolute. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed Yara smiling to herself. A distant roar from Viserys rattled the windowpanes as if in agreement. That's what I thought, I said, wiping the blade on Drum's cloak. Now, we're done talking. Prepare for the coronation. The drowned god awaits your spectacle. I turned from them, attention drifting back to the view of gray waves smashing the rocks. Off you go, and make sure it's something I won't find too dull, as your guest. The Ironborn exchanged glances, their eyes mixed with different emotions, and a moment later, hurried footsteps echoed behind me. That left me alone with the crash of waves and the scattered remains of their dead, and Yara. Thank you, she said as she walked behind me, hugging my back. You're living up to your end of the promise. I'm not a liar, Iron Queen. I turned, holding her waist and looking into her eyes. She'd make a fine subordinate. The preparations took another day. These procedures were slow and gritty. After all, when I arrived, the sacred beach near Pike was already crowded with Ironborn onlookers. Hundreds lined the shoreline, grim-faced beneath the weak sunlight. The tang of salt and seaweed was obvious in the air. Black waves pummeled the rocks, roaring their own defiance. I stopped near the water's edge, separate from the throng, while a screech came from behind. I turned back to find Viserys landing on a craggy outcrop that looked over this place. The Ironborn trembled. She shimmered gold even in the dull light, the main reason the Ironborn dared not raise their swords now. A robed drowned priest, clothes heavy with brine, approached. That caused people to look away from Viserys and focus on him. His eyes glowed with that zealot's fervor as he raised his arms to hush the crowd. Brothers and sisters, he boomed, voice cutting above the surf. We gather to fulfill the drowned god's will. A ripple of unease passed through the crowd, tough men and women, yet not one dared break from the ring they'd formed. Even with the wind howling, I heard their mutters of doubt and fear. Yara stepped forward, chin up despite the visible rope marks still etched into her wrists. She locked eyes with me for just a moment before facing her people, defiance laced in every line of her posture. I folded my arms while Viserys' colossal form cast a looming shadow across the Ironborn who'd gathered. The salt-laden wind slapped my face, the waves crashing against the ancient stones like a dirge. It was a fitting stage for this show of power, one that these fools called a ritual. A lot of useless bantering unfolded before me, and I dozed off most of them. It was silly. The drowned priest stood front and center in the wet sand, water dripping off his matted hair and soaked robes now. He lifted his arms to the iron-gray sky, voice loud over the roar of the ocean. "What is dead may never die," came the priest's thunderous call. The crowd thundered back in unison, "What is dead may never die." He gestured toward Yara, and she began to strip away her armaments, sword, daggers, a few hidden blades. I was surprised at how many hidden blades she had. Then she peeled off her outer clothing, leaving her in a clinging shift that the cold wind pressed tight against her. There were no illusions of rank here, no fancy cloak to hide behind, just a woman daring to claim the Iron Islands under her rule. Under my rule. "The drowned god demands proof of worth," the priest said, voice full of the mania of religion. "Through death, we rise. Through the sea, we are reborn." Without prelude, he shoved her into the churning waves. Yara vanished beneath the dark water, swallowed in a single swift motion. Silence stretched as we waited. Only the crash of foam against rock filled the area. I found myself frowning. I'd bet on Yara's stubborn spirit well before the sea could claim her, but I might be wrong. A minute passed. Then another. Whispers, uneasy, spread among the onlookers. "Too long. The sea rejects her." My frown deepened. "She's too willful to die now." In the show, they'd pulled Euron Greyjoy out of the water but didn't do this for Yara. She was still in the water, her face submerged in it, her body floating as if she was dead. Perhaps they wanted her to prove her worth better as a woman. It annoyed me a little. But, sure enough, the ocean exploded. Yara broke the surface in a burst of spray, hair plastered to her skin, chest heaving with savage breaths. Saltwater poured from her as she found her footing in the thigh-high surge, gasping for breath, blinking water from her eyes but never showing weakness. The priest's voice rose again, triumphant over the wind and the murmurs. "Behold, the drowned god judges her worthy. Rise, Yara Greyjoy, queen of salt and rock, the ruler of the Iron Islands." A beat of hesitation caught in the crowd, then came the ragged chorus. "Queen Yara, Queen Yara." It built, moment by moment until the rocky beach reverberated with their chant. She staggered onto the shore, water streaming down her legs, her body trembling from the cold shock. Yet she refused to collapse. She remained upright by sheer force of will. That made me smile. I walked over as she finally sank to her knees in the wet gravel, fighting for breath. Crouching beside her, I pitched my voice just for her ears. "Congratulations, Iron Queen. Once again, you've made the right choice." A flicker of defiance and relief crossed her face. Then a faint grin, even as her chest still heaved. I know. The crowds, Queen Yara. Cries still beat against our ears, rising in waves like the sea itself. The priest came over, holding the driftwood crown in his hand. I straightened, moving away from her. Yara Greyjoy was officially crowned as the priest made his announcement. Meanwhile, Viserys sat on a black crag of rock, golden scales flashing in the dim, watery light. Her presence kept the Ironborn aware of the grim reality. Yara had faced the sea and lived. She now had the Iron Islands crown, and people called her the Queen. But all that was an illusion. The real victory here was mine. I'd taken down one of the 5 kings and made his daughter my slave queen. Support Orthor as the original link of the book in the description below.